sees my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Feel like a dynamite, ready to explode right up in the sky. I need you to listen, I need you to hear, and don't show any fear. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul.
Joining me is Scant. We've been casting some Chinese Dota lately, Scant. Are you ready for a change of pace?
Yeah, definitely. And that first pick Chen, what a place to start off the change of pace. Typical for, I think, a CIS on CIS match. Are No Logic Gaming Western European? Sorry, just to go back.
Their current roster right now, good question. In the past, they've had
they've changed quite a lot.
Yeah, in the past, it was the team like with Pika and stuff. I'm not actually sure their exact roster right now.
I think they have Excalibur, and I think everyone else is pretty much like from the Balkans in that team.
Okay, so it's still like Mitch and stuff playing on that
team.
And
yeah, I think so.
Let me see, I have it up. So it's Mitch, Excalibur, Milan. They have a Swedish player called Zeroji, and then a guy from, it looks like Israel, I believe the flag is, called the Coon. So
interesting.
Not entirely sure about him, but he's playing the offlane. So that'll be later on today. That's the next best of 3. Na'Vi vs Vega right now, and it's a pretty different draft to what we were seeing from the Chinese LAN that we're casting.
Yeah, definitely. I tried to check on Data what these two teams have been doing in the patch, but unfortunately both of them don't have any ticketed games. Navi's only actually played in this tournament, and Vegas played this tournament, plus they played in the MDL qualifier, where they got knocked out. I think it was by Virtus Pro, who themselves ended up being knocked out. So there's been a bit of a shake-up in the CIS scene, actually, because the MDL qualifier was won by Team Spirit, who knocked out Elements, who knocked out Virtus Pro, who knocked out Vega, I think. So it was like Team Spirits and Elements have kind of like jumped ahead of those the conventional top teams. So I'm not really clear on who's meant to be the stronger teams here. Like Vega Squadron from the big events of the year, definitely. To me, I feel like they were very unlucky that they didn't make top 8 at the Frankfurt Major. I mean, they beat OG twice. They were the only team to beat OG, and they beat them in 2 series, and yet they still didn't make top 8s. It's bad luck, right?
Yeah. And even in the winner bracket, they had like some very close, tough, and tightly contested series. So I feel like they were the one team who didn't finish in the top 8 who you look at and it's like, if they had a slightly different bracket, maybe things would have been different. So for Vega, it's unfortunate because it probably means they're not going to be invited to the next major, but there's still a team who you look at and think this team is one of the kind of top European teams right now.
Yeah, so something interesting, even though Navi's had a roster change since then, the recent times these teams have clashed with each other was one in the ESL qualifier, which Vega actually knocked out Navi and ended up winning ESL, not just the qualifier. Before that, they played in the TI5 qualifier, and Navi actually beat Vega twice in the group stage and in the elimination there, and that's the reason Vega had to play at the play-in series, because Navi had beaten them then. Again, a little bit unlucky, I feel, because I honestly think that even back then it was quite clear that Vega was a stronger team than Navi, but there's something about the matchup. I actually think that there's this trade-off in Vega Squadron that as they've developed as a team, they've gotten better at not just being kind of pure traditional CIS Dota, similar to Virtus Pro, more calculated Dota, but in some respects it weakens them when they're playing in their home turf against the other CIS teams, because sometimes I think they just fail to keep up with the pace of the other CIS teams. Obviously, they haven't actually played against this version of Navi, which has 3 completely new players since the last time they faced each other. But I think it's an interesting challenge for Vega today to see if, how well they can play their own traditional Dota compared to the Dota that they've developed into playing so well.
Yeah, and they did get revenge on Navi for that TI5 qualifier. So the last time these teams met was in the ESL 1 qualifiers. And like you said, that was the old Navi, so they haven't versed this current edition of the Navi roster. So we'll kind of see. It feels like this is finally like the new era for Navi. You've still got Dendi on the team, but other than that, it's a completely different team from the team that started the year in 2015. Artsel came back for TI5. Now they're playing with Dichira, they're playing with Sinico, and they're playing with Axmo. So we'll see how this squad does here. Looking at the draft, though, let's talk some of the picks and what we're seeing here. Vega Squadron, they've gone for a classic kind of no one hero for the mid lane with the Queen of Pain. They're going to pick up the Clockwork for the off lane. And Navi with AA, Sandking, and Zeus. AA picked up as a pseudo counter pick for the Chen. Any kind of big things stand out for you as far as the picks and bans that we're seeing right here, Scan?
Well, I mean, Mag's going to be playing Clockwork, and he's like, I think he has the most official matches on Clockwork of any player, and for good reason. He's very good at the hero. As you said, no one on his signature Queen of Pain. I guess what stands out to me is the Zeus, because I know that most professional players have very strong opinions on the Queen of Pain versus Zeus matchup. I've heard a lot of people say that that's just a lane that Zeus can't be in. Usually Zeus wants to stand kind of far back and arc, but if Queen of Pain can position correctly, get onto the enemy ramp and just harass the Shadow Strike, it can actually zone Zeus out of the range to even get those arcs sometimes. So
And it should be worse now, right? With the tower change in the mid lane being further away, shouldn't the lane actually get even worse for Zeus?
Yeah, it should. And so it's a lane that, as you get higher levels, Zeus can actually threaten to burst Queen of Pain down. But right at the start, there's just so much potential for Zeus to get nothing. And I assume Na'Vi have some kind of plan as they go later into the draft. Maybe it's part of why they picked the Earthshaker here as a hero to give some help to that lane, because I don't know, maybe Dandy just feels confident that he's got a way to approach the lane that he'll be fine with. But they're leaving Ditchara's pick to last, and it's interesting here that in the second phase we saw Na'Vi ban the Lycan, we saw Vega Squadron ban the Ember Spirits, and these are two of the three heroes that Ditchara's been playing a lot recently, the third one being Tiny. And I'm not too convinced if Tiny is the pick here.
Well, for Na'Vi, yeah, Tiny into, I guess, some of like the Clockwork and like the Chen with some actual burst heal, it gets a lot harder to play. So, is there anything that kind of stands out to you as like better options as far as DTR is concerned, with like playing into like the Clockwork as well as like the Chen potential 5-man death ball that Vega are putting together?
I really don't know. I mean, in some respects, Tiny's actually quite a good pick against that, because it's got the nuke damage, can be relevant like even before scaling there. Other than the heroes that DTR has been playing recently, though, the Tiny and the Ember and the Lycan, I sort of like see him playing stuff like anti-mage, and like if you look at the lineup that Na'Vi have with like all magic damage, it does kind of set up for getting one of those really hard super farm late game carries. But as you say, like there's potential for Vega Squadron to apply a lot of pressure, and if you go for a hero that doesn't do enough with farm, I mean we've seen that story a few times in China recently with the Morphling picks, for example, and I think what Na'Vi will want is a hero that allows Ditchara to be interactive, but also, you know, scale extremely well. I think that's the kind of pick they're looking for.
Alright, well, last ban onto the Anti-Mage and the Sven. Na'Vi now going to have to pick up their Ditchara hero most likely here, with the rest of their draft kind of pieced together. And Vega, they have last picks, so they get to kind of see what Na'Vi go for and can kind of adjust accordingly. If Na'Vi goes greedy, they can try and pressure it, or if they feel like they can get away with it, they can go for something a bit greedier of their own for the safe lane farming role.
It's interesting they still ban. It's interesting they still ban the anti-mage, even though they're like looking to apply pressure. And I'm just wondering, do you think that that's like they're leaving the option open that they could go for the last pick Wraith King? Because right now I don't think Navi's that well kitted to deal with the Wraith King.
I've always found that despite how Chen drafts can apply pressure, anti-mages in the past have done fairly well against them, just because the laning stage goes well, because you're not really at risk of getting dual lane. You know you're going to get that like good 12 to 13 minute battle fury. Chen has no catch for the anti-mage, so despite like the Chen drafts looking to kind of group up death ball, anti-mage as a split pusher forces heroes to TP back, slows down the push. So in some indirect way, despite anti-mage being a greedy pick, I actually think it works pretty well against Chen drafts, which is maybe what Vega are thinking with the ban onto the anti-mage.
It's also the lane stage, right? Because we saw CTY's anti-mage just kept doing well and like having good lane matchups, and Chen actually, even though it applies early pressure, isn't really good at going into the aggressive lane right at the start. We used to see that like 2-3 years ago, but it's very rare to see heroes jungling in the enemy jungle these days.
Yeah. Well, Vega now last pick coming up. They see Spectre, so now's the time to get something a bit more aggressive. And as far as actually push goes, they're actually kind of lacking. Chen's like the only really hero that you kind of put into that kind of group there. So if they want something that can push break towers, it's got to come from this last pick. Something like a Luna kind of comes to mind, but even that maybe comes with its risks. So we'll see what Vega are going to go for.
Someone has just messaged me saying that you aren't on in Dota TV.
Oh, thank you for that. Let me quickly fix that. My apologies. As we'll quickly make sure everything's working there okay. Right.
Finish off with the gyrocopter actually, so not gonna be Wraith King or anything like that, but it's I mean it's in some ways it's a similar story, because this is a game where if gyrocopter gets BKB, all of a sudden there's very little that can stop him. That's kind of like the critical mass for this Vega Squadron draft. So we talk about grouping up, applying pressure. I think when Gyro gets BKB, probably after S and Y, Na'Vi are going to either be ready to, take down the back lines in those fights or hit their AoE combo, which, I mean, they have an insane AoE combo, actually. A global combo. I say AoE, but it's like long range fissure, Ice Blast, Zeus ulti, Spectre ulti, and Sand King, if, let's say, ends up getting an Aghanims, it's like the whole freaking team is global. So that's certainly what they've got going for themselves. But yeah, I think they're going to have to deal with the Gyrocopter BKB timing. I think that's going to be like a very serious timing for Vega this game.
Okay, well, Vega now going to start with the early rotations. Clockwork TPs to the offlane. It will be Na'Vi running a support Sanking. Earthshaker going to be the offlaner for Axmo. So, not sure if this what I don't recall if you mentioned anything. I don't know if this was what you were expecting, but I feel like we've seen more Sankings played kind of in that offlane role, like when it's being picked up. But yeah, it will be Suniko handling the 4-position Sanking this time around. Na'Vi now going to be looking just to get some early vision out. It will be a ward scouting out some of their movements towards top. Dichira won't be able to get up there in time to prevent any early lane wards. And here we go, the new dire side ward to contest this off lane is going to come out as Na'Vi plop that down at the Radiant Tier 1 top tower.
Yeah, I actually agree with you. I was probably more expecting the offlane Sandy King. It's what I've seen also. And also I was wondering about the mid lane, how Dandy was going to run the Zeus against the Queen of Pain, and Earthshaker had like an obvious way to help. But I suppose Sand King starting with the boots could possibly gank in as well, and has an early smoke. And if you do make that early kill on the Queen of Pain, if you get like a level advantage, suddenly the lane becomes a lot easier for Zeus, I think. Because then Queen of Pain tries to come your side of the creep zone you, and you just, blast her down.
And if Sand King's missing on the map, you're a lot probably more. I don't know. I guess it's similar to a Shaker. I think Sand King has a bit more of a kill threat if he's like sitting behind a tower, or at least it's similar to an Earthshaker. So we'll see Suneko probably lurking around helping Dendi when possible. It will be Zeus with a bounty rune, Queen of Pain with a bounty rune, so they're even as far as the mid lane's concerned there, and Dendi will get the fast bottle here against Queen of Pain. Pretty standard stuff as far as the mid matchup goes.
In the meantime, do you think either of these offlaners are going to get like especially large amounts of value? I mean, they're both heroes that can pull back the creeps, can affect the equilibrium, which is pretty important these days, but I guess both of them actually could get a bit of value because they both actually.
You say that top lane Clockwork could be in trouble. They've rotated Sand King in. He's not going to quite be in Burrow Strike range though. So he made a move aggressively up there, but didn't quite make it there in time. The Radiant Ward, I believe, actually, yeah, that scouts it out. That's a really handy Radiant Ward to have to protect against that Sand King rotation, and they've missed the D Ward.
Yeah, and that's very significant these days, actually missing or hitting the D wards, and it's unfortunate. It's like something that's difficult to like keep mentioning each time something happens. Hey, that's related to the ward, but
top lane
just
they
catches the Clockwork.
Yeah, and Clockwork will be giving up first blood here. I imagine he's got a salve, but no real reason to use it when he's going to be going down anyways. He gets one last cogs off and gives first blood to the Ancient Apparition. Does what damage he can. His TP getting cancelled also, so that means he's going to be respawning without TP. Mid lane Dendi getting very low here. He's got a Shadow Strike on top of him. Is getting some Tenga regen now. And has the bottle charges, which he'll use kind of in between the Shadow Strike ticks where possible. It's 2 points in the Shadow Strike, looking for that lane dominance.
It's very interesting to me that the lane's actually been pushing towards Dandy's side, because you expect it naturally to push toward the Queen of Pain, which is usually what helps the Queen of Pain actually zone the Zeus. Because the Zeus has to arc with farm, and now it's actually coming into its tower.
Yep.
But because it's happened at this stage, that's actually going to allow Dandy to secure a rune for himself, and I think he actually ends up being fine in this lane the way it started out.
Yeah, it feels like he actually intentionally waited for like around the 2-minute mark before he decided to push it out with the Arc Lightning. You see Queen of Pain getting low enough from the Arc Lightning spam. Was doing a pretty good job dodging the Arc bounces, but does end up going down. And now the Radiant side, they did not see the Invis Rune picked up. This Queen of Pain has to be very cautious here in the mid lane. Burrow Strike available, 1 point in the Lightning Bolt. And Chen looping around. I believe this could go backwards. No, they're going to go aggressive onto the Queen of Pain. There's an Arc, there's a Bolt. Can they get the kill? The Blink, I believe, got cancelled there by the Lightning Bolt. And Na'Vi walk away with a kill in the mid lane, Queen of Pain, going the way of Dendi as well.
It looked to me a bit like no one was still like planning to make the kill. You know, thinking of tunnel vision on Chen, and we're going in and not really reacting appropriately to they've just gone on me.
Yep. I guess blinking towards the Chen is kind of blinking towards safety. He did seem like he wanted to blink forward. Maybe he was just going to try blink past and bypass everyone and force him back into Chen. He immediately comes back mid. Shadow Strike onto Dendi with the blink, but this is just going to be harass onto the Zeus, who is bottle crowing though, as you'd kind of expect at this stage in the matchup. He'll have the bottle back for the 4-minute rune.
It's actually a good point. Like blinking forward, if you want to blink back, you have to turn around. It takes time. So sometimes if you like under imminent threats as Queen Pain, just blink the direction you're facing. Safest thing to do.
I think if not for the blink getting cancelled, it would have been. I don't know if he would have lived or not, but it looked like it was the right play to make to blink forward towards the Chen. Unfortunately, Lightning Bolt kind of ruined his day. So Chen already level 4. We're seeing a lot of just kind of farm time being given to the Chen of solo here. And the first smoke rotation, unsuccessful, but it hasn't really slowed down the Chen in any ways. Dendi now, well, falling back to do some stacks of his own. Interesting little deviation in what he can do here. Perhaps worried about a Chen gank coming his way, which is why he's wanting to kind of spend some time off the lane.
Do you think that it might be worth... It's interesting, I was just wondering if Chen would go for Penitence this game. Like, the spell's been buffed so much, do you think it might be worth occasionally going for just the value point?
I want to say it is, just because, like you say, it's been buffed so much. Until I've really, like, played the hero, I can't really say for sure if it's like, oh, you've got to get this or not. But just based on the buffs, it seems like something you would want to get.
Yeah, but yeah, not going to get this time. And actually another smoke from the Chen. I don't know, is this a wrapper onto bottle? Just straight onto Dendi, actually, in the mid lane. They want to try again.
Dendi should see it fairly soon. He's got the ward there, but he's already been ensnared up, and Queen of Pain should be able to secure this. The creep's taking the tower. Good execution from from Vega, and Navi's mid taken out there. Somewhat, pretty much unavoidable gank, I guess you could say. Bottom lane, meanwhile, they've gone on Sioma. Ayo, gonna get snowballed down here. That's Axmo, and he gets a fissure off. Doesn't have mana for the tome. Has the magic stick. He's gonna pop it. Gets one more totem off. Turns. Will he get the kill in Sioma? Almost able to get a second if he just perhaps had a bit more hit points to spare. Nice kind of retaliation from him, although he didn't get experience for the Tusk kill. Dendi actually gonna TP
Axmo's
bottom.
done. I feel like Axmo's done really, really well in this team since he joined it. Like, surprisingly so. Like, I knew about Ditchera, I knew the player very well, and kind of expected him to do well, but I didn't know a whole lot about Axmo, especially his recent career. And it seems like more common these days that the story of a team when they finally start hitting more success, it has to do with like their new off-lane player that brings everything together. I can think of a lot of teams where like the off-laner ends up being like that crucial player to like either make or break the team's success.
At the same time, I feel like you can have like some great players who are hidden gems, who are support or offlane players, but if they're playing on a team that's not doing that well, or like not perhaps playing together as a team, they can look really bad. I feel like you know about Ditchera because if he's playing carry, or you've got a mid player, you can tell they're a good mid player, but you can't tell someone's like a great offlaner necessarily when they're playing poorly, when their team's playing poorly.
Yeah, I think that's a very good point. Well, speaking of Axmo, he's going to be chased down here, and I think he goes down.
Yep. Oh, Zeus, meanwhile, also getting taken down the bottom lane. Kills across the board. We saw the one at top lane, and we'll catch the end of the Shaker rotation. That's another Chen movement here. Solo already level 6 with Arcane Boots. This Chen has been very effective in the Radiant jungle. Perhaps the new patch, maybe we will see some of the return of these junglers here.
Yeah, and I spoke about how... I don't know, in the past, occasionally Vega looked like they weren't keeping up with the pace of teams like Na'Vi, but they're the ones setting the pace at the moment with their Chen. And I do like, as far as junglers are concerned in this patch, I think Chen's the kind of one you want to run, where it's not really, you're not just like farming an extra hero, it's a support that's going to be very active and affecting the game from the start.
So he might gonna come in and be a bit of a dick. He takes a Mud Golem last hit and will wander on his way. Bot lane, Gyrocopter level 7. This is a big threat to Na'Vi if Gyrocopter is able to rotate. Unfortunately right now for Pasha, he doesn't have the mana to kind of support a rotation. If he TPs anywhere, he won't really have much more than a single Rocket Barrage, so not exactly an ideal time for him to be thinking about TPing anywhere, but happy to stay in this bottom lane and continue to maintain his farm. But it looks like a smoke rotation coming his way. Sand King with the AA. They haven't smoked just yet. They'll back off, go in now. The lane ward possibly going to be bypassed as a result, and a fissure into a Burrow Strike could spell the doom of the Gyrocopter. Sand King getting in close. They need the fissure. They're even going to hold. He's going to miss the fissure. Still likely to be a kill here. The cooldown is there. Pasha gets out of this one. And he will still go down here. Not the most well-executed gank from Na'Vi, but they get the job done. But here comes the counter initiations. Ice Shard, Snowball onto 2. Where's the backup damage? It's going to come from the Chen. He gets an ensnare. There's going to be a Queen of Pain. Sonic Wave through the backlines. Gets 1 kill. Can they get the second? Sand King, Saniko the target. He's got no Burrow Strike, no Sandstorm, and no way out of this one. Tusk will get 1 kill. Na'Vi, I think lucky to get away with just 2 casualties there, given that the Queen of Pain rocked up with a Scream Sonic Wave.
But at the same time, it is on their execution, as you said. Like, if they had neatly gotten a gank off, the Fissure hits, the Burrow Strike hits, they could probably get the kill and get back on time. It's because they made a bit of a mess of it that Vega were actually able to capitalize and get the return kills.
Absolutely. And Na'Vi, I think, going to find their tier 1 bottom tower under siege now. Vega said, okay, we're grouped up back bottom lane. Gyrocopter's TP back in after dying. He's now got cooldown. He's got a full mana pool. Fighting into a Gyrocopter now, without Zeus ultimate, without Spectre ultimate, gets very difficult. And I don't think Na'Vi can really defend this one. They're going to TP down here, and it looks like they want to try. Ice Shards go flying out onto Dendi. If Vega really want, they could try and commit to this one. Clockwork's level 6, has a TP if he wants to come down here and join the fray, but for now it's Vega who are just going to back off a little bit and actually swing their attention towards top lane. This rotation scouted. We see the same Observer Ward planted for the second time by Na'Vi, this time around not being dewarded, and it will give Na'Vi the news they need that Sioma is in the top lane.
You gotta respect Na'Vi's early burst damage, I think, especially with the Ancient Apparition maxing Ice Vortex. Interesting that there was a stage where we saw Airs moving to maxing Cold Feet, but now they're back to mostly maxing Ice Vortex first, and certainly in a draft like this with the crazy magic damage burst, if you hit the Vortex, you can blow someone up, you can blow a few people up. Well,
shot top.
Ice...
Ancient Apparition going to be taken out here. Possible counter kill onto the Clockwork, who will get Cold Feet under the tower. Saniko there with a Burrow Strike into Sandstorm. The Chen heal may be enough to save his life. The Snowball there. Saniko gets stunned up, and Clockwork, he's out of the tower aggro. He's now salved as well. Will it be enough damage with the dagger and the horn? The Ice Shards is good, but Dichira able to bypass it thanks to the Spectral Dagger movement, and now Sioma at top in a bit of danger until the Gyrocopter rotation comes. But again, that ward scouting it out, that Na'Vi ward up there has just prevented multiple deaths, I feel, with Gyrocopter's rotation being seen, and Dichira as well as Saniko able to back off because of it.
And I spoke about how that's actually going to be Ice Shards, and Dichira is going to have to use the dagger to get away. I spoke about how Navi's got a very important timing this game, where Vega get the BKB on Gyrocopter. But I'm actually thinking now they have a much earlier timing they're going to hit, and it's as soon as Oddstyle hits level 6. I feel like then, I mean, I did speak about the global potential, but I honestly think that like that first 5 minutes after Ancient Apparition gets level 6, if you hit big ultis with the Zeus ulti, with the Spectre ulti, like chances are Earthshake or Sand King will get something on someone, and it's almost like you've already won the fight. The response is the Chen, I guess, that's it. And Chen is pretty close to mech, but I think his heal's not enough. He needs to like hit heals before Ancient Apparition hits ulti, and he has to probably hit both of them, not just the ulti. So it's a tough game to be Chen if like you're the one who has to save people from the global power, but Ancient Apparition is level 6 now, so this is Na'Vi going for the smoke, and they're going to try and make use of the ulti.
And that's the thing, they have so much set up for the Ice Blast with the Fissure as well as the Burrow Strike that chances are Na'Vi are going to be able to land it. As long as they don't repeat the execution we saw bot lane. They've got vision of all these TPs up here. It looks like they do want to fight. They haven't got Haunt for 28 seconds here. Do they try and fight this one? AA very close having the smoke get popped. Saniko going to charge forward. It looks like they see Solo. They want him. They're going to snowball on down. That goes onto the AA. The Ice Blast not going to amount to too much. It does catch out too, but Na'Vi getting 2 kills to start the fight off. They're going to lose Zeus. Dendi on the back foot here. They catch Clockwork on the wrong side of the Fissure. They're going to move forward. The Burrow Strike Echo Slam. 3 for 2 trade in Na'Vi's favor. I think that's a trade they'll take, considering they blew up the Gyrocopter at the start of the fight and managed to only lose Zeus as far as important heroes go.
And I think, to be honest, I have a feeling that was maybe a better position for Vega than what Na'Vi have to give them as the game progresses in the next few minutes, because of the nature of the global initiation power. There's no reason why Na'Vi has to initiate into like the entire Vega team. A lot of the time Vega's going to be split a bit, and then they're going to get even less. It's not going to be 3 for 2, it'll be like 3 for 1 or 3 for 0.
And that was just the kind of worst possible positioning for Na'Vi. They were in the river on the low ground, moving upwards, so Vega saw them coming with the Chen kind of popping the smoke. Dichira, Screamer's there. Blink over, no one's going to be careful. He's surrounded by 3 heroes here. He has a haste rune, and Dichira has backup nearby. Radiant Observer Ward in this jungle. It looks like Na'Vi realized that's the case. They're trying to take it out with this sentry. They've got so much vision surrounding their jungle in this top lane, but Vega going to bypass it. They pop a smoke, and they're headed back top, looking to fight around some of those cooldowns perhaps, but it's just a Zeus and Earthshaker ulti on cooldown right now, and the Zeus one coming back up very, very soon. This top tier 1 tower, though, it's the target, and it's being taken down.
Yeah, I think the main thing is that the Earthshaker's mid and the Sand King spot, they're both showing on the map, and despite the fact that the other 3 heroes are the ones with the global power, I think that they need either Earthshaker or Sand King to be nearby to actually threaten initiating. So they're going to feel confident whenever they can see that Sand King and Earthshaker are somewhere else on the map.
Fortunately for Na'Vi, the sentry ward just out of detection from this Radiant Observer ward, and Solo will immediately take out an Obs plus sentry duo here.
Sand King's got his blink, he's going in.
Here we go, Blink, Bar Epicenter. If they hit this Ice Blast with a finish, that's going to be the death of the Gyrocopter. Chen, the heals. I believe he got maybe one of them off before the Ice Blast, but regardless of the heals, the Gyrocopter goes down. So Nico, going to be a casualty of war for Na'Vi, but the chase is on. Na'Vi want more. Ra pops a wand, trying to heal himself back up. The Sonic Wave off to the side. Queen of Pain gets 2, though, and it's even better from the Queen of Pain. They perhaps overcommitted onto the Gyrocopter, and Na'Vi going to pay the price. Ra on the run here, gets blinked on, screamed, Ice Shards there, he can go over this one, but the Snowball will follow him. Rocket Flare will catch up to him, and Sioma gets the punch! Throws him up in the air, secures a 4th kill, and Vega come out on top. What went wrong for Na'Vi there?
There's 2 things. Firstly, the Ice Blast gets used just for one hero, the hero that they try burst down at the start, and that means that Chen can make good value on both of his heals in the fight. The second thing I think is that Mag did really well to isolate Dandy. He caught Dandy with his hook shot, his cog, and Dandy ended up dying to the Sonic Wave, but it's not really about the fact that Dandy dies, it's about the fact that after the initiation, Navi's main damage source at the moment is Dandy. Zeus needs to be spamming those spells, and if Clockwork's cornered him on the side and he can't cast spells on anyone, all of a sudden Na'Vi looks really weak. Like, sure, they burst one hero down at the start, but, you know, where's the sustained damage output?
And Dandy's actually responding to this. He was going for a first item 4-staff, and he was quite close to it before the fight began, but unfortunately didn't have it. If he has that, it's a lot easier to play against the Clockwork. They still can look to burst him down with the Scream Sonic Wave following up the hook, but oh, hold on that second. Solo will get caught on the Chen. Quick and easy pick off for Na'Vi, but the 4-staffs are just going to be kind of the crucial item, it feels like, this game.
Yeah, absolutely. So happy to see, because the ongoing conversation we've been having is about the Aether Lens and when you should buy it over the Force or the Glimmer Cape, and really happy to see that it's not like Dandy rushing an Aether Lens in this game, because honestly, yeah, they're going to lose every fight where Clockwork controls Zeus, and just by the Force stuff, suddenly Clockwork can't single-handedly control you. It's vital in this game.
Yeah, and it feels like Aether Lens still is the core item that you want to get for Zeus, but very much it doesn't have to be the first item. If you need that cheap, costly utility item like a 4-staff, get it before the Aether Lens, because you're not going to get the benefits of an Aether Lens if you're going down at the start of every fight. And Sand King similarly also going for a 4-staff. We'll see Nico actually get a lot of farm this game. He's the most farmed Na'Vi hero somehow. He's been in, let's say 12 of their 11 kills. He's been in 10 of their 11 kills. Pardon my math, it's early in the morning. And Nico, level freaking 11. That's a level 2 Sand King ultimate for these fights. He's just been on the receiving end of a lot of kills this game, and as a result has a ton of farm, which makes the BKB timing for Vega that much more important this game.
Yeah, he did spend quite a lot of time in the jungle early on. Like, he actually at level 5, he had level 3 in Sandstorm, so you could tell that there's a prioritization of, you know, him getting farm. But he's also been in all the kills, and it's yeah. Have they seen Aximo's Blink Dagger? Have Vega spotted it anywhere? So I know they know about the Sand King, but
I don't believe they have. I mean, I guess you know Sand King has a blink, so whether Earthshaker does or doesn't, either way, you're going to be kind of playing careful around that fact, I would say. But it seems Vega may be still intent on going towards his bottom lane. The Rocket Flare is being used to scout, but a nice little smoke from the Sand King. And Nico, as well as the Shaker, both in position. Here's the Epicenter going in. There's going to be a Blink, Echo Slam onto 2. The AoE's there. The Ice Blast catches 3. Na'Vi! Oh, they're back. They've taken out 1 kill. The Snowball forward blocks some of the damage. The Gyrocopter goes charging in, but it's charging into their own death. Na'Vi have secured themselves a team wipe. Deechirance and Nico surviving on a sliver of HP. The Queen of Pain Illusion Rune gets taken out. And what an initiation, and what an even better Ice Blast, making sure all those kills happen. That was the perfect time to use a smoke for Na'Vi, just to bypass the Rocket Flare scouting.
And this time the Ice Blast hits almost all the heroes. I think it was 3 or 4, and Chen did really well actually to heal before it connected, but his mech didn't come on time. The mech was like right after the Ice Blast, so it didn't really do anything, and that's the combo power that Na'Vi have. And if you can't see Sand King, if you can't see Earthshaker and you're Vega, you have to be scared of it, because the other heroes, their spells can come from anywhere. So they really just need to be, I think Vega, the only thing they need to be concerned about is where are Earthshaker and Sand King, but they need to be very concerned about that. And I don't think they make the same mistake again, because, I mean, if they were to lose another fight like that, their hopes in this game are like halved, I would say, because Spectre gets 1 or 2 more items, and suddenly it's just scary as hell for Vega, sorry.
And it's scary right now, I feel, because for them, this Gyro BKB is quite a long ways off, and the problem is, for Vega, they want a 5-man, and if they split up and try and farm, they'll get picked apart. Na'Vi has great pick-off potential with the Blink Initiators, the Zeus, the Spectre. As much as like the global strategy is great for team fighting, it's also great for finding pickoffs, and at the same time, if they're grouping as 5, Vega are not going to be able to easily farm up that Gyro BKB, so it seems the answer is to push around the ulti cooldowns. They know the Echo, the Epicenter on cooldown for a bit longer, so they're going to take a tier 1 tower and try and even go for this tier 2 tower. We'll see if this is going to be too greedy. They get some Observer wards up to C behind here, and it looks like this should be an okay fight for Vega to take, for the time being at least.
Mag looking, yeah, he's going in.
Yep, he's found the AA. Queen of Pain will get the Sonic Wave. Dendy's already used the 4-star here. He's going to look to turn this one around. The cooldown, Dendy, don't walk back into it. He gets out of it just barely. Shaker's managed to save his life. Dichira does not get the additional kill onto the Chen as the TP out comes, but now there's trouble. Burrowsec will cancel the Jarix TP, and suddenly that BKB Dream I was talking about looking very faint. Oh, see, Tusk making a nice little play to get a solo kill onto Dendy before he goes down. That gets him a nice little chunk of gold, but the bigger worry is that was a triple kill for Dichira. This first item Diffusal definitely paying off here. I was going to kind of ask you about what your thoughts are on the Diffusal. It's definitely working out for Dichira, but interesting to see a deviation away from the standard Radiance build.
Yeah, it was interesting. I noticed earlier on when he started with like all these early items, he had the wand and the Ring of Aquila and the treads, and it looked to me like, okay, he wants to get active early on, and yet he didn't go for the urn, which is the conventional way that Spectres do get active early on, and that's what I think tips his hand that he might go for the Diffusal Blade. Because if you're going to save all the way to the Radiance, you probably get the urn. You don't go the urn because you're going to buy a cheaper, quicker like damage output item, and I think it's totally fine, to be honest. I think that this is, I mean, there was a stage in the history of Dota where this was kind of the go-to thing. If you don't think that you can wait till Radiance, if you think you need to do something now, Diffusal Blade's the item. And remember, Diffusal Blade's been buffed many times since the last time Spectre was buying it a lot, so it's definitely worth re-exploring.
What do you feel Vega need to do now? They are still lacking BKB on Gyrocopter. Like, can they group up? Can they take objectives? Do they need to solo farm? Oh, Blink, Fire Strike, Epicenter. They're going to get a kill onto the Clockwork to start things off, and Quap, perhaps slightly in panic or slightly just worried about what was nearby, which was a Shaker and Sand King. We'll use that 10-second BKB, I believe. So, to go back to the question, Vega are going to look for a pickup on Dendy now, and we'll find a cooldown Walrus Punch. Dendy 4-staff away. Can he survive this? No, siree. So they find a pickup. Is this the game plan? Do they go for pickups?
Well, it's difficult to actually guarantee that you get them though, because Na'Vi could actually play around that. And I agree with what you said earlier about the fact that Vega are kind of stuck in the sense that if they split up, then they definitely get picked off by the global. If they group up, then they could walk into all the AoE. I think that the correct approach is basically Chen needs to be the one that's dealing with Na'Vi's team fight. And for that, they need to not all get hit by AA Ice Blast. It looked like in that fight at the bot lane that Mag was thinking that, okay, if I initiate on the Ancient Apparition, then we won't all get hit by Ice Blast, we're going to win the fight. I think they can't afford, unfortunately, for Mag to be the one doing it. I think they need Mag to be controlling Earthshaker, Sand King, or Zeus. And they need to just avoid getting hit by big Ice Blast, you know, of their own accord. And I think that's the major challenge. Probably they need to somehow win a fight. Like, sure, you can dance around, go for pickoffs, try and dodge pickoffs. That approach only lasts so long until there's a fight, and to win that fight, Chen has to be able to heal people, and for that, Ancient Apparitions also just can't be connecting with a lot of heroes.
Yeah. Well, right now it looks like they're just trying to scrap together the BKB for Gyrocopter. Just about 1,000 gold short, and Na'Vi are going to throw an Ice Blast at top. Sand King, is he winding up for this one? Doesn't look like it. Ice Blast off the mark, and Sand King also did not have Epicenter. This Sand King, by the way, top of the net worth chart.
Yeah, not just top of his team anymore, just top period. And that's pretty impressive by Seneko, I would say. Like, even if he's had farm time, even if he's been around a lot of kills.
Possibly winding up here. Rocket Flare to scout. Dendy. Whoa! looking for the AA, it looked like, although Dendi does still have the Force Staff if he needed to use it on his teammate there, and not sure he had all the vision he needed. Off to the sides, it's Axmo, Radiant Observer. We'll see him, though. Do they go for this one? Ice Shards will cancel his blink. He's going to turn. Fissure looking probably just to defensively blink, and yeah, not a fight.
I honestly think if Mag had caught AA with that hook there, that might actually go really badly for Vega, the same way it did previously in a similar position, because the Sand King and Earthshaker were like around the edges, and it's just, I really don't think they can afford Clockwork to only be controlling Ancient Apparition.
Well, it looked like he was going to just go for Dendi there, but decided kind of the AA was maybe the more important kill to make sure Chen gets... I mean, so the Chen heals can be guaranteed by killing the AA, I guess, is kind of the reasoning behind that, do you feel?
Yeah, it's absolutely the reasoning. I just feel like the Clock's got more important work to do, and it's possible to deal with AA ulti without killing AA. You can just, position in a way that it's difficult to hit multiple heroes. And sure, if AA hits one person, that's still damaging to that person, but if everyone else is getting the double heal, I think that's actually a fight that Vega can win. I think that the healing is a very effective way of dealing with Navi's strategy outside of everyone tanking the Ice Blast.
As far as other items go, no signs of something like a Pipe, I feel, which would also be a great item against it. Sioma did go for the Veil of Discord, giving someone magic resistance we can find. See, initiation here is Sioma just poking around, being a bit annoying here. So Nico at top, level 16. That is a level 3 Epicenter. He is by far the highest hero level in the game. That is a big stamp of approval from me on his Sand King play. And looking at Dichara, with the great start he's had and the game slowing down a little bit, and also Na'Vi just able to fight with his current items, he's able to save up for a Relic now, so he will go back for the Radiance after the Defusal, and that is some good news for Na'Vi right now. Shot.
He gets hooked.
Dichara gonna get caught out here. They're trying to blow him up. He gets the horn out. Where did he go? He's down bottom on the gyrocopter. He barely gets killed, I want to say. He almost managed to get to the high ground there to survive. That was pretty nicely played from Dichara, but the burst damage was just too much, and that Observer Ward giving Vega the vision they needed. That's a big kill to get, and he hadn't bought the Relic yet, so they will slow him down.
I think it's a bit of a blunder by Na'Vi when they have, like, as we're describing, they have quite a lot of control of the game right now. They're threatening to punish being alone, threatening to punish being grouped up. The fact that there's so many Vega wards on the map, and especially a ward in Na'Vi's jungle, I don't think that, especially they have a Zeus. Like, I think it's sloppy of Na'Vi to allow Vega to have that kind of vision of them, and if they don't have that kind of vision, you're not going to see them going that deep to try and kill the Spectre.
Yeah, I definitely agree, and I feel like Na'Vi, even in their current position, can be... Yes, they're farming up the Radiance on Spectre, and that's like 4k net worth that they're not fighting with, but it does feel like the sheer power of their ultimates allows them to at least make some aggressive plays. It feels like they've found so much success with Vega coming to them and playing to their team fight. Now that Vega backed off to farm like a Gyro BKB and stuff, they decided to sit back and farm themselves when they were the ones with I mean, not so much a net worth lead, but at least like an overall team fight advantage, it felt like.
So Aghanim Sept on Chen, actually an interesting interaction with that in the AA, because 30-second cooldown now, where AA ulti is 40-second cooldown. So that means that if you really keep forcing the aggression, it's possible to, like, assuming there's still people alive after AA ulti, that as soon as Chen's ulti is back up again, you've got that 10-second window.
Uh-oh. Blink, Fire Strike, Epicenter with the Ice Blast, Zeus ultimate, no chance to BKB. Gyro gets taken down. That is one way to kill heroes with BKBs.
Yeah, and that's how you remind Vega that, hey, by the way, like, you guys have become complacent, but you can't be alone. Well, speaking of being alone, that's Aximo's death, definitely, as well.
It feels like he was trying to do the same thing Sand King was doing, which is just stay on the side of the map, wait for a hero to come to farm the lane, and go for these pickoffs using a Blink ultimate from either Sand King or Earthshaker, followed up by the Ice Blast and the global presence of a Spectre or a Thunder God's Wrath. So I don't mind his death as much as the Gyrocopters. I feel like he had a clear plan in mind for Gyro. It's like, okay, let's just farm alone, and it was very much just not respecting what Na'Vi were doing.
Yeah, I absolutely agree, and even though they killed Earthshaker there, I think Vega have to, like, they're going to catch on to the fact that when they're alone, Earthshaker or Sand King are trying to stalk people. They're staking out those side lanes, and anyone who pushes too far alone is just going to die. So it gets into Vega's head. Well, here's the Ice Blast.
Yep, well, Clockwork already in some trouble here, and Dendi going to get snowballed here. Does he look to turn and fight? He's got no ultimate for the time being. We'll cancel the TP of Sioma. Burrow Strike follows it up. Sioma still in some trouble here. Spectre comes back. He's got the Relic, and it looks like he may be able to find himself a second kill. He will double kill for Dichara. That'll gift him his Radiance. And suddenly Na'Vi back in the driver's seat.
Yeah, and I mean, we usually talk about how Chen's heal can counteract Spectre's Radiance, but Chen's heals already had to do the job of counteracting all the other damage, so this is now an extra damage source, and I don't see that there's an extra healing source. As you said, they're not building into a pipe anywhere. I guess there is also a Glimmer Cape, but I don't see any like new defensive item coming up on any hero on Vega anytime soon, so even though the damage on Na'Vi is increasing, the survivability on Vega not really keeping up, I would say.
And Jaru's trying to just build tanky. He's gone straight into an ultimate ult after his BKB. Oh, that's gonna be a kill on Queen of Pain. Epicenter with the Zeus ultimate, the Ice Blast. Again, we see pickoffs on the heroes that have BKBs. Do you feel like Vega should have just gone like instantly into like smoke plays and team fights as soon as they got the double BKBs? Because they farmed the BKBs and now they've tried to farm, which has so far backfired with what the Blink Initiators can do. Pasha going to BKB TP away. Now he's just chewing away at his BKB timer right now.
I mean, it's very tough for them. I kind of do feel like they had to try and win fights, but it's tough because just before they got the BKBs, they kind of had lost some fights. They got blown up in that bottom fight, and so it's fresh in their minds that they could just lose if they charge into a fight. But I think even though it's difficult, like what I was saying earlier, like Clock needs to control one of the other three heroes. They need to somehow avoid the ALT as well. Those are difficult things to do, but for me, that's still the best way for Vega to approach this game.
I think the hardest thing is controlling heroes when there's 3 4-staffs on the map is something that Clockwork can get an initiation, but unless Queen of Pain commits with like a follow-up, a hero like an Earthshaker or a Sand is just going to easily 4-staff out of those initiations. So it just doesn't even feel like Vega have guaranteed kills unless they want to commit a Sonic Wave. And we do see no one going for an Accept, which I think he realizes like his Sonic Wave is the one way they just burst down heroes with the Clockwork, so he wants to have that shorter cooldown.
Yeah, it makes sense to me. Do you think, speaking of Ags, do you think Seneko is about to buy an entire Ags for himself? He's got the gold for the whole thing, and I certainly would like to see Sanking Ags in action.
I'd love to see it. The Burrow Strike range is pretty fun. You still get the upgrade to the Epicenter, or is it just the Burrow Strike?
No, it's only the Burrow Strike.
Okay.
So it's, I mean, if you don't get value out of that long range, then it's actually very underwhelming, obviously.
He has Blink and Force stuff. I don't feel it's essential. Obviously, you can be Burrow Striking more heroes because of the range. It just travels through more units, but I don't think it's a core item. I think he could theoretically get more value from other items like a Shiver's Guard or even like a AC type item, but there's a lot of kind of merit to the Acceptor as well. So I don't think it's like Accept is the best item here. I think there's kind of different ways he can play it.
Yeah, I think I agree with that. I mean, he could even go for a Hex, to be honest. Just another way to deal with the BKB heroes.
Yep. He's being the most farm. Do you go into that carry Sanking build? I don't know what the carry Sanking build is, but I've seen it done in the past, but perhaps too many utility items to kind of justify that at the time being. Dendi is building a Veil, so they're going to look for some magic damage amplification. He's gone full utility. He's picked up 3 small items and he's getting a 4th small item, so I mean, for him, Deech around mid lane, he's been caught out here. Will he get any spells? I don't think he's going to get hot. He has no buyback, luckily. There's the Epicenter Burrow Strike from Seneko. He's in the middle of things here. Queen of Pain gets one more Scream off. Na'Vi kill the Spectre, or get their Spectre killed, get 2 kills and return onto Vega. The chase possibly is on though. 1 Lightning Bolt from Dendi. He's going to be careful. He's going to chase it alone, but a nice 2-hero Burrow Strike. Seneko helping his team out, but he's maybe overcommitted. Blink, Echo from Axmo. He gets the Fissure as well onto a couple. Seneko very low. Blink Scream will take him down. That's 900 gold going to the Queen of Pain, and Na'Vi, without Spectre, cannot take this fight. If they just had a Spectre buyback there, I imagine that going horribly for Vega, but they burst down Spectre before a Horn could be used and turn the fight into a 5v4.
Yeah, so what Na'Vi needs to learn from that fight, from that whole scenario, is that they don't have the healing power that Vega have, so yes, they got 4 stars, but if Spectre gets caught by the burst damage, he's gonna die. Like, he's not that tanky. That's basically the only serious risk for Na'Vi at the moment. Spectre getting burst down. At the same time, Vega, I think, needs to... I mean, you're saying it's hard for Clockwork to control hero because of the 4 stars. I think that at very least, Mag should try and make it his job to stop Seneko from getting a nice Blink initiation. Because time and time again, we see a really nice Epicenter double stun coming in, and even if you can't actually control, like, keep the Sanking in place, you can at least disable his Blink tag, and that's something I think Vega needs to be doing a bit better as the game progresses.
Well, there's, I guess, 2 big threats with the Earthshaker and Sanking, but for now it is the Sanking the big one. What's he actually bought? He spent some money. It will be a Hex, like you mentioned, as some more control to deal with the BKBs on the side of Vega. Give them some more potential to jump on in. No one's now picked up a plate mail for himself, so we'll see either the AC build up or the shivers for him. I feel more likely the AC. Don't think they need the shivers to deal with, like, there's not that much physical damage right click. The AC kind of amplifies up their own physical damage.
Yeah, I think that makes sense to me. And did we mention that the Chen is actually going back for pipe now and very close to it as well?
I saw the hood pick up and I haven't mentioned it yet, so a pipe makes a big difference against this draft. Even if it does come at this stage of the game, it feels like a core item for them. And Vega's doing everything right as far as itemization, it feels like right now.
Yeah, absolutely they are. And like that's what I was saying, like there's a risk of Na'Vi getting more damage in Vega, like not being able to get more survivability items, but pipe is the one they needed, it's the one they're getting, and yeah, I agree that they're doing the right things in terms of itemizing, but I do think it's all about the Sand King. Like, I mean, it's not that surprising. He's right at the top of the net worth, but in the team fights, I think they can't be giving him like double impales, double bar strikes all the time. They can't be giving him good ultis. And in terms of the pickoffs with this Hex, I feel like now if you're alone on the map as Vega, probably any hero, if Sand King catches them and chains the stun and the Hex, that's pretty
Hex in mid.
Speaking of the Hex,
it's going to be a catch on Quap, and they throw out the ultimates to make sure they secure. They don't even need the Ice Blast. Spectre's still got the Haunt going. Blink Echo on 2! Axpo's found the catch, and a BKB from Gyrocopter will elude the epicenter damage. Instead, Sand King finds kills onto the side, perhaps. He's gone into Sandstorm, catches out 2, but now in some trouble as they dust him up. He self-uses, and another Burrow Strike could come in and catch a couple. He's in a perfect position. The Totem on 2, they're trapped. It's the choke point. They get the Richard Lewis treatment, and 2 more go down. Vega only survive with the Gyrocopter BKB TP out. Na'Vi lose Spectre though, but I think it's a worthwhile trade for them.
Yeah, and this time Spectre dies, but it's in the middle of the fight. It's not right at the beginning of the fight. That's fine. Like we saw that Vega actually managed to get a positive trade in a fight where they burst down Spectre at the start, and it's probably got into their head that that's the route to win a fight potentially. Spectre goes down without having that much of an impact. All of a sudden, then we can sustain through the rest of the heroes, but if you start focusing the Spectre when you're already like one and a half, maybe even 2 heroes down, it's at that point Spectre's like, fine, I'll go down and I'll take you with me.
And I feel like as much as Vega itemizing right, they're getting tankier, and for Na'Vi they don't have those like great kind of defensive heals to protect Spectre. Once Spectre gets harder to harass, this game gets very difficult for Vega, because I don't feel like their damage output is going to increase by that much anytime soon. The way Gyrocopter's built is purely defensive, so getting the damage to kill a Spectre with a heart gets very tricky. You throw like a Mantis Cell on top of that, it gets impossible.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think that Vega Squadron are on a timer. I mean, I think that to a large extent they've been on a timer for most of the game, ever since Na'Vi won that first big fight at the bot lane. And in that respect, in the context of, the inevitability is kind of on Na'Vi's side, I think Vega have done a good job here and there, take a good fight, buy the right items. But the timer remains what it is, and Seneko gets another catch at the top lane.
It's the Gyro, and the ulti's just coming in. That global presence, it's also bottom lane with Spectre looking for the Clockwork. The Blade Mail returning some of this damage. The Shaker blinks in, has a vision to make sure Spectre doesn't get in too much trouble, and they'll get Spectre out of there. So, an item pickup.
There's something really great. There's something really great to me about the fact that there's a support hero who's got the highest net worth, 36 minutes into the game. He also has the most kills. Because usually, like, if you look at those kind of like superficial statistics, they don't tell you the full story, and here they kind of do. Like, this has been the Seneko show. This has been all about the Sand King.
Yep.
He's been making plays left, right, and center before he goes Hex, after he got his Hex, and I love it. I actually really like the stats of the game. For whatever reason, they've managed to work out in a way that they properly represent who's the most important player so far in this game.
Seneko, he's definitely singing that kind of MVP shoes. But I mean, overall, like, the Na'Vi draft has just completely come together with the global treatment. I mean, it's something not entirely new. It's been done time and time again, but it feels like Na'Vi are really executing it to perfection. Like, they have 3 heroes sitting back. The Sand King and the Earthshaker are just going off for the pickoffs, and they've got this formula which Vega just don't have an answer to.
Yeah, they do. And Vega, honestly, I just think would have wanted to have like a slightly more successful, very early game. We spoke at the start about Queen of Pain versus Zeus, and we didn't actually see Queen of Pain getting a big advantage against the Zeus. the only advantages in that lane came from like when either side was really ganking into the lane. Vega got something of a small lead, I want to say early on, but it never really reached, what, did it reach the 5k mark? Not even that, and as soon as they lost one team fight, they were just like winded.
Yeah, this is the biggest net worth lead we've seen all game long right now, and it comes off the couple of big pickoffs on Gyrocopter as well as Clockwork at the bottom lane. Perhaps not quite as big a pickoff, but for Vega's side of things, they've kept up the farm. They haven't completely fallen off. Bottom lane, Axmo perhaps looking for the Tusk, but he's got backup here, and Axmo's trying to be doing the same thing that Sneako's been doing, but he's just found a lot less success at the bottom lane. It's been Sneako up top, Axmo down bottom, and I think just by the nature of the way the map pans out, Vega are committing 3 to 4 heroes bottom, and it's normally just one hero like the Quap or the Gyro farming top. So, oh wow, nope, this time around not successful.
Yeah, it was actually, he actually ran into Sneako, and Sneako was like, "No, I'm not going for you. I've seen your allies nearby recently."
Heart almost complete for Spectre. He gets the Reaver now, so does feel like impending doom for Vega Squadron if they're not careful.
Yeah, one of the really tricky things for Vega Squadron is that Gyrocopter said his BKB would be big. It is big, right? When he's in BKB, there's really nothing that could touch him much on the Na'Vi side. But in this game, the way things looked when he finished his BKB, he felt forced to go for the Skadi next, so he doesn't really have the damage. Like, he's now building into it, he's got that Demon Edge, but if he had more damage, they could maybe punish Na'Vi for the fact that they don't have much healing, they don't have that much saving other than the 4-staffs, but it's that kind of catch-22 where if you're the Gyrocopter, like,
oh, Blink Echo mid. They've called out 2 here, the Fissure as well. Their Sneako even falls up with an FPC. He's got the Hex onto the Tusk. It's 3 dead. Tusk down. Gyro trying to TP out. The BKB is going to wear off and they'll get the cancel. Oh no, in comes Queen of Pain with a BKB Sonic Wave Scream, but Na'Vi still alive, still healthy. Queen of Pain's even bought back for this one. And it looks like no one going to be on the run here. He's being chased down. The Yule Scepter's there. There's a Burrow Strike soon. They'll get that. They'll get the Totem. They'll get the Queen of Pain. It's a dieback. And Na'Vi, they're looking so good right now. They've pulled ahead 38 kills to 23. 39 minutes in. They're averaging almost a kill a minute right now. And it's just been impressive play all around for them. Shaker even looking to style on Vega's picked up a Dagon now. Well, Spectre, Heart of Tarrasque, Scan. Is this hopeless for Vega now, do you feel?
I mean, they have to somehow... Yeah, I don't know. Gyrocopter needs to get an item or two, because if you look during the previous fights, as I was saying before, like, during the BKB of Gyrocopter and Queen of Pain, actually, Na'Vi kind of stall out. It's like they have to just wait out the BKB. Nothing they can do until it runs out. Queen of Pain at one point was standing in BKB and 4 Na'Vi heroes, and they were just like kind of like looking at her saying, okay, fine, we'll wait. So Gyrocopter needs to find those damage items, at which point, you know, maybe the BKB time can be useful, but before those damage items are up, Hex on Clockwork.
Oh, they'll get the blink back on the Snowball, and that's a Fissure on multiple heroes, a Burrow Strike on multiple heroes. Here goes Dandy. The damage is too much for these heroes to deal with, it feels like. The Sentry will detect Sneako, hookshot onto 2. It's going to be a defensive Yules, it looks like, onto Sand King. He does not get a Burrow Strike out. He goes down. That's a big loss for Na'Vi. I believe it was their top farmed hero, although now Spectre takes that spot, and Na'Vi don't get anything out of that one, it looks like. Axmo's still trying to set up on this top lane, but no one's coming in. And by no one, I actually mean no one, not the player.
Nobody is coming in. Zeus, actually, by the way, we were talking earlier about how he bought all the utility items, he wasn't the top farmer, he was actually really far behind the Spectre and the Sand King, but the last couple of fights caught up a lot, and Dandy has an entire Refresher, which he's already used once, and I think that's pretty scary because it's yet another source of damage. And, you know, we spoke about the dynamic of getting more damage versus them getting more healing, and I sort of feel like Vega are just about maxed out in terms of defensive capabilities. They're at the point where they have to...
Here comes an Ice Blast. They want to contest Roshan, and this is so bad. The Blink Echo not really as on point as they would have liked to. He immediately 4-staffs out. Roshan's still low. Vega just could not kill it fast enough, and Na'Vi swarming in. Dichara getting low himself here. Has a dagger in 2 seconds, but he's trapped in the middle of Vega, and Vega... They get one, they're looking for a second. It's going to be Axmo gets 4-staff out of the cogs here. Dandy just doing so much damage from the backlines here. Needs to get past the cogs, can't really do so. And Roshan secured. Gyro picks it up. Vega going to salvage things at the Roshan pit. It looked bad with Na'Vi swooping in. The Ice Blast catching a number of heroes, but they just didn't get the Echo Slam they were looking for. It hit Roshan, but it didn't hit much else.
Yeah, they didn't have Seneko in that fight, right? Which is the major issue, because he's been the kind of serious playmaker. He's the one who's got the hex, so he can stop people getting BKBs off. And I feel like maybe Na'Vi could have contested even without him, but they needed to be more careful about it. They were kind of thinking, the enemy teams at Rush, we've got this really nice, like, global AoE combo, surely we can just stop them. And then they just kind of went in guns a-blazing. It wasn't really coordinated of all of them at the same time.
And just Vincere, I think, slightly overcommitting, despite having the heart of Taraski. He's full committing into a fight, and Vega eventually bring him down. They do such a good job zoning some of the Na'Vi backlines, like the cogs, the ice shards. It means when Vincere commits to a fight, potentially he has no backup if the Clockwork and the Tusk play the fights right, and that's exactly what happened around the pit. There's all these like little small choke points which you can just block off.
Top lane.
Oh no.
That's the Aegis gone.
Not again. Not going to actually use the Hex. Okay. Looks like not quite enough damage coming out for the kill there. There's a 5-second B. I think it was already a 5-second BKB, so either way, the BKB usage doesn't really matter for Vega.
I think if they use the Hex plus the Zeus ulti there, they probably do get the Aegis.
Yep.
So interesting that they decided not to. Maybe wanted to save. Maybe Dandy wanted to save his ulti till Vincire's alive. Otherwise, there's the chance of Vega capitalizing on that window where there's no Thunder God's Wrath. Also, just his refresh orb, right? He wants to use two ultis together.
So now they'll back off here, perhaps feeling confident they can play a bit more of a slow-paced farming game with the lead they've got, but Gyro will put together items. He's still just sitting on the Demon Edge. Remains to be seen if it's going to be a MKB or a perhaps Desperation Rapier. If things take a turn for the bad, perhaps that's where you see something like the Rapier, but for now, with Tier 2 towers still standing, I think an MKB perhaps more likely.
When last did you look at Aximo's items?
I've seen the Dagon, yeah. He's having a bit of fun here.
Dagon 2, Shadow Blade, just like...
Oh, catches AA, Shaker in position, gets the fishes, he's go for the blink. It doesn't look like it. His blink's actually been cancelled, and Quap blinking in with a BKB. Won't find too much out of it, but at this stage, it feels like Vega just happy to throw their BKBs for a solo pick-off, knowing that they can just back off, and the BKB's already down to 5 seconds, so... Gyro's still holding on to Aegis. BKB himself has about 2.5, 3 minutes on this one. I mean, this game is not lost for Vega. Navi's been finding kills, but the fights have not been going so well for them. Spectre this time...
Vega actually in a pretty strong... I think they're in a pretty strong position right now, actually, especially while the A is dead. They still don't want to push it, but with the heals up while the A is dead, and Clockwork, I think, especially since he got his Aghanim Scepter.
They've gone in on the Quap, and it looks like they'll get the Quap, the Zeus ultimate, enough to help secure the kill. Clockwork now on the run. Spectre, Horn Illusion still doing a lot of damage to get the cancel onto the Chen. Clockwork going for a TP himself. Can Seneko find him with the Zeus ultimate? I believe so. Burst like half a second. A millisecond too late, it felt like, and Na'Vi get just 2 kills. Use pretty much most of their ultis. Echo Slam, Haunt, double Zeus ulti. They still have the Epicenter Ice Blast, but ultimately for them, it's kills going their way.
Yeah, there's a little bit of it's not quite smooth a retreat from Vega there, because they had the sense maybe they can pressure, then they're like, let's actually play it safe, and when they pull out, they don't pull out together, they don't pull out that quickly, get caught on their way out, and it's a bit of a disaster for them actually. So both teams in this game have from time to time, I think, been punished for the occasional like slip up of laziness or sloppiness.
See if there's more where that came from. It feels like Vega may need a slip-up or two from Na'Vi to kind of help get them back in this game. Vincere perhaps caught out here, has a dagger soon, Epicenter being channeled. Looks like Seneko feels like he's got to go in to help out the dagger out, and Clockwork going to pay for this one with his life. He dies to the Seneko Sand King, who was just in the right place at the right time. Seneko's not done, he's chasing for more, gets the Yule Scepter off, sets up onto the Tusk, who can't get that Glimmer Cape off. He'd love to get the magic resistance, but the Chain Stun from Na'Vi proving to be too much to deal with, and Na'Vi finding pickoffs while other Vega heroes are dead. The Chen and the Quap means there's just no way for Vega to try and fight that one.
Yeah, Oddstyle actually, I think, getting himself picked off in the previous fights, where I thought Vega might actually try and get something out of it. He has a pretty easy job to do here, and it is something I think worth pointing out. Like, he shouldn't be getting picked off. I wanted to say Clockwork because he has Aghanim Scepter, can now afford to maybe go for the Ancient Apparition and then still have another hook, but I mean, Oddstyle's job is basically just stand far back.
Hex, Burrow Strike, there's the Echo Slam. They want the Quap. One heal comes off before, but Quap without buyback has now been taken out of the picture, and I think Na'Vi know that that's a big pick-off for them to get, and the Gyrocopter's Aegis has been timed out. At this point, Gyro has money for a Rapier. Is he going for it? I believe that's the case. Yes, he has. Rapier en route on the Courier, making sure the Courier does not get taken out. He's committed as the Aegis expires as well, but he's saying we need it and we need it bad. But we've seen what Na'Vi can do as far as bursting down heroes before they BKB. It's going to be so hard to keep this gyrocopter alive.
Yeah, at the same time, if he does stay alive for like a full set of flak shots, it's scary for Na'Vi. Like, they should hopefully be aware that, you know, they don't have that healing power. They don't have that keep one another alive power other than their 4 staff. So I agree with you. It shouldn't be that difficult for them to deal with the gyro. But if they let the gyro get a lot of hits off in a fight, it's like, maybe this is the chance that Vega have. I actually support Vega's play to go for Rapier. I think that this is like what the game's come to.
It's what's your chance of winning the game if you go for an MKB? And I'd say it doesn't really increase. The chance of winning the game with a Rapier, I feel like, it does increase by a little bit, even if you may just lose the game right away should Gyro get caught. You go for the MKB, Gyro gets caught with a buyback. Okay, game's still not over. Even if he doesn't have a buyback, like, Vega's losing Quap time and time again. It doesn't end the game, but this Rapier could lose, like, could be the game over, but an MKB is... There's no win condition with an MKB, it feels like.
Yeah, I completely agree. It's like, with an MKB, it would be like, let's hope we get lucky, then I'll get another item. Like, the MKB on its own just wouldn't be enough. Whereas Rapier is maybe the one damage item that on its own could counteract the fact that he's got no other damage items. Like, all of his other items are just for survivability, really.
I love how, I mean, you talk about the Sanking, how farmed he is. Look at this solo Chen, 15k plus net worth, the second most farmed hero in the game. He's actually done an amazing job. Something we haven't talked about is his ancient creeps, his creeps in general, have always been split pushing the side lanes, forcing Na'Vi back, making it a lot trickier for Na'Vi to group up and go for a push because of it.
Well, he has that smoke play, and this feels like the play, and Refresh Orb comes up just before that on Seneko.
Well, it's good for Na'Vi, they've got the Refresh Orb, but also bad if they catch Seneko, he's got no buyback. That could be a huge kill for Vega to get. The Chen going to show himself in the mid lane. It looks like he's trying to bait, and Dicha Ra running into them. Has buyback, but he's going to get snowballed. Hookshotted. Can they burst him down? They BKB the Burrow Strike onto 4. Seneko! He's going to go for the refresh play. Another Burrow Strike onto 4. The Echo Slam from Expo! Are you freaking kidding me? Na'Vi! I don't know if they're back, but
Okay.
Seneko, he's back.
He just, I mean, so that's what, 2.17 seconds, so 4.34. That, like, on his own, he like, Sand King just black holed the enemy team, essentially. That's impressive, I think.
That was just fucking incredible, man. I have never seen a Sand King performance like this. This is something to aspire to, not just for Sand King players, but for support players out there. Seneko, just a hell of a showing. And it's not like he just put the team on his back. I feel like Na'Vi as a whole, it was a really good strategy. The entire team executed, played it well. Like, Dendi has a bit of a slow start, but very much it's a matchup thing. He's playing against the Quap mid, the Chen's roaming him. Na'Vi understood that that's not going to cost them the game. Dendi's just inevitably going to die a few times, and everything just came together so well in the mid game for Na'Vi.
Yeah, look, the draft was good, the team played well in general, but Seneko was a freaking god as well. Like, let's not avoid that point. He was absolutely brilliant in this game.
Well, that's game number 1. It is a best of 3. We're going to see what Vega do to bounce back, guys. It's Na'Vi versus Vega, semi-final, single elimination, loser eliminated from the BTS series, Europe number 1. I'm God, joining me as Scat. Don't go anywhere, we've got game 2 coming your way after this. Draft is underway. I'm Gods, and joining me is Scant once again. We've got Na'Vi with a 1-0 lead, and they've gone completely in a different direction this game, it feels like, with this opening pick, Scant.
Yeah, and this is actually more fitted to what they've been doing recently. They've really been favoring the Tira's Lycan recently, it's something interesting because it's a hero that Avos used to play a lot in Na'Vi as well. So I guess the team as a whole, like, still backing it. Artstar liking to pick it for him. And when you start with the first pick Lycan, it kind of like sends that message. Last game, Vega were the ones doing the pushing, and this game, it's gonna be Na'Vi, like whether you like it or not. You can't really like outpush the Lycan. It's interesting on that basis. I think that Na'Vi ban out the Chen anyway. I guess not liking it for their Lycan strategy, or not wanting to, maybe thinking that's the one hero that could actually like pressure earlier than the Lycan would. But yeah, Vega Squadron did ban Lycanthrope, I think, in the second phase last game, and so Na'Vi making sure they get it up in the first phase this time.
Yep. Well, Vega then respond with Bane and Ember Spirit, not just the Chen, but also the Brood, kind of banning out hero. Well, the Brood ban at least something that could bother their lanes, but Vega had picked up one of the most annoying heroes to lane against in the Bane itself. And we'll see what Vega look to pair along with this. As far as, I mean, is Lycan just going to be, do you feel like this hero just fits into more kind of push-oriented strats, or are there kind of other ways you can fit this into a draft?
I mean, Lycan can actually end up fighting once he gets BKB or whatever, but I mean, if you're asking, is he going to buy a Necro book? I think, yeah, he's going to buy a Necro book. I think it's like 99% given that that's the way the hero is going to be run. And on that basis, it's like the main plan with the Lycan is to just like Deathball, to push in a way that the enemy team just can't deal with it. But sometimes you do see Lycans like backing up if the game goes later after the BKB, going into Abyssal Blade or various other things. The Lycan change in this patch, correct me if I'm wrong, I think that now they changed the way the crit works with the wolves, and now all the summons can crit now. I think his Necros maybe can crit too.
Let me just quickly get a check on that. I know they made some tweaks to around that one. Let me just.
I think they said it's that when he ulties, all his summons can crit, and the normal summon ability, the wolves just have like a chance to cripple.
Yes, that's right. They get the cripple at level 2, which is the 8 damage per second, and losing attack speed as well. So it's the shapeshift that now grants every unit you have the critical strike, yeah, including your Necrobooks, like you mentioned.
Which is a lot more damage. I don't know if you've come across this here in pubs, but I've seen quite a lot actually. A Lycan in shapeshift actually running away and just leaving the units to like solo kill someone, the wolves and the Necros.
Well, we'll see how Vega look to respond to this one. Na'Vi have gone for a second pick Lich of all things, something less oriented the push trap, but more kind of looking to secure their lanes and give them something a bit more kind of defensive for the laning stage, perhaps you could say.
It's defensive in a particular way though, right? So Lich is going to win you a lane, but Lich is actually not conventionally a good like protective, like sort of safe lane defensive support. So I think now if Vega Squadron want to go contest the Ditchera Lycan in the safe lane, that could be an issue for Na'Vi, and I wonder if Na'Vi will consider maybe putting the Lycan in the mid lane instead, because the chances are the Lich goes in the aggressive dual lane, and I just think that Lycan +1 support in the safe lane can definitely be pressured early on.
And I feel like that's also partly why they didn't want to run the Chen as well, because as much as Chen Lycan's a lot of push power, it's very weak in the laning stage. You've got a Chen who's in the jungle who can rotate around, especially towards the mid lane to help out, but Lycan a weak laner as well. It feels like Na'Vi are going to be wanting to run 2 laning supports here and not go too greedy. Not that I feel kind of bad saying Chen's a greedy pick, but he is kind of offers some vulnerabilities to your lanes.
Yeah, it's not greedy in terms of him like wanting to just farm. It's greedy because you like open up weaknesses. I agree.
Well, Zeus the pickup for Vega Squadron, so they're going to look to play around this hero themselves with most likely a mid lane Zeus for no one. Na'Vi, we'll see what their answer is going to be. It does have a Bane to protect him in the mid lane. They're going to go for a Dendi Classic most likely. The Puck pickup going to be likely laning up against that Zeus in the mid lane.
Yeah, we saw. I think that was the game of the grand final where Cedric Youth actually won against eHome when they had the Puck and Lifestealer, and it was also against Ember Spirits, and they were bursting down Ember Spirit quite a lot. I mean, chances are Na'Vi can't pick a Lifestealer here, but Puck was the key ingredient there. You need Puck plus some kind of damage dealer, and Ember Spirit actually doesn't feel safe on the map.
10 seconds
Yeah.
remaining.
Oh. Something I saw we saw in the Chinese tournament was the Life Stealer plus Puck. I'd love to see some more of that, and maybe something they could consider, although I guess less so with that now that they've picked up the Lycan kind of to fill that farming role. But there's always the offlane Life Stealer, the YYF Classic if you go way back. Vega, though, they've gone global themselves. Prophet with Zeus. You've got Thunder God's Wrath. You've got Nature's Prophet Ultimate. Do they dare pick up something like the Ancient Apparition as well, do you feel?
They could. I don't think they need to. I think it's enough already. Nature's Prophet and Zeus. Ember Spirit's quite mobile, so Ember Spirit just goes on someone with the two of them. I just wonder what Na'Vi are. The dynamic looks to be shaping up in a similar way where it's reversed from the previous game where Na'Vi are going to have some pressure on them to get something done early on. And if Vega Squadron holds, then it probably starts favoring them going towards the late game. So I wondered Na'Vi having the Lich in their draft. You know, when you're the team that wants to get something done early, sure, Lich helps you win a lane, but it's not really going to play a huge role in when you group up and push. So you kind of need to have other heroes that can compensate, I think, for the Lich's like lack of contribution. Beastmaster is one of them. This is probably going to be a double Necros lineup based on the fact they have a Beastmaster and a Lycan, and these heroes buy these items, and Beastmaster is a really solid hero right now, I want to say, and that's actually a way to protect Lycan in the safe lane, because if Vega Squadron decide to go pressure Lycan in the safe lane, Beastmaster is going to get a lot of value actually in the off lane. If it is an off lane BM, I mean, there could be mid BM and off lane pack, but I suspect it's an off lane BM, maybe even with the Lich, and that's a hero that really does punish weak safe laners as well. Beastmaster will out farm you, will harass you, will control the lane, and once he's level 6 he'll start killing you.
And it is an Ember Spirit in that safe lane, it looks like an Ember Spirit with the Zeus pickup, a very low armor hero who I feel does not match up well against the Beastmaster. You put the Flame Guard up, Beastmaster doesn't care, he's got physical damage, he'll just take a bit of damage and just fight you with a stout shield, so that could be a very problematic lane for Vega that they're going to have to spend a lot of time kind of protecting from a Beastmaster, and if there's a Lich there, you can't really stop the Beastmaster getting decent amounts of farm from that lane.
Yeah, I agree. I wonder, Na'Vi need a support. They both need a support here, right?
Na'Vi, most likely, unless they're doing something crazy with a Beastmaster support. Vega, similar story, unless they decide they want to mix up their lanes.
Yeah, I guess they could support Zeus or Nature's Prophet in the jungle. I really don't see them doing Nature's Prophet in the jungle. And similarly, I don't really think you want to run a support Zeus when the enemy team is like staring you down with a Beastmaster and planning to buy double Necros. It just feels like you're not going to come online and be relevant in the game.
Like a Jakiro.
So yeah, they pick the Jakiro, which is actually gives them. No, I mean, with the Jakiro and the Nature's Prophet together, they've got elements of push on their own side. But it's also a support hero that can play a defensive role, that can deal with the enemy team initiating, respond with the Ice Path. So I quite like the pick here, and it actually combines quite nicely with the Bane. You don't need to buy Yules on Jakiro. Well, he might buy it anyway, but you've got the Nightmare set up for Ice Path, Dual Breath, Macropire.
It just seems like pretty solid defense as well. Liquid Fire is going to be something you can just drop on the Necro books and all the Lycan summons to offer some kind of attack speed slow. So seems like a pretty solid pick all around. Na'Vi get some sustain now. They pick up the Witch Doctor. Witch Doctor heals something that can add a lot to this push of theirs, which it does feel like they are really going for now with the Witch Doctor pick, and no AA or anything on the side of Vega this time around to deal with that heal factor.
I honestly think that if Ditcher and Axima both get good timing on their Necro 3, they probably just win. Yep. Like that, a lot has to do with at least one of those heroes needs to be slowed down substantially by Vega Squadron.
And it feels like the Ember needs to have a really good time, because him getting like Battle Fury plus crit up to deal with the Necrobooks is going to be essential.
Yeah, obviously, and that's kind of the point. Like once, exactly like the previous game, once it gets to a certain point, past a certain turning point in the game, Ember Spirit will be like the hero that dictates the game, and not the BM or the Lycan.
Okay, well, we'll see how things unravel here as we've got ourselves into game number 2. Na'Vi, 1-0 lead going their way, and Vega facing elimination here in the BTS Series Europe tournament, and put together a very push-oriented draft here, which we're going to have to see how Vega can deal with. Early TPs head towards the top lane as Artstyle looking to possibly block the pull camp here and just secure the offlane for the Beastmaster of Axmo.
And we probably expect. I mean, there's a lot on the line in this match in the sense that we probably expect whoever wins this match to be the favorites going into the final. Like, no disrespect to NLG or I think it's Fantastic Five they're facing. I don't
Yes,
think
that's
either
right.
of those teams have like have the status that either of these two teams do have, and this is kind of like in some respects I could imagine looking back and thinking like this was de facto the final of the tournament.
No, and that game one truly delivered. It felt like that could have been a final series. But I want to give a quick shout out to Navi. They've actually fixed their names up. Despite not being a ticketed match, they said we'll be nice guys and change our nicknames in Steam so that we can appear as we should. So we can now tell who is who on their team. Some of the Vega players are making it easy, others not so much. But I can understand, normally they're used to tournaments having tickets so they don't have to adjust their Steam profile names.
Yeah, with Vega, I guess you can at least know from the roles because one of their supports tagged up, and then you know the others, and the other ones we can just judge from who's playing what.
So early bounty rune pickups, no surprises there. And will there be a lane? Well, I guess I don't want to say lane swap because this is intended by Vega, but they're not going to look to send their trial into the top lane. You mentioned making sure one of these core heroes out of the Lycan Beastmaster has a rough time. It's headed bottom lane. They're looking to hurt the Lycan early on, perhaps respecting the fact that Axmo with a Lich cannot really be contested in his lane. They want to mess up the Lycan.
I think this might be the wrong way to do it by Vega. I mean, if things go well and they snowball, then fine, but the risk here is if they slow down the Lycan, but the BM gets like his fast progression into Necros, Lycan doesn't struggle that much to go back into the jungle and catch up. Whereas, I mean, the Beastmaster doesn't have that speed of farming if he has to catch up from very far behind, so this assignment works by Vega Squadron if they shut down the Lycan and then from there just keep snowballing, taking objectives, controlling the map. But if they like just put pressure on Digiral right at the start and then like pull back and he gets breather room, I think they might end up regretting approaching it this way.
Dendi getting aggressive in the middle lane will orb himself forward, do some damage here. Interesting little change in the puck build, the triple branch puck. This is the let's plant a tree and get the double HP regen from a Tango off. This is, I guess, a different dynamic of how you can play the mid lane. Curious to see how that pans out. But it's a small little change. I don't imagine it affecting the overall outcome of this lane, as both Zeus and Puck should get some farm here.
Yeah, I like it a lot though, because obviously the shared tangos have like really long cooldown. So being able to use one and count it as two, I think very significant actually for. I mean, it does matter in the bigger scheme of things.
And already Zeus putting a lot of pressure onto him. He's forced Dendi to use a salve, and now already chewing through a Tango or two. So Dendi will be pressed to get up to his bottle right now. He hasn't quite got the CS he'd hoped for to get a well-timed bottle here, and Zeus's bottle coming back out could mean more pressure onto Dendi. But bottom lane where we perhaps should see the action. Tri-lane on tri-lane, but right now both teams just kind of posturing, giving what harass they can. Artstyle thinking about going aggressive here at the bottom room, but thinks better of it and will back off to the Witch Doctor's safety and heal.
Yeah, the lane is definitely more difficult for Navi because they've got a Lycan and a Lich, both heroes that like don't really interact that well in a 3v3. But the advantage of the Lich is obviously they can keep pulling the creeps back and denying experience. And like I said, Lycan doesn't mind that. As long as Navi aren't like sustaining that many deaths here, I think the Lycan will eventually get breathing room and catch up quite quickly.
Yeah. And having an offensive tri-lane where you're getting denied experience means these heroes are not going to be getting much in the way of levels. You can already kind of see it. They haven't gone for that big camp pull just yet. It doesn't look like it. Whoa, first blood. Zeus is going to actually take out Dendi. No one managing to outplay the Navi mid player. Meanwhile, mid lane, bottom lane, Nightmares come out, and Emberspirit going to follow up with a Sleight of Fist Searing Chains, perhaps catching Sneaker by surprise. He's got the Voodoo Restoration up, and that's going to save his life. Can they get any return kills here? It doesn't look like Navi have the damage or the catch. With a Lich in their trial lane, they're probably not expecting to find kills here. They're just expecting to stay alive, and they've managed that. Unfortunately, Dendi could not do that in mid.
I wonder if no one took Dendi by surprise a bit there, because he had 2 points in his bolts at level 4, and recently I feel like mid Zeus's have been going 2 in their arc and only maxing the bolt after that. So just that much more with nuke damage when he turned around and took him on.
As a result, Dendi now just level 4 to the Zeus's level 5, and Zeus with Arcane Boots already thanks to the first Blood Money makes this lane even trickier now for Dendi. So across the board, the lane stage going well for Vega. You've got Nature's Prophet on par for CS with Axmo, even maybe a couple CS ahead. And Axmo getting free control, though, as far as getting levels out of this lane. So once he gets something like a level 6 here, we could see a rotation out of the Beastmaster to use the Roar, or even see a support rotate towards his lane to kind of set up for the Nature's Prophet kill.
Dandy's finally sending out a magic stick. It's actually a bit surprising if you think about it that he didn't start with it, because he had to know that he was against the Zeus. Like we discussed the branch approach. I suppose the approach that he went for without the stick is more of a confident approach, that I'm just going to win this lane by proactively, like, you know, being aggressive, controlling my opponents. It's maybe less of a confidence. Like more of a reactionary move to start with the magic stick, assuming that they're going to be like the one dominating.
Caught out, turns and casts, has the voodoo up. That will save his life now. He's out of HP regen as well as mana regen. Hits level 3 and probably will just have to back off to Fountain to heal, or even suicide to a neutral camp. As he is just not in fighting shape. He buys a TP and I think he likely will be headed towards those neutrals as we speak.
That's a level 6 Axmo at the top lane now. Doesn't really have that much mana. Yeah, but immediately buys a smoke, so we know what he's thinking. I want to make use of that Raw soon, but the bot lane there's a dive going on.
Yep, DJ Rat could be in some trouble here. There's still 10 seconds by the Witch Doctor, and there's the Zeus ultimate, the fast level 6, courtesy of that first blood. Prophet throws an ultimate as well, but it doesn't actually hit the heroes, it doesn't look like, and Axmo TPing down here on the Beastmaster. Does he have mana for a Raw? Doesn't look like it. He pops the stick, perhaps too early. He hasn't even got the mana for a Wild Axis. He won't get the kill on Sioma. He TPs away. Cask mid-air, and it's going to be Solo who goes down here behind the tower, but that's a big Na'Vi commitment to make that one kill happen.
Yeah, Axmo himself actually could have gone down. I feel like it's possible for Axmo himself to go down there, except that, you know, there's a psychology involved in it. He TP'd down, they don't know he's going to have no mana.
Yeah.
So they have to react to the assumption that he will have mana. And he's now sent himself a bottle, he's got that mana up, and he's smoked immediately towards this mid lane. He wants to use his Raw.
There's 3 heroes here, though, so he's going to be very careful about this. He has not scattered them out with a Hawk or anything. It's going to be a risky kill to go for, and it looks like Vega actually headed towards the top rune. So if he wants to get there, he's going to have to run past the tower, and he actually reveals himself. So the timing just not really working in his favor, as Vega were headed to the top rune. They were also rotating supports to help out the Zeus already, so unsuccessful rotation.
I feel like that's miscommunication though, because Artstyle actually he like went and placed a ward, which he essentially baited them to move up towards the top side of the lane. And
find Ember here, who's not level 6, so
still getting value out of the Raw. And actually the Beastmaster's location was pinged out, so maybe a bit of a mistake there by Pasha to end up getting caught anyway.
Has freed up some space in the top lane for Prophet, who's just farming away now. Curious to see what kind of Prophet we build. We saw a lot of drums rushes coming out from the eastern scene, but I imagine we'll see a different flare coming out from Mag on the Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, he might be tempted to go for the Orchid just to be able to kill the pack. Or control it. I'm not too sure. Maybe he goes for his own Necros to challenge the enemy Necros.
Oh, that's a Lich kill. Lich goes down in the mid lane to the Zeus ultimate. I was keeping an eye on Puck, who's just picked up a smoke. I was wondering, where is Dendi going to rotate? And it is going to be the bottom lane. He's TP'd in. Looks like he's going to find a kill on this Bane, if Solo's not careful here. Don't imagine this will be too tricky of a kill to get for Na'Vi, but unfortunately it's just a Bane. They probably were looking for something a bit bigger with the Dendi rotation, and Solo gonna pop some of the heals, but that's not going to be enough for him to survive this one.
And Solo's probably thinking the same thing. I'm just a Bane. What? Like, I didn't expect you to send so many people to fight me. Not really the end of the world for his team.
Yeah, I guess Na'Vi were hoping that someone... Ember's actually rotated up top, so if anything, that makes that rotation perhaps not quite as worthwhile. Mid lane Artstyle taking a lot of damage here. The Prophet ultimate with the treants to take the tower. It looks like this Lich is done for. They get the dive, and the counterplay is coming from Dendi and Saniko. They've still got the Dream Call here. Can they get anything out of it? The Dream Call onto 2. Saniko... He's here with Axmo, he's got a Roy, he's going to throw it on the Zeus to secure this kill, and now Nature's Prophet in some trouble, has a TP out. He may just want to go for that when he's trying to bring down Saniko with a Sprout. One more right click will be enough, and he's actually holding his own pretty well here. Axmo, not really a viable kill for them at the time being until they get more heroes in this mid lane, and a Zeus for a Witch Doctor. Overall worth it for Na'Vi. They did use a Smoke and a Dream Coil, and as well as the Raw, but it was one of the more well-farmed heroes on the Vega side. In fact, the most well-farmed hero on their side.
the most farmed in the whole game, so always going to be worthwhile, I think. And yeah, Na'Vi, it's interesting because that's twice now that Beastmaster's rotation has like not really been that efficient, and then it like this sort of like second attempt, turn and go somewhere else, ends up being worthwhile, making an important kill.
Yeah. Normally it's like you show, because the failed attempt shows himself on the map, so if anything the follow-up should be unsuccessful because they've got the scouting information. And something Vega's done is actually get a lane ward / a river ward up top, and then the similar ward towards the bottom side of the map, so they've got a lot of control around the river. But Na'Vi are just continually smoking. They're going to go for another one as Puck gets Dreamcore back up once more. And this could be another death onto the Zeus. They found him. The cask is there. Dendi gets the catch, and he doesn't even need to use the Dreamcore for this. Nico and Dendi teaming up to find Zeus 2 times in a row.
And the very important thing here is that if you go down to the Radiant jungle, Ditchera's now got some uncontested farm. He's been catching up, farming the jungle. He's going to get that Vlad soon. After that, he'll no doubt be building into Necros. And the Beastmaster already building into the Necros is also down here actually with the Raw again. So this is another kill.
Solo's going to go for the deny. I think it's mistime though. And yep, they'll get the kill. Meanwhile, in the dire jungle, a bit more action happening. Sneaker's gone in deep. I think looking, he put down a deep observer ward here. He's in a bit of trouble though, and Prophet may be low, but he's not going down. And that's about the Prophet build. It will be a Drum of Endurance coming out from Mag, so doing what we've been seeing from some of the other Nature's Prophet players.
He's been watching Chinese Dota, you think?
Perhaps. I mean, Mag definitely not known for playing Nature's Prophet. I feel like as far as Mag heroes go, this is a very unconventional one for him. Known for playing Centaur, Clockwork, normally the initiating type offlaners, but he's so far played very well on the Prophet this game, not showing any discomfort with the hero.
Yeah, he's looking fine. It's interesting, I mean, yeah, it's tough to say in terms of like, I was kind of making a joke about him watching Chinese Dota, but like new ideas in Dota often come from various places at the same time. Or there's actually a Ditchera is being Fiend script, and finally Solo gets his revenge down at the bot lane. New ideas are often had by multiple people at the same time, but similar, like the contrasting point is that Dota players do copy each other very, very quickly. I remember seeing an interview where Ohio said that he learned to play Nature's Prophet just by copying Admiral Bulldog. Like he'd never played the hero before he saw Bulldog playing it, and it's a similar thing where I sort of feel like he could have just watched a couple of Chinese games recently and been like, huh, Drum, that's pretty good.
No, it's really good. And now probably more so than ever, I think the players are really watching a lot of replays and seeing what other teams are doing. I saw like FNG and lots of the Western players tweeting and talking about the games happening in China because it's a new patch. Nobody quite knows how to play the new patch, what the best playstyle is going to be. So getting a different perspective on things, I feel is really valuable for any team out there. Like the Chinese teams should be watching all the Western games and vice versa at this stage, just because 6.86, well now 6.86b is so unexplored.
Dendi is getting extremely close to his Blink Dagger, and no one who sensed the gank ran away and then used his ulti anyway just to scout. I think possibly also for his team at the bot.
Yeah, because he actually knew they were up top. They have that dire observer ward in the lane, so he knew he was in danger. The ulti, I think, suggesting they were looking for a catch at bottom or in the jungle.
Makes sense. What do you think? I mean,
Sneaker's got max.
Well, they're actually gonna go for no one.
No one will get the rune. No Dream Coil. But yeah, Sneaker on the Witch Doctor maxing heal. If you needed any more signs that Na'Vi was going for a push, this is definitely it.
And Dendi is a couple gold away from his Blink. He's going to pick it up now, and I don't know if maybe someone joins him to try and make the kill at the top, but again, scouted by the ward, so Mag definitely knows that Dendi's around. And
he scouts out the Blink with a Treant, so Dendi should not be successful. The Treant, okay, it hits him, cancels his Blink, and Dendi, it looks like, will back off. Perhaps going to readjust to mid lane. Smoke from Solo. He could catch Ditchera here. It is going to be a grip. Here comes the Ember Spirit with the Fire Remnant. The ultis as well should follow this one up. Ditchera gonna go down, and the return coming in from the Lich Ultimate, the Raw. It looks like they want the Ember Spirit, but the Defensive Nightmare helping cover his retreat. Sioma now getting orbed up. Dendi going to throw out the Dream Call. There's the Witch Doctor Ultimate from the high ground. The bounce with the cast. Nico again, the hero of this Na'Vi team, doing so much damage. Nature's Prophet off to the side, though. It looks like maybe able to get the kill here with the Treants. Is the block going to be enough? So Nico gets away for now. Keep track on the main fight over here as Dendi is chasing down with Axmo, looking for Sioma. It's going to be Nature's Prophet committing in mid. Finds Artsal now. This Mag Nature's Prophet doing work. Has another drum charge soon. He's going to get the Zeus Ultimate Witch Doctor on 20 HP. Barely survives. Lycan TP's back in with an ulti, and it's going to be a Mag Sprout TP, is he out? The Quelling Blade from Dichara, not enough to get him inside and get him the kill. Bit of a, I feel like I want to say even fight. Zeus actually bought back for that though, so that actually makes it Na'Vi favored.
Yeah, it's slightly Na'Vi favored. I mean, it's a bit of an issue that Dichara keeps going down, but I've said a few times, like, whenever he finds that short gap in the game, he's going to suddenly just farm his entire Necro 3. I don't know if you noticed, but it looked to me like Solo's Nightmare, his defensive Nightmare, actually cancelled the Chain Frost. Because that Chain Frost, did you see it bounce anywhere?
No, I did not. He may have done that because I did not see a single bounce. Unless it bounced like the neutrals and then vanished from my screen, but I didn't see it bounce at all.
No, I was actually looking at the neutrals and that's why I was confused. So I guess that the right timing on Nightmare can actually cancel the entire Chain Frost rather than just dodging one hit.
Oh. That's a nice way of handling it. So, Vega now, looking at the overall state of things, still holding a very slight net worth lead, but I don't think you can consider it, even if this net worth lead was bigger, you're worried about Na'Vi coming online with Necrobook. That's when towers start to fall and Na'Vi momentum swings their way.
If you look at Mag's inventory, the fact that he's building against that Aghanims, that says a lot about like how they feel about the game, that they're gonna... I feel like going so early into this Aghanim suggests that they want to have a way to, you know, globally split push, keep the waves pushing so that Na'Vi won't get those opportunities to group up and pressure.
Dandy's got level 10 with the blink. We'll see where he goes for his next pickoffs here. Looks like for the time being, not going to see too much. Bottom lane, oh, Ember Spirit, silence up with a Dream Call, the Death Ward, not going to do the damage it needed. And they'll back off. The mid lane, group up Vega.
I feel like the bot lane in this game has actually been like Solo's lane more than anyone for Vega. Like, he's actually the hero who always goes back there and pushes up the lane.
Nice path, gonna slow down the chase at mid lane. Dendy orbing forward. There's the ulties, the Zeus with the Nature's Prophet. They get a kill on the Lich to start things off. The Chain Frost this time bouncing around. But Dendy already dead. The Zeus damage proving to be too much for him. The chase is now on for Axmo on the Beastmaster. He's got a roll, but he won't get a chance to use it. Nor can Na'Vi really fight this one. They lose 3 and possibly about to be a 4th. Jakiro gets the last hit, and Vega, they win a fight. They've got a draft that can break towers pretty quickly themselves with the Prophet and the Liquid Fire. Expect towers to fall.
Yeah, and suddenly we see the importance of the Chen in the draft last game for Vega Squadron, because like similarly there was like that global presence of the Zeus AA Spectre. Here we've got the Zeus and the Nature's Prophet. But over here, they burst out the damage, and there isn't really a response. That's why Seneca's maxed out his heal. Well, he's got 3 points in it, but it's not as immediate as the Chen heal. You know, your heroes need to stay alive a while, stand near Witch Doctor to actually counteract the burst from the Zeus and the Nature's Prophet. And it almost looked a bit like Na'Vi just like didn't fully appreciate how much they could be burst down, and it wanted to go in and suddenly realized, hang on, we're both on like red HP. What are we doing here? Even
having a mech would make a big difference. It's like you said, they need the burst heal. Like they could possibly substitute a mech for not having something like a Chen, but who's going to farm it? They've got Beastmaster and Lycan going the Necrobook route. Dendy, he's a puck. It's not really an ideal mech candidate, and the 2 supports aren't really in shape to farm those kind of items right now. So there's just no way they can burst heal against the Zeus as well as the Nature's Prophet ultimates in a team fight for some time. That's where I feel like they really need to start taking towers quick. That's going to be their kind of their way back into this game, and that's going to give them the gold they need to be able to fight into this team fight. They're looking for a solo kill here on Mag. I don't think he's getting this one though, and he walks into an ice path. A couple more right clicks coming in. Dendy going to orb to the south, gets away for now, possibly putting Saniko in some trouble as he gets slowed down here. Probably going to TP in. I don't see a way out for Saniko here. The ice path clips and Saniko gets bolted. Dendy, too aggressive.
On the one hand, you could say at least they pulled a lot of heroes there and only lost the supports, but at the same time, Hasha was getting some space on his Ember Spirits, and maybe if Na'Vi get this mid tower now, they'll feel that it's okay that they lose the Witch Doctor because they brought all the enemy heroes there.
Vega actually TPing in. Prophet's here with Treants. Ember here as well. We'll see what Na'Vi do about this. They may just try to leave the summons to try to finish off the tower. The catch is there. Ember Spirit gets a nice Slider Fist Searing Chains combo. Dichara are going to pop the ultimate. It looks like defensively, but here come Vega from the north. They're smoked up. Axmo stayed too long. He's got a roar. Can he even get it off? Nope, he's gripped. Ember's going to make sure they get that 1 kill and not going to go for a second one here. The Lycan already at the bottom lane and completely vacating. Na'Vi have only taken a single tower this game, and that was their first tower now at 18.5 minutes in. Puck actually going to get sniped as well by the Zeus.
It's feeling so reminiscent of the previous game, even in terms of item timings, because last game I said that Vega Squadron had this gyrocopter that, like, when he gets BKB, Na'Vi can't do anything, but then he just got it too late. And here we've got, like, if Lycan and BM both get their Necros, then Vega are in big trouble. But, I mean, Lycan's only just got his Necro level 1, BM has been stalling on his Necro 2 for ages, and I feel like they're gonna get to the double Necro 3s, but at this rate, it's gonna be a bit of a joke by the time they get there, because Vega Squadron's just gonna have so many more items at their disposal.
I didn't catch it, but that's a sad lich. He just died to a Zeus plus Prophet ultimate. Nothing more. Perhaps had taken a bit of damage. There was a Triad next to him, so it's a sad life to be a lich.
Hardstyle's 8 position lich. He's the one who has to buy the mech probably, but good luck getting there.
By the way, something I wanted to ask you about. I haven't seen this before. Sioma's Jakiro going for a max ice path build, no points in the dual breath. What do you feel like the reasoning behind this is?
I guess one thing is that dual breath requires you to be a bit closer, so it's a safer build, and a lot of the time on support heroes, just being able to like die less is a very big deal, and if you can fight around the edges, that helps you die less. It's also, I spoke in the draft about how they've got the setup. They've got the Ember Spirit's stun. Well, Ember Spirit's actually been caught in the mid lane, and no, he's going to jump away. They've got Ember Spirit's chains. They've got the Nature's Prophet Sprout, the Elemental's sleep. So the Ice Path is like quite reliable in this game. It's going to be even more reliable when he gets his Yules, which he's building into soon. But I would say the main thing is probably just that he wants to be not at the front. I don't know, actually, then again, like, who does want to be at the front in Vega Squadron's team? It's felt like it's been Mag most of the time.
And Mag is actually pretty tanky here. Zeus going to TP away from a smoke gank. Na'Vi, that smoke gank was actually very hard to read, I feel. They failed a kill on the Ember Spirit mid with Dendi with the Silence Dream Call, and then immediately the other 4 heroes go for a smoke rotation top while Dendi stays mid showing himself, so impressive stuff from No One to get away from that gank.
Yeah, on the one hand, they've been trying to gank No One all game, but on the other hand, Dendi's always been right at the front of those ganks, so I completely agree. It's a good read, and now it's actually Na'Vi getting pressured on their bot tower. They might get a trade-off for the top tower, but it's not. I mean, they're the ones who are meant to be ahead on towers. It's meant to be Vega Squadron who needs to split to react to them, and it feels like Na'Vi is actually being forced to split to react to Vega Squadron.
Well, Na'Vi get a tier 1 tower, they've lost a tier 2 and possibly see the high ground coming out of Vega. Who needs farm? Who needs Ember Spirit, Battle Furies, and crits? They're just going to go into the high ground. The Ice Arm are going to look to slow this down a little bit, but if anything, Vega could just look for the jump for the kills. They throw the Zeus ultimate, they get Lich immediately. 35 seconds dead now is Art Style. I'd say that's a long respawn for a Lich. I don't know if he bought back last time. He did buy back early in the game, but for Na'Vi, defending this is going to be tricky. Ember has the Aegis. They can't overcommit spells onto him. The Ice Path will slightly miss. And it looks like Lycan going to pop an ultimate in preparation to fight this one. Zeus goes in with a silence. Who's the target going to be from DTR? Gets the Necrobook out. There's the cast with the Death Ward. Zeus is the target, and they're going to bring him down. The Chainstone proving to be too much, and the Ice Path being on cooldown. Sioma could not cancel the Death Ward, and Na'Vi have taken out 2 as well as an Aegis. Can they get a secondary kill on the Ember Spirit? Has he got a Remnant out? He cast one, but he's already dead, and Na'Vi with a fantastic high ground defense here. Vega perhaps rushing things a bit. And that's a big turnaround. A 4,000 gold swing goes Na'Vi's way.
I actually think if Vega end up losing this game, I mean, they're not losing right now, but if they end up losing, they'll look back at the replay and they'll be like, this is where we lost the game at this push, because they definitely didn't need to sustain such a bad fight. And now Lycan's finished his Necro 3, BM had finished this just before then. And there's maybe some room, although not that much, for Na'Vi to try and turn around momentum a bit. Dandy's going to finish his Yules, maybe he can dodge some of the nuke damage with that. I would say that Vega is still in the lead. The one major problem for them is that the Ember Spirits has not even got his Battle Fury yet, and we did say that when the time comes for Na'Vi to group up with the double Necros and push, that Ember Spirits itemizing is actually going to be quite significant.
Bane with a haste rune. It looks like he's on a deep mission here in the enemy side of the map, trying to find a pickup perhaps. They throw Zeus ultimate. I think that's just to give Bane some vision, but he's been scouted out by a Radiant Observer Ward, and its Heart Style is very low in hit points.
And you know what it actually is? The reason that I think Pasha's maybe a little bit behind in his farm is actually because Mag got that early Aghanim Scepter. And sure, the Aghanim Scepter is what's going to make it difficult for Na'Vi to push. It's going to just keep all the lanes pushing all the time.
Yeah.
But you can't ignore the fact that Nature's Prophet, like using his ulti to push the lanes all the time, is making it more difficult for Ember Spirit to find farm.
Oh, I totally agree. And it's not, I don't even feel like Pasha's been trying to fight too much and not have farm time when he can. I've seen him like farming in the jungle and taking what little is there available on lanes, but it's proving much more difficult for him. If it's putting pressure on the Mag now, he's going to be the one to kind of carry the reins. He's got the Octarine coming as his next item after the Aghanim Scepter and has almost actually completed it. So a ton of farm on this Nature's Prophet, but with great farm comes great responsibility. If he dies, that's a big gold pot waiting for Na'Vi to claim right now.
Yeah, or even if he doesn't die, if Na'Vi just managed to like push through a lane despite the Nature's Prophet ulti all the time,
Yep.
we might find that Vega aren't like fully prepared to stop the double Necro 3 push just yet. So far, Mag's doing a fine job of making it pretty much impossible for Na'Vi to actually get to a building because all the lanes are pushing in all the time. So yeah, it is, the responsibility does fall to Mag, and it's a big call. I mean, I feel like you got to be careful about when you he hasn't been ulting just every single time it comes off cooldown. I think that's quite important.
Yes.
Like there's at least some like thinking about when he should use it.
Yeah, it seems like if Na'Vi are grouped up in a lane or trying to really pressure someone, he's throwing the ultimate, but typically it's not just like spam whenever available. For Vega, they're still just sitting back getting what farm they can. You see Prophet being respectful, the rest of his team just farming up at the Ancients. And do you feel like there's pressure for Na'Vi to make the next move, or are they just going to be waiting for opportunities to present themselves right now?
I think there is some pressure on them to make a move. I think that they need to be careful not to get stuck in this kind of habit of, oh well, our lanes are being pushed, we have to keep pushing them out, because eventually Ember Spirit will get that farm, and then the game just becomes, you know, super difficult, close to impossible for them. By the way, Seneko actually finished the entire mech.
Yeah,
so...
it was after that last fight, he did so much in that last fight. I mean, Snakeo's sanking was impressive, but again, he's having a great game. And Dendi, almost dying here. He's got a phase shift, he's got an orb as well. Whoa, that was way too close for comfort for him. And Lycan coming in with the ulti of his own with the Necrobook. Ember's already had all his mana burn. This looks like a kill backup, not really nearby. Down will go Ember. Prophet was a little bit too late, and I don't think the Sprout would have helped considering there was a Quelling Blade there.
And it's kind of like, yeah, it's kind of the one hero they really don't want to have dying. I mean, yeah, sure, we say Nature's Prophet, if he dies, he can't be pushing out the lanes, but Ember Spirit's the one who, he's like the missing piece of the puzzle for Vega Squadron. Especially after they failed their push where they tried to go for the early high ground at the bot lane. Like, they want him to get farmed. Dendi's been caught again, I think he's okay.
There's a Zeus ultimate he's going to be a little bit wary of, but he's healthy enough to survive that one. Seems Na'Vi want to just go for that timing where they're going to have... It's probably not going to be the Necro 3 timing with how bad the early game went. Like, we talked during the draft, like, okay, double Necro 3, game could just end. But with how bad the start went... Oh, Artsal caught out, and looks like Dendi can just run the hell out of there. But to finish the point, with how bad the start of the game went, it possibly will become like a BKB timing for Na'Vi. When they get the BKB on Lycan, as well as like a mech, and it seems Lich is possibly building a pipe. That's not really an item we can talk about because it's miles away. That's going to be more Na'Vi's next timing, with a pick-off into a BKB Lycan push.
So what's the next item for... Okay, it's the Blink Dagger for Beastmaster, obviously. That's what I was about to ask. And maybe that's also, like... I think I agree with you that the BKB is the timing for the push, unless they get an important pick-off, like, in a good position. If they smoke up to this top lane now, for example, and Beastmaster catches someone, they kill someone, they might just decide, okay, to hell with it, we'll just push. But otherwise, I also see them waiting for the BKB.
Yep. Swinging out towards the top lane.
Did you see when Artsal died? Sorry.
I did not see how it happened. Was that just like the Zeus Prophet ulti?
It was the same as the... Yeah, it was Prophet and Zeus ulti, and Prophet TP'd in and attacked once. That was like his full HP. So he's actually bought a bracer now.
Yeah. He's just going for HP gaming. I saw him with a double ring of regen and boots. I'm like, I don't think that's the build that's going to help you survive against the Zeus and Prophet. You need some definite raw HP right now. I guess this.
He's just trying to be selfless, right? So I'm not going to buy for myself. I'll buy for the team. I'll get straight into pipe. But there's a point at which, you know, you have to take care of yourself before you can help other people.
Absolutely. At this rate, Seneko is could definitely farm the pipe before art style. That goes without saying. So if they really want to pipe, maybe they tell Sneeko, hey buddy, you want to get one for us? Could be pretty useful. But even Beastmaster may be going to become a pipe candidate for the team. And oh, by the way, he's dead again in the mid lane. The Zeus ulti, the Prophet ultimate, he at some point he's just going to consider not moving out on the map. This is the saddest Lich I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Oh, Dream Call used defensively. I think it was just to cover the retreat there, as Lycan was taking a lot of damage from the magic nukes.
There's a BKB up now on Lycan. I mean, there's potential in the right position for Na'Vi to get a really good fight with both their Necros, the Raw, and the Lycan ulti and the BKB, but they're struggling to find themselves in that position, and one of the reasons is the Nature's Prophet ulti just pushing the map all the time. Another reason is that the Lich just keeps getting picked off like 24/7. If they do find that position, though, I do think Na'Vi have what it takes to win a fight, and if they were to win a big fight, it's very bad news for Vega Squadron.
Well, Lycan, Wolf, and Beastmaster, Quillbore, and Beastmaster Hawk, everything being used to scatter the Roshan, although they'll lose the Hawk thanks to a Roshan clap, and Vega, they get cold feet. They're not going to go for the Rosh right now. Dicharat smoked. Is he just going to go right into the pit? Zeus is nearby, can scout it out. Dicharat summons the Necrobooks, the Wolves. He can do this very quick. The Howl has been used, so Vega may catch wind of this one, but it looks like they're not going to get here in time. Prophet's TP top. Zeus is going to scout out now with the Bolt. Can they get in time? Here's Ember Spirit. He's come back, but it's too late. Dicharat gets himself the Aegis. He's going to pop the ultimate now. Look to turn and find a great Ice Path, but Dicharat BKB'd up. They've lost Witch Doctor as well as the Puck, the Fiend Script, keeping Dendi in place. Dicharat can get one kill perhaps, but he's going to be so low in HP, and if he dies, he will not have the Shapeshift. Needs to be careful. He's in a quick retreat here. Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains, not quite there, and Prophet's TP was not where it needed to be, and that was Dicharat without a Quelling Blade. That could have been a kill if they got the Sprout. But for Vega, they don't secure Roshan, but they do manage to win the ensuing team fight.
Yeah, and that's pretty important because Lycan's used his Necros and his BKB. Although actually Beastmaster hasn't used his ulti or his Necros, so I think actually Na'Vi have some tools to defend, and Vega needs to be careful they don't repeat what happened at the bot lane when they tried to high ground 10 minutes ago.
Yep. Oh, blink in, Raw, they want the Ember Spirit. He gets Nightmared up now into the Necrobooks, can't do what they want to do right away. Axmo as well as the Lich! Where did the Lich even die? Oh, they've lost Axmo in the front lines. Lich was right in front of my face as well. He gets taken out. And Vega, they're going to look to take this tower here. Dendi coming back in another Searing Chains onto Sneeko. There's no one. The backline's just spamming down those nukes. The Sleight of Fist getting spammed out as well. And Na'Vi just can't get close to defend. They blink him with the silence. The Dream Call. Life Stealer. Oh, sorry, Lycan going to pop the ultimate and look to go in as well. But Dendi's already dropped. Bane. Solo in trouble. Goes down. This does open up Deech around the front lines here. But his BKB, only a little bit of duration left. And he's going to have to back off as Vega can continue to push if they want to. But another Sleight of Fist Searing Chain soon, and Sneeko possibly the target for that one. Zeus ultimate, they'll catch Sneeko here. Dendi going to be forced into a buyback situation. Lycan low as well, he's got the agent. It looks like he just wants to throw it. The Yule's going to cancel off the Flame Guard, but Ember Spirit forced off to the low ground. Nice play coming out from no one, and Dendi has been thrown up in the air. There's no Ice Path to cut him off though. And it looks like the TP out from Vega. Nothing there to cancel it right now. The Raw up in 2 seconds. Can they catch this Prophet? We talked about how big a kill this is going to be, and it looks like they will be able to get it. This could be a lot of money going Na'Vi's way, but realistically, they've lost a lot to get it. Raw from Axmo, going to get thrown. Have they got the damage for this one? He could go for the TP still. He's going for the TP out. Mag will knock it out. Silence with the orb. Finish him off. Vega get a range racks at mid, and there we go. 1,400 gold for Dendi's puck. And it doesn't look like it was affected by the buyback penalty as well.
Yeah, the really big difference in that fight to the one at the bot push is that Beastmaster felt pressured to go in before his whole team was alive. Because of that bot push, Na'Vi were kind of all ready, and I think Vega weren't ready for how strong they were, and suddenly they were just like getting owned and on their retreats. Whereas this time, Beastmaster goes in and Vega just kind of stand their ground, defensive Nightmare, turn things around, burst enemies down, and I guess if Axmo had waited, the Axes are dead anyway. So it was kind of the catch-22 situation where you go for the risky play, end up being punished. But if you had gone for the safe play, you lose the Axes anyway.
Well, you can tell it's a sad Lich. He's sold his 2 Ring of Regens have disappeared, and he's replaced it with a cloak. scraping together what gold he can just to stay alive, and I guess he's no longer going for the pipe. That's going to fall into the hands of Siniko, who's picked up a hood now. I think recognizing someone's going to buy a pipe, and who's actually going to be able to farm it. So Beastmaster or Witch Doctor really the only two candidates.
Dendy's bought a casual cloak as well. I mean, he might want to make a glimmer cape or something with it, but it seems like they're now starting to respect the spell damage from Zeus and Nature's Prophet Burst that they've been dealing with all game.
We'll see what comes from it. Any chance of an Aether Lens on Puck? It doesn't increase the AoE of the Waning Rift, does it? It wouldn't. It doesn't have any effect on Waning Rift, I would guess.
I don't think so.
It would make your Illusionary Orb probably longer, but your Illusionary Orb is already 2k range, so there's not much point to that. Dream Coil cast range increases.
Do you think we'll see the first ever Aether Lens just for the stats?
Yeah. The actual mana pool, I don't really think he needs. Mid lane, there's a catch, it's like, and Dicharai, there's a grip as well, no BKB for you. Zeus Ultimate gets the vision they need for Axma, who's got a Glimmer Cape. Can they catch up to him? They're going to fire Remnant forward, and Axma will get caught by the Searing Chains. Locked in place. Prophet with the double ultimate. Dicharai now looking to fight. He knows there's no Fiend's Grip. It looks like he wants to use this buyback to turn things around as the Chain Frost will start bouncing around. The Ice Path is there, but Ember Spirit takes a spill. Na'Vi are chasing. They want more. They've got the Puck Yules. He blinks forward with the Silence. Gets Yules up in the air, all forward himself. He's still looking to catch the Ice Path is there waiting, so he's not going to jaunt himself into it. And Lycan still in the front lines causing problems. It's going to be Solo on the side. Ghost Scepter keeps him alive a little bit longer, and Dendi wants his kill, it seems. He's going to go forward. No silence, no spells for some time. Dodges. What could have been a Nightmare or a Brain Sap, and it looks like he's going to back off and possibly change target. Siniko, cast, Maledict. Can Dendi get any damage to follow this one up? He orbs in, has his silence, will hit onto Sioma. The Maledict is level 4, and Sioma gets his TP cancelled by a Yule Scepter. Dendi trying to get the most out of this one, but not sure this is going as great as Na'Vi were perhaps hoping for. They won't even get the Jakiro! Oh no! Dendi Orb, he goes forward. Can he get Sioma? No, he can with the Dream Call. He pays for it with his life, and ultimately, not really the outcome he was hoping for there. He's now dead for 70 plus seconds, and, well, Na'Vi's base, it's in tatters. This is probably push time for Vega. They've got Ember respawning soon. Prophet can just unleash the treants all over the map, and Na'Vi's hopes to stay in this game much longer, getting continually diminished.
Yeah, the start of the fight looked a bit worrying for me in terms of Vega, because I think they maybe overestimated. It's a similar issue that Na'Vi had at certain stages in the last game. Like, they've got this crazy burst combo to initiate, but after that, their damage output is pretty specific. It's mostly Zeus. Yep. The Nature's Prophet is not doing damage outside of his ultis, and the Ember Spirit is farmed, but he's not that farmed. So with the Zeus and the Ember going down at the start of the fights, I think Na'Vi felt like, okay, we can do whatever we want, and Dendi maybe just took it a bit too far. Zeus nearly got caught at the top lane right now, but blinked away at the last second, triggered his Invis Rune.
I like the idea from the Lycan buyback. It was like, okay, they just use not just like the Refresher Wrath of Nature with a Zeus ultimate, and most importantly, I feel they use the Fiend Script. So Lycan's like, if I buy back and we fight this, it should go incredibly well for us. And I think it would have gone fantastic for Na'Vi, except they just didn't have the catch and lockdown. Everyone from Vega managed to get out of there, apart from like a kill or two like on the Zeus. So if Na'Vi had the ability to catch a bit better there, it would have been like, or if Vega decided to stay and fight, it would have been a terrible fight for Vega to take.
I just saw Artstyle like sell a few more items. Yeah, he's finishing a Glimmer Cape. He had like a casual gauntlet and like a branch or something, and he just sold them as well. Just like no regard for the finance of the situation. He just like mixes and matches when he can't get something. Although to be fair, Glimmer Cape is like super high value item here. There's a gem on the Bane, there's a Zeus Bolt and ulti, but outside of that, there's no other reveal. So if the Bane were to go down, the Zeus ulti is used. You could imagine the invisibility helping. Certainly the spell resistance helps, and Beastmaster's also got a Glimmer Cape. But Nature's Prophet actually now moving into that Scythe of Vice, so having some more utility outside of the ultis, because I do feel like most of Nature's Prophet's gold, sure, he's like by far the richest on the map, but most of it is like in ultis. That's, the hero doesn't really, up until this Hex, didn't really do that much outside of ulting.
Yeah, and now throwing in some extra catch. And with the Octarine Core, this Hex does have a shorter cooldown as well that he can play around, so a lot of uptime, also a refresher, so he can get the double Hex off in a team fight potentially. Vega still have firm control. It seems they do want to keep the lanes pushed and possibly wait for a Roshan. Uh-oh, Dendi, there's the Hex. Lightning bolts come out. It's going to be a refresh. Hex Prophet decides this is the kill we want. One more bolt. Will they get in time? There's the Yules, though. Dendi, he's going to find his way out of this one, it looks like, and the return kills are coming. Raw onto the Zeus. He's going to go down. Dendi just drops a coil, orbs for some vision. He's looking to get the hell out of here, and a slightly fumbled gank attempt from Vega. Prophet committing the refresher. They just didn't quite have the damage. Zeus, was he trying to hold his ultimate there, or was it not quite up? Because he still actually got it right now.
It was cooling down. Oh. It was cooling down. It cooled down pretty much exactly as he died.
Well.
So, yeah, it's I don't know. And Zeus is an important kill. Like I said, that fight at the mid lane, it was really big for Na'Vi when they killed Zeus and Ember at the start. Honestly, any fight where they kill Zeus and Ember Spirits, or they kill one of the two and the other one's running away, Na'Vi have like absolute control of that fight.
Working with a Deso now, so it's still a fairly volatile position to be in if you're Vega, because if you lose a team fight, Navi's push will break your base in no time at all. So Vega do have to play this game very cautiously as a result. They're not going to rush into a push, I imagine, because of the nature of this game being very minimal room for error.
This is a bit like, you remember the game we cast where CDC got knocked out because they were running the Naga Siren, and like they looked like not completely comfortable with how to approach the game with it, and Vega looking a bit more comfortable, but it is kind of like, I think this is a team that's used to winning by having an advantage and then just forcing their way through you, or winning a fight or something. And the way that the lead they have is like a lot in the Nature's Prophet, and the way he's itemized and the way you play this kind of Nature's Prophet is, I would say, quite different to the way that Vega usually approach the game, and might be responsible for why they're occasionally getting these deaths on the Zeus.
Glimmer in, Axmo blinks in, gets the Raw up top, he finds the Zeus, but there is a Prophet who's TP'd in, adds some backup. Zeus throws an ultimate. Witch Doctor, where's he at? He's trying to get in there, but the Sprout is actually going to block it off, and Zeus blink TP away. That Sprout saving lives, although possibly not going to save his own life. Is there a cancel for this one? The Death Ward Maledict Prophet going to take a lot of damage, but he's in his fountain now, so he will be able to heal himself back up. Mid lane, Vincere popped an ultimate, not entirely sure what was happening there, but Na'Vi look for pickoffs across the map and do not find anything.
So Mag just bought a Blink Dagger, so he's like pretty much maxed out. I guess he can change phase boots into boots of travel, and after that he's got to like readjust his entire item ball if he wants to improve something. I guess he could get a Moonshard, or not really gonna be that relevant to Moonshard in this game.
Yeah, at this point, it's not really, like you say, there's nothing really there to upgrade. So that's, at some points, like, it's great. Your Prophet 6 slot a bit, it's a cause for concern when you haven't won the game yet. Na'Vi's still holding on to some extent, and it's not like you can say, okay, Prophet, just stop farming. You want him to be spamming his ultimate, pushing out lane, so he's going to eat up more farm from the team, despite the fact he's already kind of peaked and maxed out. So for Vega, they've got to be very wary of how they're going to actually win and close out this game.
Hopefully Mag will start buying all the wards on his team now. Wards, sentries, gems, stuff like that. And I guess he could go for like a 7th item Necro or something after he gets travels.
With Aegis in hand, it seems Vega want to push. They haven't actually taken a single melee Rax this game. It's just the range Raxes, and that's where Na'Vi haven't actually felt all that much pressure from the mid lane or the bottom lane, but looking to change that is Vega now at bottom. An Ember Spirit on the front lines, but not really the ideal hero to try and break buildings with, and that's something we're going to see possibly cause some issues here. Puck, TP's in, immediate blink backwards, and Prophet going to throw the first ultimate, perhaps looking to push out the mid and the top lane. Artsal glimmers forward. Bolt will scout him out, and that's something they have to be very wary of, is those Glimmer Cape initiations. If they have Bane too far back, they may not be able to scout out the Invis initiations of the Na'Vi hero. Axmo just getting hexed up. That's just kind of defensive hex trying to secure them a melee Rax, perhaps, but this is just not working for Vega gear. 2 heroes searing chains off. There's the Zeus ultimate. Axmo's blinked in. They're looking for Zeus, who has got a cheese, so they're going to burst him down before he can use it. He gets 4 stuff out of there. The Chain Frost bouncing back to the creeps, not really doing a whole lot, but the Witch Doctor ultimate will break the Ember Aegis. Doesn't come at too big a cost, but Vincere, he's in trouble. He's gone in too deep, and the Fiend script bring him down. He's got no buyback as well. Na'Vi now, without their Lycan, going to have to defend, and all they've taken out is the Aegis. Looks like Vega should be able to get a few more kills, and Vincere calls it. Without a Lycan, Na'Vi are nothing.
You asked in the draft about Lycan as anything except for a pusher, and we kind of saw there the issue. Lycan, like, looking really strong, charges onto Zeus. Zeus gets 4-staffed away, tries to go on Bane, Bane Ghost Scepters, turns around for a 3rd target, and suddenly he's being Fiend script. It's just like, the hero was not in its element at this stage in the game, wanted to be pushing, wanted to be pressuring. Vega actually the ones doing the pressuring all game long, especially ever since Mag got that Aghanim Scepter. And we spoke about how he had a lot of responsibility, but I think he took the responsibility. He only died once the entire game, and in the end, like a pretty neat finish for his team.
Okay, well, Vega, they force a game 3. These two teams going neck and neck in both game 1 and game 2. Two very interesting drafts. Kind of Na'Vi adopting the Vega playstyle here in game number 2, and in some ways a similar game. It is a game 3 decide. I'm excited. We get a third game, and it feels like, with the way the two teams have played, it should be going to a game 3. I don't really feel like either team Scant has an edge over the other right now.
Yeah, and especially if we're discussing how, like, to some extent, this feels like the grand final. These certainly feel like the two highest profile teams left in the tournament, and I think it does justice to the first game that there'd be a third game, regardless. You know, I want to see more of these teams fighting each other.
All right, well, we're going to take a break. When we come back, Game 3, the decider of the semi-finals here in the BTS Series Europe Tournament number 1. Vega or Na'Vi going through the grand finals. The other will be finishing in 3rd, 4th place. Listening to Beyond the Summit. Don't go anywhere.
changes.
BTS Series Europe competition number 1, and Na'Vi and Vega are going the distance. It's a Game 3 decider in the semi-finals. Both teams guaranteed prize money. One of them, though, going to get a whole lot more of it as they will advance into the grand finals. Vega taking game number 2 after Na'Vi stole game number 1 away from them. And we're going to see what the two teams put together here in game number 3. Gods joining me as Scant once again. And Scant, I got to say, we've seen some neck-and-neck Dota so far. I don't even think you could really predict a winner on this game 3.
Yeah, it's tough to predict. It's especially in this kind of matchup. I would say probably advantage Vega. for one, they won the previous game, and I feel like in best of threes, the team that wins the second game more often actually wins the third than the team that won the first game. I don't know, that's just like an instinct I have. I haven't checked that out. I also think that to some extent you could probably say that Artstyle's been drafting cheese strategies. You know, the first game, I feel like a big part of Na'Vi winning is that they have this like global threat of you can't split push, but you also can't fight us. The second game, they tried to do a similarly cheesy, like, well, let's just get 2 Necro 3s and push. It didn't work as well. Whereas Vega, I feel like, were in the first game and did win the second game on more like neutral, just playing Dota well basis. So I feel like it's, you know, once you're in the game 3 of a best of 3, it's not as likely that Vega lose because they like get cheesed in a way they're not prepared for. And if it's going to come down to just like good old-fashioned Dota, I think they maybe are somewhat ahead. But all that said, I do agree with you that I'm not going to make a prediction. I think they're slightly ahead.
Yeah, I mean, even like looking at some of the odds on the matches, like I've seen some sites where it's slightly Vega favored, other places where it's more Na'Vi favored. So it seems in general it's fairly split. For Na'Vi, they're going to go for the Bane Ember Spirit as their opening 2 picks, and Vega once again putting faith in the Zeus pick. It's going to be picked up with a Tusk, and this is the 3rd Zeus game in a row. So far, Zeus undefeated in this best of 3.
Yeah, also interesting how Vega, in the previous game, after the first game performance of Seneko Sand King, Vega banned Sand King in the second phase. This game, they actually banned it in the first phase. Just like, none of that. Don't want to even risk it. Like, don't want to have to deal with that again, because that hero caused so much trouble for them in the first game.
Well, Na'Vi then move on to the Earthshaker. We saw Game 1, Axmo handling the offlane Shaker. Quite likely to be the case here again, although it could also be a hero to go into the hands of Seneko as far as the roaming support goes, and something Na'Vi are very comfortable with, however you look at it.
There's a bit of a trend actually in Vega's band, and I think it's important that Na'Vi take the Earthshaker now if they're going to take it, because, you know, Sand King, Mag, Tiny, it almost feels like Vega... There's an association with Na'Vi throughout the years, not even just this Na'Vi team, that a lot of the games they win off like making really big plays and team fights. So it could be that's the thinking of Vega, that, you know, let's just eliminate the opportunities for them to do that. Of course, Na'Vi still get the Earthshaker, and they've got the Ember Spirits, and I don't know if you saw... I saw a clip somewhere, I don't think I actually watched the match, I think I saw a clip on Reddit of there was a game where Ditchera played Ember Spirit recently, where there was like one slice that killed like 4 heroes. So that's the thing that can happen in Dota sometimes.
Yeah. And I feel like, if one thing, by the way, I feel like defines a lot of Na'Vi's games and their play in general, they seem to go to like the 50, 60 minute stage of the game a lot more than most teams. I feel like they've had so many crazy games where Ditchera will, like, kind of like you mentioned, be on the Ember Spirit with rapiers and stuff. It just seems to happen to Na'Vi as of late more than other teams. And they don't, I mean, often they're playing from behind. Sometimes it's just they're not closing games out fast, but something about Na'Vi is they just have these extended games.
They're doing it for the fans, man. Giving them the long, epic
of course
enjoyment to watch. But I'm a big fan, actually, of Solo's Shadow Shaman. I think it should be, yeah, Shoma plays Tusk, and Solo has always been the Shadow Shaman player. In fact, he was playing this hero. There were a couple of players who were playing Shadow Shaman before it, like, sort of gained some new popularity, and I think he's one of them that was just always playing it throughout.
All right. Well, I mean, Solo's play in general, I feel, is fairly unique. It reminds me a bit of what like EG did with AUI 2000 during TI, where he's often off alone, like pushing a lane. He maybe dies a few times here or there and gets ganked, but it's very much like 3 heroes just ganked your kind of 4 position support. It's not necessarily always worth it. So he does fill a very interesting and unique role for this Vega Squadron team.
Yeah, fittingly named Solo, you'd say.
Yes. Yeah. Okay, Na'Vi.
Vega Squadron.
Here we go.
We saw a lot of really convincing FY Pudges over the last week. Those are all support Pudges. When you see Na'Vi picking Pudge, you'd like naturally assume it's got to be Dandy.
Nobody wants a support Pudge scared. Don't talk like that. Although perhaps Seneko could prove us wrong and say, hey, Dandy's not the only one who can play the hero. But you see Pudge, you see Na'Vi, you think Dandy. That's all you're thinking right now.
Yeah, and there's some pretty delicious heroes for Pudge to kill. The Shadow Shaman, even the Zeus. I mean, this might be another game where we see Zeus rushing a 4-star rather than the Aetherlens.
Yeah. And I see, this is where I look at the Earthshaker and think even more so this may be a support Earthshaker with like a Pudge vs Zeus mid matchup. All it takes is one fissure and Zeus is dead. You can never get hooked by a Pudge if you're a Zeus or you're done for. You can't. I don't even think there's any great heroes that Vega can sit mid to try and prevent that. A tough Snowball's not going to be able to come in to save the day. They just don't really have a good option, it feels like, for that mid lane to save a Zeus.
10 seconds remaining.
It's actually a bit like what we were saying about the Quap Zeus matchup. If the equilibrium ever shifts to Pudge's side, he can just kind of stand on the other side, and Zeus doesn't get to come close enough, or he can be hooked.
Well, we'll see what Vega look to do about that. They picked up the Juggernaut for now, so Pasha's hero for the safe lane has been
10
selected,
seconds
and
remaining.
we're still not entirely sure where the Pudge is going, although, I mean, with
5
Na'Vi you always think
seconds
Dandy, and that would put Bane onto the art style here. So Na'Vi looking possibly for an offlaner, possibly for a support, or if you really stretch the Pudge onto a support role, they could be looking for a different hero for the mid lane. And as for Vega, looks like we will be seeing a ban targeted at Mag with the Brood ban. They do actually run. I think Sioma does probably play the best Tusk on this team, despite being that 5-position support player, and Tusk normally kind of not fitting into that 5 position. I feel like he does play the Tusk maybe better than some of the other players on his team, although I've seen Mag play it and I've even seen Solid play it as well.
Yeah, I think it could be Mag or it could be Sioma. I really doubt it'll be Solo here because I just think Shadow Shaman Solo's hero. We mentioned the Earthshaker setting up Fissure for Pajok, but how about just the Bane rotates in Nightmare? Like, could you find an easier setup for Hook?
Yeah.
Like, I feel like Vega have to have that on their minds, that they might be dealing with a Dandy Pudge, and if they are, there's 2 supports that could both just on their own rotate into that mid lane and set up an easy hook, and they're possibly thinking of, what do we do to protect from that possibility.
Well, we'll find out the answer possibly with the last pick. For now, Na'Vi, they're going to kind of reveal what they're doing with their draft. An AA banned by Vega. They're thinking this is going to be a mid-Pudge and an offlane shaker. But Dendi says, let's pick a Templar Assassin. It will be a support Pudge. Or possibly an offlane Pudge. Or maybe we don't jump to conclusions here. Pudge can always be played in the offlane if you look at what Team Leviathans do with Jenkins. So unless Na'Vi are going to put Dendi support and have Saniko play mid, and that to me seems far less likely than Saniko playing the Pudge and Dendi just going mid on the TA. Dendi does play a very formidable Templar Assassin.
Yeah, and we know Axmo likes to play the Earthshaker in the offlane, so I think this is just like a new take on the classic Bane Mirana roaming combo. You do Bane and Pudge, and Saneko probably, again, we were saying earlier, like, these guys have probably been watching Chinese Dota, and I have very little doubt that after, being like a high-skilled, flashy support player, you see FY doing what he's been doing, and you're like, hey, I want to do that too.
Alright, well the last pick, Undying, is going to be Sioma's hero, so it does put Mag into the offlane on the Tusk. What do you make as far as Undying goes? Is this going to be a hero looking to protect the mid lane, or is we just going to see Undying look to apply his pressure? Is mid lane just lost for Vega, do you feel, with the fact that art style's going to be pressuring? You've got a roaming Pudge. Is there anything they can do to help out the Zeus here?
The way that they actually, I think that's the point in the Undying pick, they're going to try and protect mid lane indirectly, because Juggernauts and Shadow Shaman will kill an offlaner on their own, and Undying and Tusk are going to try and force there to be 3 heroes in the safe lane, because if Undying and Tusk are just against Ember Spirit and Bane, they're probably winning that lane. So they try and force the Pudge to be elsewhere, and it's not the we'll save Zeus directly methodology. It's more just like anytime you're spending pressuring Zeus, your other lanes are going to pay for it.
Well, here we go. We load into Game 3. It is the decider here. One of these teams going to make their way into the Grand Finals. The other will be eliminated. Na'Vi fall back to a classic, a Pudge pick, but not the standard Na'Vi Pudge. It will be Saniko playing a support Pudge for the team. Vega going to ask for a second or a minute or two to think things over and perhaps just grab a drink, grab a bathroom break, and we'll prepare for game number 3 here. So you talk about the Undying keeping the pressure on lane. What's kind of Na'Vi's objectives? Is this Pudge just going to be roaming all over the place for them, or is there going to be some more kind of nuance to what they have in mind?
No, yeah, that's the plan. They want Pudge to make kills, but without sustaining too much pressure on Ditchera's Ember Spirits, because I think that's the trade-off. So it would be ideal for them if Pudge could set up kills actually in that top lane. If he can't, then hopefully he can make kills in one of the other lanes while Ditchera somehow still gets some value. But it's actually a difficult ask, to be honest. I think if Pudge is staying top all the time, Pudge, Bane, and Ember Spirit, it's not obvious that they're actually ahead against Tusk and Undying. You've actually just swapped heroes. They've just decided that Mag should be the Undying this game, and Sioma's going to be the Tusk instead.
Okay. I wonder if that was just saying to maybe throw Na'Vi off with how they set up their lanes, like thinking, okay, Tuska's going off lane, prepare for like a Undying in a lane. Maybe you itemize differently based on which is a support, which is an offlaner. So it possibly was just a bit of mind games coming in from Vega.
I do think that having the Undying as a core instead of the Tusk suggests maybe more of a like group up and push plan, which is actually difficult against Pudge in particular. But they've got the Shadow Shaman ulti, and if the Undying's going to have like early mech or Greaves, the Juggernaut healing ward, there's actually tools at the disposal of Vega to apply pressure to buildings if they get any kind of lead. And they certainly do have strong heroes for the lane stage. Whereas Na'Vi, it's like, it's pretty one-dimensional really. It's like Pudge is going to like do a lot for them early game, or if he doesn't, they're probably losing the overall early game.
Yeah, and losing an early game, like you say, can lead to losing a lot of towers when you're versing an Undying, a Shadow Shaman. They don't have the best heroes for bringing down Tombstone as well. Like Ember Spirit, TA, you don't really want to get in there up close. TA especially will quickly burn away the refraction if you're fighting zombies as well. So I feel like this draft is actually going to struggle against a level 4 Tombstone once that comes into play.
Oh, here comes Seneko just bravely walking into the enemy jungle.
Are they going for this kill? They've got Shackles from the high ground is solo. Seneko has boots, so the Ice Shards will block him in, and this looks like a first blood. Gets the rot, looking for the deny. Zeus will secure it with an Arc Lightning. Bounty Rune bottom should go Navi's way. The Nightmare up top. Art Style will get the rune up here as well, so it looks like... Oh no, Navi didn't actually get the bottom rune. I thought they'd hang around and grab it after that fight, but it looks like they just didn't feel safe, and Dendi will have to play the mid lane without a Bounty Rune. Well,
yeah, they definitely not the start they were hoping for, and it's super bad. It's kind of like when you have those early fights and your Lich has to take Nova and then doesn't have Sacrifice. This is like Pudge had to take Rot level 1 now, so there's that much more time before it gets effective. Obviously, Pudge usually makes kills once you have Hook and Rot, but combining with other heroes, the Hook can be enough sometimes. And Seneko actually starting now in the spot lane, looking like they want to.
Here we go mid, by the way. Sioma says, "Okay, my Zeus can't lane mid. Here is the answer. The Ancient pulls her back. He's been watching a thing or two from the Chinese tournaments, the Radiant Dire Cup, because shenanigans are happening here, and TA is not going to be too pleased."
Oh man, I thought, I'd almost forgotten about this because it's been such a while since we'd seen it. It wasn't really happening at the later stages of that tournament. And Dendi's response is like, he's just going to come up here and last the creeps under the Ancients. I don't know how well that's going to go for him.
Well, he can fight Sioma pretty well here. He doesn't have any points in the snowball, still just level 1. But Dendi actually lost his refraction here. Is this just going to be a kill? They could... Okay, they didn't have Ice Shards. The long cooldown at level 1 meant that he was going to be okay there. And this mid lane is not really fun.
It seemed to me more like he's annoyed, like a bit stubborn, than like Dendi's thought about this is how I'll deal with it if someone pulls the mid lane. He was just like, screw that, I want those creeps.
Dendi at mid taking quite a bit of damage here. Has he got any? He's not even close to a ball. He's going to have to bring out extra regen here, and this is very much a problem lane for him. The supports Art Style spending a bit of time at bottom lane. Seneko down there as well, but Seneko's still just level 1. He needs to find a way to get level 2 to get that meat hook online. Finds himself an arcane.
Because like we said, that's the roots for Na'Vi to like have a good early game. It involves Pudge hooking people, and first you need to have the skill hook to hook people.
Dendi and the Zeus, no one having a bit of fun there at the top rune. Dendi trying to get around him with the boots, but no one just giving him the little bumper car treatment.
Well, it's actually quite important, I think, that the Tusk did that pull early on, because the Bane was also harassing Zeus, back to doing that now again. And I think that even though TA can't really stop Zeus farming that much, it's probably like a mildly TA favored lane in terms of the farm. Or I mean, it's either even or the TA might have been slightly ahead, I would say.
And with
so
the
Bane
pool
there, kind of evens it out.
Yeah, with the Bane there, it's very heavily TA favored, but yeah, like you say, the pool evens it out. Looks like Seneko gonna stack some Ancients. No Ancient pulls available for him. Okay, yeah, he's got Hook. He's also got Smoke, and that's immediately the plan. They stack Ancients 1, they smoke up. Bane could set up with a Nightmare here at mid. That looks to be the plan here, but no one's got boots already, and they're not going to be able to get the catch. Pudge could look for the hooky. Oh! That was about as close as it gets from Seneko.
Yeah, the sad thing is that I think if Artstyle's the one with the boots and not Seneko, then they actually probably catch the Nightmare in the hook.
Yep.
but
absolutely.
maybe a bit too impatient. Like if they know that Zeus has boots and Bane doesn't, they maybe should have just gone up the long way around.
Yep. Well, as it stands, Na'Vi perhaps not the start they were hoping for. TA is still doing very well in the CS department though, so the one Ancient Pool not going to mess things up entirely for him. Just means he perhaps doesn't have the lane dominance he was hoping for. Top lane, how's our 1v1 been doing? Undying's been battling it out with the Ember Spirit and Ember, as well as the Undying, both getting pretty good farm here. Slight edge going the Undying's way, although perhaps about to change with the Bane's arrival towards the top.
Yeah, and to be honest, the fact that it's only a slight edge is impressive for Vincere. I feel like this is a lane where he could be under a lot of pressure, especially when the Tusk is off the map. Like, sure, Tusk has ended up showing quite a lot in the mid lane, so maybe that's why Ember Spirit's gotten value out of this lane.
And Tusk back to the mid pools is going to look for it again. Only gets, he only gets one range creep, it looks like. Unless that range creep may not even follow. No, he's not going to succeed with this pull. Slightly mistimed, perhaps. You see Zeus now with a DD rune. Not really something he can threaten to kill with, but will help with the last hits. And he's got Arcane Boots up now, so that'll help the Tusk out, juice him up. And Bane is actually going to look to pull to the side these Ancients. I think just trying to disrupt the Ancient pools if possible. Saying he doesn't want to have
Little does he
any
know
of it.
that there's not actually an attempt right now, but yeah, I don't know if this is advice that should be given out on stream, but if you, like, for those pulls, I think you usually want the Ancients to actually meet the wave, like, between your tier 1 and tier 2, because there's always the risk if they meet the creeps like they did there, that the creeps will just be re-aggro to the lane. So it's much better if you get the Ancients to meet them, exactly where you've gone.
Don't try it in your pub games, please, guys. At least not if I'm in them. Mid laners will hate you. Perhaps the enemy mid laners. We'll see. Bottom lane.
Here's maybe a kill for Snick.
Yep, they've got the hook shot. The fissure will land, but Blade Fury could see a return kill going the way of Pasha. He's looking to chase down Saniko. One more right click will do it. The Ice Shard's there as well, if he didn't get it, and he'll even get the Centaur kill. And Artstyle needs to be careful. He's in very deep here, but has 10 stick charges, which is where he feels confident. Axmo, he's got another fissure, but Zeus rocks up to the party. Undying gets a solo kill on the Ember Spirit at top lane, but it's bottom lane where Artstyle's still in trouble here. He's gonna... Oh, Ice Shards will be off. Is there a Lightning Bolt? He's so close to level 6. Kill a creep, kill a neutral, kill anything. Hook shot, bottom lane. They've got the Juggernaut. Saniko. He strikes. Axmo does not have a fissure for now. Saniko's still looking to get this one, perhaps. And Artstyle still on the run. Another Ice Shards is available. He wants to make sure he lands it. Throws the Observer. Instead goes for the Snowball. He'll get the kill. Can he get out, though? That's probably the big question here. Dendi in the neighborhood has his Axmo, and I don't believe Sioma has a way out of this. He's going to
He's just going to try and make as much space as he can, like waste their time.
Yep, and he's got 2 heroes running his way. Make it a 3rd. That's a big commitment for Na'Vi. I think Bane's saying, I just want to get a bit of farm for myself, and he's also looking for the deny, which was probably the other reason why Na'Vi wanted to make sure they rotated enough heroes to prevent that.
But yeah, at the top lane, Vincere, I said, had been doing, like, sort of maybe surprisingly well, maybe not that surprising in terms of last hits. They're still neck and neck, but I sort of looked over there during the fight at the bot lane. It looked like they were just facing off against each other, and neither one of them wanted to back down. And by the time Vincere realized he was going to lose the fight, it was a bit too late. He turned around, tried to run away, and got caught by the last decay.
Was that before he was level 6, or he just had no mana?
It was... I'm actually not... I think he had no mana.
Right now, it's Vincere back towards the top lane. He's not doing as well as he would like for farm after that death now. And Undying, what's he picked up? He's got Arcane Boots and an Urn. Level 7, there's the max Tombstone. We kind of mentioned how hard this could be to deal with for Na'Vi. He's going to give the Ember Spirit some space in top lane, but it could come at the cost of some of these other Na'Vi lanes with Undying looking to rotate.
And where's the next hook going to come from? That's the question if you're Na'Vi. And Snake and Artstyle still lurking together in the back lines.
This ward, though, is incredibly useful. Not only did it help secure that solo kill for the Tusk, but it now gives great scouting information onto the Na'Vi rotations.
Yeah. And Axima is actually just playing it safe on his tower, I guess. Has to be careful if he gets caught in a Hex or Shackle. He probably dies at this bot lane.
Level 5 though, so at least has found his level. He's got a lot of farm for an offlane shaker here. Arcane Boots, 900 gold. Very early on in the game, so I think Na'Vi can be pretty happy with the position that Axmo is currently in. Oh, hook top. They've got the Undying, but he drops the Tombstone immediately. They get the Searing Chains. I'm not entirely sure they can burst him down. Sorup is there and a Turo Decay. They've turned this around with the Zeus. Pudge goes down. That was not a kill they could get. It didn't even really feel like they came that close.
Yeah, and this is, again, the difference between if this was like a 5-position Undying versus a 3-position Undying. As things worked out, I think that probably they swapped because they wanted to do the mid pools. But one of the advantages definitely has been that the Undying is just like really strong. It's a core Undying, it has a lot of farm, it has a lot of levels, and each time Na'Vi tried to interact with the Undying, Mag says, no, I'm in charge here.
And Na'Vi going for some very, I would say kind of low percentage rotations. Artstyle smokes up towards bottom, hoping to get a Nightmare onto the Jug. If they get the Nightmare, they kill him, but Jug able to Blade Fury before the Nightmare comes out, and the Nightmare into what probably would have been an Echo Slam Fissure, not going to happen. And even if you hit the Nightmare, Solo could theoretically even toggle it off, and then he gets the Blade Fury away regardless. Mid lane, Dendi is being jumped on here. The Refraction, oh, the Meldax underneath the tower. Sioma perhaps overestimating what he can get done here. The Fissure nicely placed, locks Dendi in with the Tusk, and kill goes the way of the Templar Assassin. Dendi having a very good game here in the mid lane. He is top of the net worth charts, and this is without even farming any Ancient stacks, of which there's about to be a triple stack. Should Artstyle hit this one, and I'm going to say Na'Vi have to be pretty pleased with where the TA is currently sitting.
Yeah, there's even like the remnants of a stack on the Radiant Ancients, which I don't think any of the Radiant heroes are going to farm anytime soon, so Dendi could maybe sneak through there too.
Just a scouting ultimate, it looks like, from Vega. This will secure them the bottom tier 1. I think they were a little apprehensive about going for this tier 1 tower should Na'Vi make a big defense, but the Zeus ulti gave them the vision they needed.
And despite the fact that Dendi's getting a lot of farm, I do feel like maybe the bigger pickup this game for Na'Vi is going to be the Earthshaker's Blink Dagger.
Nightmare from Artstyle. He's going to survive the Omni Slash, but not the Blade Fury. The hook from Saniko pulls the Jug back in. That's going to get the Bane killed, but the kill on the Jug makes it worth it. And it's not just a Jug, it's going to be the Tusk again. I've seen this one before. Dendi and Sioma trapped in a corner. And Dendi, being the bully that he is, will take him down. Ember Spirit, Dichiraxi getting the last hit. And he's got Boots of Travels now on the Ember Spirit. He can get very active with this.
Yeah, Na'Vi punishing Vega, like Vega actually punished Na'Vi twice in the top lane. Now Na'Vi have punished Vega twice in the mid and the off lane, when Vega have been maybe a bit too aggressive. I do think that in terms of the timings, it's the... What's the Undying God? When he gets to his mech, I feel like that's a very big timing for Vega. With the Shadow Shaman ulti, the Undying's Tombstone, the mech, they group up, they pressure a lot of objectives, and that's why I was referring to the fact that the Earthshaker's Dagger is maybe going to be a bit of a key for Na'Vi, more than any of the items Dendi has.
Oh, Spirit getting very low. He actually smokes up with his team, perhaps worried about a Zeus ultimate, which is coming up in 2 seconds. If Zeus ulted, he would have been dead. This smoke actually could save his life, and also set up some kills here in the mid lane. Unfortunately for Na'Vi, tower already down, and smoke not going to lead to any kills right away, but Dichira at least kept alive, and they're going to look to turn things around here. Vega waiting on the higher ground. They see Dendi here. Can they get the jump? You can see an Ether Shock to lead the way. Fissure's on point, catches 4. There's going to be a blink. Echo, Axma reveals it with Dichira TPing in as well. It's a triple kill. It's going to be more an ultra kill coming the way of Dichira. The 5th hero not there. That's the Juggernaut, who's probably just sitting there hitting neutrals like, what just went wrong? The item timings for Na'Vi, the Blink Dagger and the Boots of Travel could not have come at a better time for them.
Yeah, and usually Earthshaker's Blink Dagger early on before you have level 2 ulti is can be a bit underwhelming, but catching them so well together with the chain stun, setting up for his Ember Spirit to get all those kills, really credit to Aximo there, because I mean, it's not that difficult once he's in position, but he had to be in the right position. If he was a bit further back and Dendi goes down and then they like split up before he gets there, nothing happens. But standing in the right place at the right time, from there it becomes kind of easy.
It's so reminiscent of that first Echo Slam we saw in Game 1, where Na'Vi were kind of on the back foot. It was Vega applying pressure. This game might perhaps less so, but suddenly a Blink Earthshaker just catches them by surprise out of nowhere, and Vega just get completely team wiped. This time, well, 4 out of 5, but the result's pretty much the same. It's Na'Vi suddenly in the driver's seat.
Yeah, and the funny thing is, we talked about how Pudge is probably the key component in Na'Vi doing well in the early game, and I don't really feel like that's how it's worked out. I feel like Na'Vi's ended up looking quite strong in the early game, despite the fact that Pudge's impact has been quite small.
Na'Vi have snuck their way into Roshan now as well, and this is something which doesn't look like it will be detected. Dendi, no DD rune, pre-Desolator, but with a bit of help from his teammates, a Dismember being used and everything, they're going to get Roshan. It does come at the cost of 2 towers up top, and by this point, Vega have to be realizing, like, okay, we just pushed tier 1, we pushed tier 2, there's no counter push mid or bottom, they're rushing. Vega definitely by the end of that would have known, but they get themselves a pretty decent trade in return for it.
Yeah, it relates to the previous trade actually. I think Vega like Earthshaker used ulti, so now we can group up and push, they can't stop us. And Na'Vi react by saying, yeah, we can't stop you, but we'll take Rush. So everyone making, I think, the correct moves.
Alright, well, right now, it's Na'Vi now 2.5k on Dichara, Dendi even more farmed. I believe that's his Desolator coming out, you betcha. 14 minutes in, and on top of that, sitting on about 1k gold. This will be a very fast Blink Deso from him, and they've got such great setup with the Bane, the Shaker, and even the Pudge that keeping heroes in place for Dendi to kill off will be very, very easy.
Radiant's bottom tower.
They do still have a bit of a weak spot though, which is when Vega group up to push, it's really a lot on the Earthshaker. It's either Pudge is hooking someone out or Earthshaker's catching a nice initiation. And if neither of those things happen, like just full-on charging forward 5v5, taking a fight, I don't think Na'Vi have a chance in that situation, with or without the farm Dendi has. Like they're gonna be punished by Zeus ulti, Undying Tombstone, Shadow Shaman ulti.
Solo? Even Artsel about to clash heads here. Artsel says, what the hell is going on here? Has got Nightmare as well as Fiend's Grip, and he's gonna possibly just get a straight up solo kill here. Would need probably a Brain Sap as well, and he's got it. I think that reveals to Vega that there is a Dire Ward in that area, but either way, a rare kill for Artsal, who had a very tough game last game. Bottom lane, they've got him a Blink Echo Slam onto the Jug. They're going to take him out before he can Blade Fury. It's not the same Echo Slam we saw last team fight, but it's one that's just as effective given the state of this game for Na'Vi. A pick up onto the Vega carry.
I can just imagine the chats like cheering as Artsal gets a kill. I like logged into the chat at the end of last game and saw everyone like defending Artsal, leave him alone.
Leave Artsal alone. Come on, guys. It was. I mean, last game was one of those things where it's like he could have played more selfish last game after the bad start to try and stay alive, but he's like, nope, guys, I'm just going to keep on dying. I'll way back in is the cause, and this game has proven much friendlier for him.
He does. I mean, he tends to play every version. Like the first time when he came back into the Na'Vi squad, and then this time he's tended to play like a very kind of hard 6 or 7 position support. Like almost always being very selfless, and
yeah,
it's I think part of what part of his main contribution to the team, other than just being a captain and draft, is that he moves them back into more of like an old school Dota setup where you do have one support player who just like takes everything for the team.
Oh, smoke from Na'Vi there. Looking to make a move here. Zeus's Lightning Bolt, Nocken's kind of thing. Thinks about the ulti. That would reveal where Na'Vi are. At least that they're smoked up. He does cancel it though when lingering very close to Na'Vi. The hook shot will be off from Siniko. And now the Giga's up. Vega should know exactly what's going on. But Axmo with a Blink Dagger could be thinking about going regardless. But no, Na'Vi say, let's back off. You may have a TA Blink Dagger and Aegis, but this mid tier 1 tower is a very risky spot to take a fight. Undying has mech. He's also got that level 4 Tombstone. Juggernaut in the neighborhood with an Omni Slash. Perhaps a well-advised time for them just to regroup. And Ember's actually holding on to a lot of gold here too.
Vega Squadron would be looking so much better if Juggernaut had his Battle Fury a few minutes ago. Like the fact that he's behind and the fact that it's on Battle Fury, which is like a farming item for accelerating his farm. I think it's extremely significant. The whole balance of the game would be different if he had got it earlier.
Attempted fissure block on the top lane, but Zeus has a 4-staff available. And again, we see the 4-staff over Aether Lens. I'm liking it. I'm sure you're probably in agreement as well, Scan.
Yeah. Yep, I'm in agreement. There's gonna be the Aether Lens afterwards, but I think this is the order to do things when you need to, and it's against the Pudge, so absolutely.
Bottom lane, Ember has a Battle Fury being delivered, it looks like, and this is also a tier 1 tower that doesn't seem Vega in a good position to defend right now. Free money going Dichara's way. I think Vega just unsure where Na'Vi are, and Not really sure what they can do as far as defending towers and making moves out on the map. Vincere will secure the last season.
There's a funny story about Vincere and Ember Spirit, which is that back when he was playing at PR and then he played for NLG for a while, a couple of people told me, players from those teams told me that he would never play Ember Spirit because he just didn't feel confident playing the hero. And since he's played in this Na'Vi team, it's like pretty much his main hero, and he dominates on it every time. So there's something interesting to that like you can have such a turnaround in like your attitude towards the hero. And it's also something interesting in like I think this is the case for a lot of professional players. A lot of the time, which heroes you see a player playing has just as much to do with their confidence on the hero as it has to do with like the actual ability on the hero.
I feel like it's a really good point. The confidence, all it takes is one good game on a hero, and suddenly you get that you want to play it again. You feel like you can do more on that hero. Well, speaking of being off solo, it's Sneeko, the Ice Shards. May actually save him here. He's going to go for the TP out. It gets cancelled by no one, and it looks like there's no escape for the Pudge. But realistically, a death of no consequence for Na'Vi, and possibly he can get something in return at top lane. They are setting up for this tier 1 top tower. I'm not sure if the Earthshaker's been scouted here. Looks like Na'Vi are waiting with that Blink Echo Slam. Korea kind of... Okay, they pinged it out. They know exactly where Axmo is, and I don't really foresee this one working too much. Yeah, he blinks backwards. Solo looking for the catches. Not going to find it initially. Fissure will cover the retreat, so Na'Vi just going to regroup.
Something impressive about Solo Shadow Shaman actually, and I've seen him play this hero so many times, he always gets his items at reasonable time. I mean, he's 0 for 3 in this game. He's not really had that much space. He got caught out when he tried to split farm on his own. He still has the blink though. And I think that's like really, really important. If you have a Shadow Shaman at this stage in the game that doesn't have the blink, it's just like the contribution in a fight is, it's a bit of a joke. Like you try to run in and you get caught halfway by a hook, by an Ember Spirit, by Tier blinking on you, by a Fissure. But with the blink, he's actually able to be involved and make plays.
Making plays is what Vega looking to do now. They're smoking up, headed towards the Dire jungle or mid lane. See what they can get done here. Roshan going to be coming up in the next 1 to 4 minutes. Not something that Vega could really have on the agenda here. It looks like they are going to be looking for kills, and I think this Raiden Observer would have spotted a hero or two coming down towards this bottom lane. Ember would make a very juicy kill for them. And it's just going to come down to a matter of lockdown, and that's what Solo's going to provide for this team on the Shadow Shaman. But Vincere hiding for now. 5 heroes have been missing for so long. Zeus will ulti, and that's going to send alarm bells ringing. Vincere will get hexed up, though he did not have a Fire Remnant up, perhaps. No, he's got it up now. He gets out. Oh, he did. Surprised he didn't go for that one right away.
Yeah, it's a bit strange that he started with the TP, because that Remnant would have gone to waste anyway. But I guess he juked them, because I think that they were maybe a little bit sloppy in disabling there. The Hex should be able to lead him to a shackle, but seeing him TPing away, maybe suspecting he doesn't have a Remnant, and turns out he does.
The mind games prevails, but Na'Vi farming elsewhere on the map, and we're going to see them take a top tier 1 tower. But Vega dropped the Serpent Wards up top. They were trying to defend mid, but perhaps Na'Vi trying to get too much here. They're going for the mid tower as well as the top tower, and it looks like Vega aren't having it. They want to defend some of these. The tier 1 tower mid getting low here. Could it get denied? Zeus going for it. The hook is going to be off the mark though, and the siege creep actually gets the last hit as the tier 2 bottom goes down on the Na'Vi side. And Na'Vi swinging all their resources towards mid. Happy to take a fight if it presents itself, it seems. Fortunately for Sneeko, not able to hit the hook on the Zeus.
Yeah, still I feel like Pudge has not really had a huge impact in this game. Not really had much of an impact at all. But on his way to the Aether Lens of his own, and the thing about Pudge and even support Mirana, often you can see the hero like missing all the hooks or arrows early on, and then you just get that one big hook that like at a decisive point in the game, person doesn't have buyback, you kill them, and that could definitely still happen in this game.
Yeah, and Pudge especially, he plays that kind of Bat Rider-esque role where he's like pulling the enemy into you. You hit an arrow, it's like, okay, well they're grouped up as 5 or he's with his team. But Blink, Echo, mid, Undying will get found. Na'Vi have not used any of their spells in a while, so I think Axmo happy just to commit the ultimate for a solo pick-off, and it is on a core hero in the Undying, so Na'Vi find a core, they back off, and they'll find Roshan ready for the taking, which is perhaps something they've had on their mind for some time. And with one hero dead, they may feel confident enough to go for this one.
Yeah, it's also a very big hero to kill, I think, the Undying, because it's the hero that brings the whole like 5-man together for Vega. So you sort of know that they're not going to move for an objective now while he's dead.
And Dendi, having scouted out Roshan with the Bane, TP's back to get here as fast as possible. And he will commit into the pit. Sneeko still showing at top. Perhaps it's going to look to be a bit greedy, push out another lane. Kind of fulfilling what like we saw maybe Solo do a bit last game, where he's just going to be off on his own. If he gets ganked or picked off, it's not really the biggest deal for the team.
Vega's going.
Okay, they're coming. Undying. He's with him. He's back. Can Na'Vi finish this off in time? They've got traps to scout this one out. They pop the smoke. Nice position from outside. We'll get the Nightmare as well. There's the Searing Chains. Defensive Serpent Wards. They can't fight by them. Na'Vi just going to back off. They didn't even commit for the Roshan here. Dendi going to BKB and fight. The grip is there on the Ember Spirit. Can Dendi get this kill though? He was focusing the Tusk. It's sorry on the Juggernaut. Who of course am I talking about? He's going to blink forward. One or two more right clicks. Dendi. He's got it. He'll get the kill on the Jug. Meanwhile, Roshan being ignored for now. And on the Na'Vi side, they've taken out 3, about to be 4. Great decision making from them, and it looks like it's going to pay off and lead to a successful team fight. Dendi's going to be a bit careful. He's low on HP here. One more bolt could finish him off. He goes in the meld, but he gets taken out. And unfortunately, just did not have the mana to sustain that fight. Ember low as well, and it's no one on the Zeus who's managed to at least salvage things a little bit here. The hook, whoa, Sneeko. 4-staff out. Is he actually going to survive this one? You can't be serious. Remnant forward, Dichira will TP home, and no one will survive. Sneeko, please. Just one hook shot. One hook shot's all we ask.
Yeah, and this, at the same time, the Earthshaker and the Bane did take out the Undying, so sure, Dendi dies, but it's still a big win for Na'Vi, and I think a big part of it is that Solo had to use his Serpent Wards like out of place, but he did nothing in the fight. And you can't really blame him for it, because this is kind of like, to some extent, the dire Roshan advantages still exist. You're trying to contest Rosh, you don't have any vision, and you're charging for Art Style gets Omni slashed and he's gonna die. That's just gonna be that. It's just Art Style, it's not a big deal. But to go back to the points I was making, there's this kind of Earthshaker keeps catching people with blinks and Hydge is hooking people. So Shadow Shaman, like, he summons his wards to, like, as soon as he sees the enemy team, because you don't know, they might be about to blink on you and then you die without doing anything. So I don't think it's really on the player as much as like the circumstances put it such that they didn't have vision, they didn't know how to go in with, they didn't have the information.
Yeah, and I think that's a good point where it's like if he doesn't use wards, then he may never get a chance to. So they can drop them and then just sit there hoping that they can fight around them. But Na'Vi capitalized. It looked like it could have almost been like a complete team wipe and a Aegis as well. Luckily for them, they managed to just barely bring down Dendi, and with that, Zeus surviving as well. The only kind of silver lining for Vega. And Na'Vi smoked up, lingering around this middle lane. Possibly going to be looking for a hook is Sneeko. Nope, it's going to be the Blink Echo Slam of Axe Smoke. Can he get the catch here? They're still smoked up. Juggernaut manages to get himself to the Ancients here, but they see this with the trap, the TP coming in. It's going to be, oh no, Sneeko! He's missed another one, and onto the Jug they go. They get the Dismember through the Blade Fury. Can they get the kill? Solo going to cancel it. The Snowball coming in as well, and the Healing Ward will get him healed back up, but I imagine Tusk will pay for his life. Sneeko will hit that hook, but missing the previous ones. And Dendi in hot pursuit finds Solo here, who's got the blink out after the Hex. Nice bit of defensive play coming out from him. Sneeko possibly going to go fishing. The Fissure not going to land. Na'Vi complete. Oh, it is going to land. Solo! He did get caught by the clip of it. That Aether lens, I did not expect that range to reach him, and they found another kill. Na'Vi with Aegis may just go for high ground here. They've got a DD on Dichira and Dendi with a Desolator. They break buildings very quickly.
Yeah, and Dichira has finished his Daedalus right now, so that's the item that usually signals like the game is now Ember Spirit's game. You play around him. He's got an Aegis, so not gonna really mind. Looks like he's just almost just burns the Aegis for nothing much at all.
He can heal up at least, leaves the Remnant, and he could come back for round number 2, but high ground siege not really Na'Vi's specialty per se.
Yeah, it's not what their draft's about. They're very good at making pickoffs, they're very good at winning fights, and they'll kill the base pretty quickly, like if they have an advantage, if they're not afraid, because they've got the Desolator on the tier, but they don't really want to just stand there and chip away. And it looks like Vega are smoking straight at Dendi.
Well,
he doesn't have Aegis.
Dendi. That's the freebie for Vega. And at this stage, it feels like a much needed one for them. Oh, those crits coming in from the side from Ember Spirit. Looks like he wants some revenge. He leads the Remnant back, probably going for another slight here. Doesn't connect onto any heroes and get himself out of there.
Aximo considered a few times, like running backwards and forwards. If he could just catch them all together, plus a slide from Ember, they could probably kill the whole team, but it's maybe a bit too easy of a play, it's too obvious.
Ember's not here, so I don't think we'll see Axmo go for this one. He does glimmer up. So Nico's saying, get out of my way, I'm going for a hook shot. Come on now. Ooh, Axmo, Fissure. He's been blinked on as well as Hex, perhaps being too aggressive here. The Surf Mods gets dropped and they blow up the Shaker. That makes pushing a whole lot easier. Artcell will glimmer himself out of there. And a bit of a misplay coming in from Na'Vi. First Dendi gets picked off, then the Shaker as well. Don't see Vega pushing high ground, especially against the hook of Sinico. But it's...
Yeah, and with the Shadow Shaman wards used, definitely not. But it's still, it's very good by Vega, and it's very important that they take the initiative when it's granted to them. They've like capitalized on the opportunities they got extremely well in this game. And Dendi with actually the Fusel Blade. Is there someone with a Ghost Scepter? Oh, it's the Zeus, isn't it?
Yep, one Ghost Scepter and perhaps anticipating some more, although I guess the Diffusal Blade will deter them.
Yeah, so just wanting to be able to burst on no one. I always like it when there's like this like ongoing throughout the game, the two mid players against each other trying to like take one another out, and Dendi has been trying to burst on no one a lot, and I think it's obviously important. We've said in all three of these games, really, the Zeus has been the main sustained damage outputs on his team. So
and that's why they go through all
down
these utility items. Like we've seen the Force stuff, the Yulzes, and everything kind of to keep the Zeuses alive. But then he's saying, I'm gonna try and counteract that with this pickup. So Na'Vi, they're kind of on the aggressive posturing right now. They've got the Blink Dagger to go with the Ember Spirit's Daedalus Battle Fury, but his Aegis now expires. We'll see a 5-minute timer on the Roshan, so around the 35-minute mark will be the next Aegis, and Na'Vi can still try and take some of these outer towers, but definitely not going to be considering a high ground siege without a serious team fight or a pick-off or two.
I think the blink on the Ember is actually more important than the Aegis was. Like, he'll feel a lot more comfortable getting more slides in than he was before.
And getting slides onto the backline is heroes like Shadow Salmon, who's sitting on 900 HP. If you get slides onto him, if you start getting crits as well, he'll get taken out in 2 or 3 slides of Fist, so very difficult for the supporting cast and the backliners of Vega to kind of linger around these fights.
There's a Blink Dagger up on Shoma the Slayer now, which I don't know if Navi's even seen. It only came up after that like last pick-off they had on the Earthshaker, and I feel like that actually changes the dynamic maybe, because there's never been potential so far for Navi to initiate on someone and that person to like sort of get saved. And now it's potentially with the defensive snowballs, like Blink in, counter initiate, could turn a fight around and could actually punish Navi if they overextend and don't get the kill.
Nico getting aggressive here. Has he got vision? He has. He catches Solo with the meat hook and he'll throw him in the grinder as well. Takes out the Shadow Shaman and he's glimmered up. Possibly thinking about a secondary hook, but not going to go fishing.
And Vega must be so frustrated, like, why now all of a sudden is this guy starting to hit his hooks? Like, we haven't had to worry too much about him.
Or is he going to hit another? He goes for it, he winds up, he hits, and the fissure landed as well. There's an Echo Slam, but the snowball catches him in. He gets the full stuff to the low ground. Dendi gets one right click. He's going to need a blink to chase him down, and doesn't look like they'll get the Zeus, so they keep the more important hero alive. The hook from Sinico, not going to chase him down, and Na'Vi get a tier 2 tower. If they got that Zeus, though, possibly could force out a buyback by threatening the high ground.
Yeah, but they get introduced to the Tusk's Blink Dagger, and so they'll at least be aware of that possibility in the future.
Yep.
Having to really finish the target off, although maybe the preferred route then for Na'Vi is to get kills with hook, because if you're hooking someone out, usually the Tusk won't be able to save them, and we saw that with the kill just before that on the Shadow Shaman.
And even if Tusk goes in, he's fully committing and he's going to die himself. So for Na'Vi, either way, it's a favorable exchange. Maybe not quite the pick-off they want, but it's a kill, it's a pick-off, and we see there, the Zeus live, but you take the Tusk, you back off, and you find something else. So for Na'Vi, they're going to build into the crit for Dendi, probably eyeing off the next Roshan now. Roshan and pick-off seems to be what Na'Vi's going to be all about during this kind of mid to late game stage of the game.
Yeah, that sounds about right. I mean, they want to have a numbers advantage, and then they can easily kill enemy base. I mean, this is like a sort of a signature of Ember Spirit. You split push, you go for kills. It's like the complete opposite of a hero that like, it's not anti-mage. It gets the base and then it's gonna like start attacking your buildings and you better come back. Ember Spirit kills buildings slowly. It's just a fact about the way you skill and the way you I'm sorry, not skill, the way your item progression works in the hero. You can't crit buildings, like
Yeah. And even by nature, it's like he's split pushing just to bring the creeps. The creeps do the split pushing for him, perhaps you could say, when he needs to go for that kind of annoying split push style of play. Axmove's gone back for this kind of Shadow Blade of his that he really likes to get with the Blink and the Full Staff already there. Just gives him another tools for initiation, potentially escape as well, and to find some of these catches. There is.
Well, this time he now after that he bought a point booster.
He had the point
time he bought a Vega.
He had the point booster before it actually, from when I saw him, before he even picked up the Shadow Blade.
Oh, that's interesting.
But
So do you think? I mean, is that just an Aghanim Scepter, or do you think he
Probably
considers going for the
Octarine.
Octarine? Yeah.
I don't think Ags is actually that good on Shaker, personally. Octarine, though, like, you've got 3 stuns which you can reduce the cooldown of, especially the first 2, I think helps a lot.
Yeah, I mean, look, Ags is the argument for Ags is if he thinks he's gonna catch like 4 people together again,
Yeah.
and then it's kind of like win more because you probably won the game if that happens again. This game.
That's the thing.
Even without it.
You catch the big ultimate with 4 heroes or so, you've won the fight regardless of if you have an Ags or not. I think that's why you almost never see Aghanim Scepter bought on the Shaker.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Punches a Blink now. That's I feel actually a pretty big item pickup, an important one for Na'Vi. I mean, you talked about how they're going to start the fight with pickoffs, and that's the new game plan for Na'Vi. This Blink makes that a whole lot easier.
Yeah, and you can see Vega are not where they want to be at all. I mean, solo at this stage in the game, usually somehow you'll have an Aghanim Scepter on his Shadow Shaman, and then they can threaten, like, when they win a fight, they're going to suddenly kill your base, but he's had to
Na'Vi
go
saw
back
the
for the
smoke.
Ghost Scepter.
Na'Vi ping it out. They spam the lane with nukes, but they know they're smoked up now. And Solo's going to pop. Zeus is going to immediately ultimate on the reveal. Jug blinks forward, but they don't get any catch, and now it's Na'Vi. They're chasing forward. They don't get the Searing Chain. Solo blinks forward. The Echo Slam is off the mark from Axmo. Possibly going to cost him and going to get Omni Slash down Dieter as well. Forced to fire Remnant very far away. Ember Spirit is gone, but it's Dendi with a BKB looking to bring down the Undying to start things off here. He'll get the catch here, and Na'Vi have the numbers advantage for now, but they're very low. The Ghost Scepter, the Glimmer Capes. Dendi can be spotted by the Zeus here. He's going to get bolted once more. He's going to go down to the Blade Fury. Where's that Ember Spirit? He needs to get back in this fight. Dichiraz rocked up with a BKB. This Zeus still very healthy. I don't know if that's a kill Dichiraz can take. Na'Vi going to TP out Art Style. That means I believe their gem has been salvaged, but considering Na'Vi saw the smoke and positioned themselves to take that fight, it did not go how they intended.
Yeah, it goes a lot back to the Zeus, I think. Like, over and above the fact that Earthshaker's ulti didn't connect, it's just that the fight was very split up. All the heroes on both sides were kind of like fighting in 3 or 4 different places, and what that means is that Zeus just stays alive and keeps spamming spells over and over and over, and it comes into play the item we were just talking about, Octarine Core for Earthshaker, but for Zeus, a lot of the time we do see the Bloodstone first, but I think the Octarine Core definitely does work in that kind of fight. First because of the cooldowns, but also because of that lifesteal.
Yep.
So if you're not focusing the hero down, it's just going to stay alive, it's going to stay pumping out that damage, and this is, maybe, I don't know, maybe people have forgotten, but there was a stage not too long ago, like a year ago, where Zeus was very much a top meta hero, and a big part of that was that you could see that the damage output of the hero is like more than the average Agi carry in most games, and it's, in this entire series, we've seen the effect of neutralizing the Zeus in fights, and that's, I honestly, that's the failing of Na'Vi in that fight. They just don't neutralize Zeus at all.
I feel a big part is still, like, if you hit the Echo Slam, if not for that Omni Slash, that fight goes a lot better for them as well, because they lost the Shaker with the Omni Slash, and then they basically lost Ember Spirit as well. Ember's Fire Remnant was back at his secret shop, so they effectively lost 2 heroes to the Omni Slash, so as much, I definitely agree, they lost the fight because they couldn't control the Zeus, but that was kind of as a result of the missed Echo Slam from the Jug.
Yeah, I mean, I do agree with you. Just the thing that surprised me a bit more was that, like, after the Omni Slash, Bane sleeps the Juggernaut, and he just stood there, slept for like what's the sleep duration on level 4? It's 7 seconds. And so I thought, okay, well, now Na'Vi's gonna like start winning the fight, but they still don't. And so I feel you're right. Like, the fight didn't start very well for them. They're very split up, but even from there, they just having that unfocused fight is just really damaging to them. And I'm pretty sure they'll be aware of it. I'm pretty sure it's like it's a very clear thing when
Blinking from Solo, he gets the catch here. Dichara is the target, and it looks like Ember will have to put that Aegis to use. He's going to come back in just a second here. Dendi goes in looking for the Shadow Shaman, will take him down to start the fight here. Jug, low as well, has an Omni Slash if he can find an opening to use it. May need some detection to deal with Dendi, and Undying takes a big melt strike to the face. The Diffusal then helping out there. Zeus 4-star, not really away to where he wants to be, and he's been caught locked in a corner. No suicide for you without a Bloodstone. Jug's gonna get 1 kill. Has an Omni Slash. He's gonna Blade Fury though. Gem on the ground here. Tusk. He's here as well, possibly to help out the Juggernaut. The Omni Slash gonna go slicing on through. The Echo Slam whiffs. And Ember, he barely gets away at the last second. That's gonna save his life, and they get the kill. Oh, Ember. What a time to get that Fire Remnant out. That could have gone so much worse for Na'Vi if they lost him. They do use up the Aegis, but it's a team fight victory for the boys in yellow.
Yeah, the way the fight works out, you might be like confused, like why did Vega go for that fight? But I feel like it makes a lot of sense to me. They had just won a team fight against the run of play, and I think often the very best thing to do once you win it, you get a bit lucky. You win a fight against the run of play, like capitalize and try and win another one right after, because then all of a sudden you're like fully back in the game, maybe even ahead. It's a gamble. They take it. It's party. They should take it. They get punished for it, and it might be the end of the game as a result. But I still think I backed the decision by Vega there to try and surprise Na'Vi and suddenly go for another fight when they wouldn't expect it.
Unfortunately, it's going to lead into them losing a bottom racks here. The melee as well as the range. DTR hasn't escaped. There's no catch for him, and I think he knew. I guess the Tusk Blink deck could have posed a threat, but he pushes his hero to the limit, and he gets out with a claimed bottom lane of racks. Na'Vi, one step closer to their spot in the grand finals here, and for Vega, they're going to have to dig deep.
Yeah, Vega are running out of options, to be honest. I'm not too sure what the play is, because they don't, you know, if Jug had Abyssal Blade, it gives them like way more pick-off potential.
Yeah.
As it is when they go for pick-offs, it's like Shadow Shaman blinking in, and that's like a risk in itself.
I definitely agree there. We see, like, if Shadow Shaman blinks in, he's just food for Dendi. He's got a Ghost Scepter, but this is where that Diffusal Blade for Dendi just comes into play. And Dendi throws a MKB into the mix, so he's got an answer to the Juggernaut Butterfly now. And that just makes life even harder for Vega. Didn't finish the Daedalus, didn't go for the more kind of single target burst damage option. Against the Jug, this is ultimately going to mean he's got more kill potential.
Yeah, and so instead of, you know, I was talking about if Vega had managed to win a second fight in a row against another player, maybe they could like really come back into the game in a real way. Instead of that happening, now I feel like they're on their last life. I feel like if Na'Vi win a big fight in the next couple of minutes, that probably will close out the game.
And this is where Jugger particularly wishes he had the Abyssal over the Butterfly, because there's an MKB on the playing field. Dendi, though, Serpent Ward, Shackles, Bane's going to need to help him out. It's a defensive nightmare, and Dendi will be taken away. Artstyle as well. Whoa, camera goes flying away, but Artstyle does too, and it's going to be Na'Vi on the retreat now. Dendi did commit the BKB, so he's not going to have that, and possibly we see Vega look to push forward. They don't have Serpent Wards. Thundergrad's Wrath was also used, so I don't really see them able to threaten the Na'Vi high ground. They're just going to have to look for more of just that.
This is just something that comes with the territory when you're playing TA. As the game goes late, a lot of people think that it's not really, like, you shouldn't really treat it as like a proper carry in the super late game. And that's because you have to itemize in a way that makes you kind of glass cannony. Like, your refraction's not really that relevant this late in the game in protecting you. Neither really is your BKB, and your other items are always just going to be pure damage items. Like, you don't see TAs going like S and Y, Squaddy, or Satanic, stuff like that. And that does mean that occasionally you're going to get caught out, and you're going to die pretty much every time you do get caught out.
Alright, well, Ember Spirit now, getting more and more farm. He's got a Relic. Is this actually going to be a Rapier for DTRI? The game does not call for it, but it is the ideal 6 item to have on an Ember Spirit.
Yeah, I think it's a Rapier. I think he might be waiting for
he's bottling a DD for now.
Aegis.
He's going to give up the Relic, bottle a DD, and that's even better. That's a free Rapier in some ways. And he'll buy... Yeah, Dendi's buying the Demon Edge. Okay.
I mean, he doesn't need to have it right now, but I think that that's the likely item he goes into. I think, especially Eternal Envy's shown that it's maybe just part of the natural build of Ember Spirits. Like, for most heroes, Rapier is a desperation item, but for...
Oh, you've cut off there. Are you still with me, Scan? Uh-oh, we may have lost Scan for a second. Let me see if he's still connected. Nope, we're having a connection problem quickly. Sneeko fishing for a hook, won't find it. And we'll see Na'Vi continue to apply pressure. Trying to get Scant back on the line. Oh, you're back. Sorry, you cut off for a second, but you're back now.
Oh, I was just saying I've seen Ditcher buy Rapiers before, so he definitely is comfortable doing it if it's the best thing to do.
Yep. And for now, I don't think he at least would probably want to have buyback with the Rapier. And if he dies once, he can come back and still be a very useful Ember Spirit, even if the Rapier gets picked up somewhere else. But for Vega, this game gets very, very tricky. Ember happy to hold on to a DD rune in his bottom. They've actually smoked up its bottom lane. Axmo's looking for the pickoff. Can he find this one? The TP is there, and Axmo going to cancel it. The totem, the fissure. There's no follow-up, though, from Na'Vi. So it looks like Axmo just happy to try and bait out some spells here. And he may just be able to plague the Jug by himself. He's got a Ghost Scepter, so Jug cannot Omni-Slashes. He can't fight. He's going to go for the Echo. The Sleight of Fist is there as well. Backup has arrived, and TP not really an option, but the Blink Juke is the hookshot, not going to land, but here's Dandy. They'll find Jug, they'll bring him down. Buyback available. Oh no, buyback not available. It's a dieback from the Jug. He had the money, but he did not have the cooldown. And uh-oh. Vega may be done for here, or at least have another lane of racks done for.
Yeah, this probably should be it. It would be shocking if Na'Vi don't go for at least one side of Raxus, as you say, and if they manage to get a fight out of Vega, they probably win that and get the other side of Raxus too.
A pipe in hand for the Pudge to help deal with some of this Zeus AoE damage. Na'Vi have pretty much everything they need. A dead Jug, a pipe, and Dichara with all the damage in the world. He's gonna wear off with the DD, but he's got the Rapier coming. This is looking to be a game-ending Rapier.
They actually push really slowly, because Dandy doesn't have Desolator anymore, and Ember Spirit's Ember Spirit, so in terms of dealing damage to buildings, they're actually very, very slow.
And Dichara cannot just hit the tower when he's got a Rapier now. It's got to be Dendi hitting the buildings, and neither of them with an Aegis. This is not exactly the easiest thing in the world for Na'Vi to do. Ideally for them, they hit a hook shot, but... Oh, a meat hook, sorry.
I think Dendy's probably, like right now, he's probably wishing he had Desolator in his inventory and not the Fusel Blade.
Defensive Surfmore's just trying to buy some time. Artsal just goes Ramboing in here, perhaps looking for a better position to find a pick-off. They throw the Zeus ultimate. Saniko runs forward. Dismember gets cancelled by a Zeus bot. Artsal just trying to create some space, and this is opening things up for Dichara just to go running in, get the Sleight of Fist off. They'll take the Zeus out, but a buyback may mean the end of this one as another Sleight of Fist goes slicing through the Vega backlines. They're going to lose Saniko. They've lost both supports here, and realistically, not the outcome Na'Vi were perhaps hoping for. Will Dichara go for another Sleight of Fist? He could definitely do so. Solo is possibly in the kill threshold here. If he gets a Fire Remnant to fall back to, he might, but looks like that's not going to be the case. Na'Vi, kill the Jug. Don't get anything.
They got the buyback out of the Zeus. That would be the big victory of the fights, I think, because Zeus is actually probably more important than Juggernauts, and if they kill Zeus again, like that might make them braver than actually killing Jug. But it does go back to, like, there's a significant difference between having high DPS against heroes and high DPS against buildings, and Na'Vi just didn't have a way to quickly deal damage to the buildings, and without the Aegis, they had to kind of play it safe, I feel.
Na'Vi have found themselves a DD for Dendi to secure themselves Roshan. We'll see, probably, I imagine almost want to say Aegis on Dendi since he is the high ground sieger. But no, okay, Ember will take the Aegis. He drops his Blink Dagger for now, and Dendi gonna leave the cheese on the ground. I feel as far as sieging high ground goes, in some ways Dendi may be the one you want the Aegis on, but I suppose Ember can also just hit buildings now that he's got an Aegis as well as Rapier.
I don't think he's actually bought it to hit buildings. I think the plan here is that he's going to be using the Aegis to make space so that Dendi can hit the buildings. Like,
so just dive forward.
He's happy to go
for kills.
Yeah, exactly. Just dive forward, spam the slides, and like worst case scenario, you lose your Aegis, but you don't actually die.
Yeah. They haven't actually got the ability to like lock him in place on Aegis respawn. Like even if they chain him down with the Shadow Shaman and take the Aegis away, on respawn you can always fire Remnant away, I want to say. I don't think there's anything that can insta-disable him.
Yeah, that sounds right to me.
So Na'Vi, well, they have another crack at this high ground. It looks like they are posturing as if they want to group as 5, march down this mid lane. So Nico's picked up the cheese for himself. Gives him a nice kind of second life as far as his hit points go.
Pasha's finally building towards that Abyssal Blade, but he's nowhere near having it.
Oh, he's got the belt.
Saving for buyback, which he does have.
One piece, but no, not going to cut it. And Dendi just going to get the tier 3 tower, it looks like, with the help of Dichara. They force out a glyph for now. There's the one on the high ground. They initiate into the side. Serpent Wards is there, and the Walrus Punch. Can they lock anyone in place? It's the Shaker who goes down first. Nice Omni Slash will break through a couple. Dendi, he's got to be careful here. Ember has the Aegis here, and Na'Vi, they've lost 3, including Dendi. The jump from Vega is promising, but they've got to get more, it looks like. The Ember Spirit could come back in with a Rapier. So Nico's still healthy thanks to the cheese. Another Sleight of Fist coming through, and Dendy going to buy back. It looks like they want to end this game if possible. TA looks to TP to the bottom lane. Can they kill off this Zeus? If they do so, I want to say it's game. And Zeus trapped in place goes down a second time. And with that, just a Jug and Tusk buyback available. They buy back the Tusk, they buy back the Jug. It's all in for Vega to try and hold this one. Ember still has an Aegis too.
The buyback dynamic is so interesting because you after Zeus died, you wonder why Vega maybe should have just brought back all the heroes before Zeus died. But I think they were hoping they don't need to, because if Dandy doesn't buy back, they probably don't need to. So Dandy kind of takes the initiative, like, fine, I'm just gonna buy back right now. And by the time Vega's heroes buy back, they can't save Zeus, and now they're facing a pretty tight spot. They've lost two sides of racks. And
that's actually like a really interesting point, because I feel like if Vega had used their buybacks right away, Dendy probably would have just said, okay, I'm not buying back now. They just used double buybacks. We've won the fight because they just hurt their economy so bad. But the end result is in some ways worse for Vega, because now they've got to try and defend for 50 seconds without Zeus.
And Zeus is that main damage dealer. They also still don't have Omni Slash just yet. Juggernaut's now bought out his Basher since he used his buyback anyway, but it won't be an Abyssal Blade, so maybe if he gets a bit lucky it can function as one, but requires the luck.
Okay, what's the play going to be? Someone's going to lead the way, and it's probably going to be this poor Shadow Shaman. He's there on the front lines. The Ghost Scepter from Undying trying to keep himself alive. Another Sleight of Fist will be coming soon, and Vincere maybe looking for the crits, but he doesn't find it. The Snowball going to help keep the Jug alive, gets him out of that Fiend's Grip, and there's an Omni Slash. It's bouncing around, but not really doing too much. So Nico gets the meat hook onto the Undying, does not secure the kill off of it, but Vega, they're crumbling. They've lost Undying. He's going to immediately buy back, but this looks like the last legs for the Vega Squadron team. Na'Vi are just overrunning their base. The Serpent Ward's still there, but Solo, he's done for. Undying, he's back in the fray, but realistically, Vega just have nothing left. The Zeus has actually respawned. The ultimate going to get the kill on the TA. That's a dieback. Is this going to be enough? They're going to get Saniko as well. Solo's buyback has led to a couple of kills for the team, and Vega have one lone poor range rack still standing. It could just be an all-in down mid kind of time for them. They've got everyone alive in 35 seconds.
I think Dandy actually died before the Zeus ulti. I think the Juggernaut took him out, so that's why Vega... I mean, I feel like if they don't kill Dandy, they just probably give up on the spot there. But giving themselves a little bit of hope because they know that Dandy doesn't have buyback, so... Well, like, this is their one last opportunity.
I think Ember's buying a backup Rapier, or as a Moonshard. I want to say Rapier. And then if he can just go in, if he dies, it doesn't matter. Oh no, he doesn't buy anything. Second guesses. Does he have the money for it? Yeah, he's got the surplus to buy another Rapier, but thinks twice. He's going for the... They're going for the Mega Creep.
Sure they get, yeah, they'll probably go back and defend after that. Just like make sure that then if they do survive, they've won the game, essentially.
Could turn into a throne race here. Na'Vi, they've got themselves Mega Creeps. This is it. Vega have to go all in here, it feels like. There's no two ways about this. They're not going to win the game against Mega Creeps. They've got 40 seconds without Dandy. Blink forward, Manta style.
He jumps into the jungle.
More Blink, Echo Slam, Axmo, he's caught the Jug, but the damage isn't there. They're not going to get the kill right away. The hook back, catches Shadow Shaman. Now the Fiend's Grip on a Zeus, but it gets cancelled right away. The Pudge will buy back into this one, and they've lost the Zeus. And with that, I want to say they've lost their only hope back in this game. The Jug will survive for now. Pasha, he's on the run, but I don't think there's anything left for Vega to do apart from probably GG out of this one. Mega Creep's going to be flooding into their base soon, and Jug looks like, oh, we'll survive, just barely.
Vincere made a really big mistake there. Like, I mean, luckily his team was comfortable enough that it didn't cost him the game. He TP'd back from the enemy base to his fountain, and then he jumped to Remnant in his own jungle. And, they had to defend without him initially.
Didn't cost him too bad. Axmo hits another big Echo Slam. He's had an incredible game on this Shaker, and Na'Vi looking to seal the deal. They march forward. Dandy still no buyback for some time, but they know there's no Zeus Undying. Zeus actually has put together a buyback now, so this was going to be one last defense attempt from Vega. They buy back the Zeus. The meat hook not going to latch on. Zeus blinks forward. They want Vincere. They want this Rapier. They pop the ultimate, but it's not enough. He survived with a sliver of HP. Around 30 hit points. Jug's trying to chase him down in the base, though. It's Na'Vi breaking buildings, and Ember, he's going to be coming back in with full HP, so he's TP'd back to the base. Dead. I don't know if it's going to matter, though. They kill off Dendy, but they've still got an Ember. They've still got Mega Creeps. Realistically, for Na'Vi, I don't think it actually matters. Vincire's back. 10k gold in hand, and I don't think you turn this one around. But we'll see. It's not over just yet. Ember's blinking forward, remnanting out. Solo tried to get the catch there. If you can take that rapier for the jug, perhaps that is it. But Ember will have buyback. He'll have another rapier if he needs it.
Well, Pasha's actually got enough gold to finish his Abyssal Blade now. Something else that could come into play. And look at Seneca's itemization. Just like going on with the Necros. That's
he's picked it
one
up.
pretty direct approach.
Well, he's got no buyback now, having used it in the last defense by Na'Vi.
Dendi
That
also
was
dead for another.
that Ember living on
45
like 30 HP. That's got to be soul crushing for Vega. They're probably thinking like, we've got a 1% chance to win this game, and that 1% chance may have just turned into a 2% chance. Should we have killed Ember there? And it wasn't to be. 30 HP, he gets away.
If he had died, he has to buy back, and then it's like,
Yep.
okay, now you actually have a position where if you kill him again and you kill Dendi again, then you can win.
Yeah, Na'Vi have to play ultra defensive until buyback. Speaking of defensive, they thought they caught out Axmo here, but the meat hook pulls the Earthshaker back to safety. They're going chasing here. They want Sanico. It's got the Necrobooks. A great fissure. Axmo, he's got to blink Echo Slam too soon. Will he go for it? It looks like Na'Vi are just saying, guys, let's make sure we do not lose this game. Dendi's still dead. Don't go in as well, Axmo. Otherwise, we threaten to lose more than we bargained for. Earthshaker did have a buyback available, but I'm sure Na'Vi are probably second-guessing whether or not they've actually won this game yet.
Yeah, you don't automatically win the game when you get Mega Creeps, and it's actually quite incredible. They've had Mega Creeps for, I think, about 5 minutes now, and the throne towers are still up, actually, which usually those go down fairly quickly, and then it's like sitting on your base defending all the time, but that the towers will stop tells you that, like, Vega have, I think, done as good a job as they could possibly have done since they got Mega'd.
Well, level 2 travels, backup rapiers, Teacher has it all. Apart from a Moonshot, I guess, but realistically, Moonshot on Ember Spirit, not something that you get much value out of.
Yeah, it doesn't really do that much on the hero.
Yeah. If you ever happen to be in a situation where Vega die and you're hitting buildings, okay, you kill them faster, but guess what? You've won the game anyways at that point, so... See Zeus. There's a ward in lane here. This is actually possibly bad news for Vega if they don't scout this one out. He pops the bolt. Now he's going to see the ward and be like, oh, this is actually maybe not the safest place to be, but Pudge still dead and Axmo in the bottom lane. He's Vega just going to look to stabilize the lane equilibrium. And Na'Vi playing it safe, going for Roshan. Denny may just drop his Diffusal Blade to pick up this Aegis. His buyback status... Actually, he's got buyback in 400 gold, so the timer is going to be there. Ember with buyback as well, but I imagine Denji kind of a decent Aegis carrier. Ember Spirit apparently also one. He drops his boots to travel. He is waddling around, going to be relying on Blink Dagger and Fire Remnants to move around the map. It's so weird to see hero this slow at this stage of the game.
It's pretty curious that Dendi's like maxed out and so content with this Diffusal Blade, especially now that it only has like one charge on it. It's
yeah.
Like obviously it's his only way of dealing with the Ghost Scepter, and that is really important. But I guess it just looks odd in a 6-slotted TA this late in the game.
TA in the front lines. Whoa, Solo. Thought he maybe had the catch there, but quickly thought twice about it. Na'Vi looking to flood through the bottom lane. They've got this Pudge of Sinico in the mid lane. A big creep wave at top. Necrobooks at the ready. For Vega, they've got to hug these tier 4 towers, keep them alive. Here we go, Bane, looking for a potential Fiend script here on the front lines. Going to see a Slider Fist onto Solo. He's low, he's going to be very careful. 4 staff back, and Na'Vi looking to reset. Axmo, another Shadow Blade, continuing trying to use this to find that catch, to find that initiation. He gets caught himself, though. The Serpent Wards gets dropped, and Axmo, Blade Fury is there, 4 staff away. It's the Bane of Art Style, saving teammates. The grip will get cancelled by a snowball. That's going to keep the Jug alive. He turns around with an Omni Slash. He's slicing through Dendi. Dendi's dead. Na'Vi have lost 3, possibly 4. Sanico surrounded here, in the shackles here. He gets taken out, and what on earth is happening? Na'Vi crumbling when it matters most.
And the most incredible thing is that Pasha didn't even use his Abyssal Blade. Like, I felt like that was like the major new tool that could turn the fights around, and I was watching him the whole fights. He didn't Abyssal anyone. They just like killed everyone despite that, and
that was such a good snowball to instantly save the Jug from the Bane as well. It looked like they were trying to grip the Jug and then just blow him up with the TA, but Sioma was instantly there.
Yeah, and that's really what Navi are struggling with here, right? They want to be able to burst down Zeus or Juggernaut, but what are their routes of doing that? Ember Spirit can spam out the slides and hope to get lucky, but he hasn't gotten lucky with a huge crit just yet in any of those fights. And TA can blink in, but we've seen so many times how quickly they can burst down Dendi, so he's maybe a bit afraid of doing that. And so we end up seeing like the attempt of the Bane or the Pudge or the Earthshaker to set up the plays, but those plays can be counteracted by the heroes on Vega. So it's a bit of a tough one, and I think Vega sense that now is as good a chance as ever for them to maybe get some Raxes or even threaten the throne.
And they don't even have to go for the win here. They're holding Mega Creeps, just forcing some buybacks. They've got buybacks to fall back on themselves. Jug has his buyback, Zeus has his soon, and it's very, very difficult to push into the Rapier though. But we're seeing Jug just alone on the high ground, not giving any cleave targets. He gets glimmered up on the front lines. There's going to be a solo blink, and they want this Earthshaker, and it looks like they'll get him. Axe mode again, the Nightmare from Bane art style. Playing the Dazzle type role here, but he still will see the Earthshaker go down. The Zeus making sure of that one, and Vega, they regroup. They've got creep problems. Bottom lane, top lane. That's the thing for Vega. Like, they can go for a push, but if they don't immediately get something, they've got to back off, because they do not push out all 3 lanes. They can only really push down that mid lane.
I actually think the Aegis is a problem for Ditjara. Like, he's had buyback the whole time, and he's not been able to get use out of it, and he's had to juggle all his items. Like, look now, he's holding both Rapiers together, drop the Blink and the BKB, because they're having issue with, like, bursting down the enemies, and Vega get too many spells off on all their heroes. If Ember Spirit were to just, like, one-shot a couple of heroes, like 1 or 2 heroes, suddenly the dynamic changes dramatically. They haven't been able to do that, and I know it sounds ridiculous, but I feel like he'd be better off if he didn't have the Aegis and just had like both the Rapiers and also one of his like positioning items.
I kind of mentioned last, like when they took down Roche, it really looked like Dendi would be maybe the better Aegis carry. He had the 1 Diffusal charge, and Diffusal just a very easy to replace item at this stage of the game. Na'Vi can just win this game by going for the throne. They don't have to worry about the Ghost Scepters. In theory, if they're locking someone in place with Earthshaker or Bane or Pudge, they're not going to be able to get Ghost Scepters off anyway. So it was a bit odd that we had them going for the Aegis on the Ember Spirit, but it will be expiring soon, so he's only got another 30 seconds left on it. And Zeus now picks up a late game Scythe. I saw him holding a lot of gold. I was speculating something like a possible refresher, but he decides to hex the lockdown. This could be an answer to the Ember Spirit and his Rapiers. This is not just 1 Rapier now, it's 2 Rapiers that he could potentially lose.
Yeah, and the Diffusal Blade plays into the dynamic in another way, in the sense that because he's holding Diffusal Blade and not Desolator or even maybe an AC, they actually do have this issue of like taking really long to kill the buildings, and that's why Na'Vi, each time they get to the base, they try and just take a fight, because their heroes are better set up to win a fight and then win the game than to win the game. And I think that's the main reason, that's the main thing responsible for this really strange dynamic in this game, where even though Na'Vi have had Mega Creeps for a really long time, they can't close out the game. Usually, very often, you see a team get Mega Creeps, and then like they go into the enemy base and like sort of half take a fight, half pressure the base, and over time the buildings just ended up dying. And Na'Vi are completely unfocused on the buildings here. Like they feel like it's a waste of time. Until they've killed the enemy heroes, they're not going to bother with the buildings.
I think there's only one other game I've seen like this, and I think it was a Vici Gaming game where they got down Mega Creeps, and they lasted for like 15 minutes against Mega Creeps and ultimately won the game. And it's feeling a bit reminiscent of that. Not so much that I feel solid. I feel strongly that Vega's going to win this game, but just their ability to hold Mega Creeps and win any team fight is making Na'Vi's life very difficult to end this game, and no number of Aegises, Cheeses, Rapiers seems to be able to tip the scales in Na'Vi's favor.
Yeah, there's definitely something to be said for Vega. They've been outplaying Na'Vi in the recent fights, and even the one where they got really unlucky and just barely didn't kill Ditjara, like they kept it up. Na'Vi, you gotta imagine they're feeling a bit rattled. It's like they've had everything they want at their disposal. They could just choose whichever items they want and whichever heroes they want, not managing to do it. Obviously, like in the heat of the moment, we can talk about how maybe the Aegis isn't better on Ember, maybe it's better on TA, or Ember wants a different item.
Yeah.
When you're in this position, even if you're the team that's ahead, it's quite difficult actually to like figure out what's the most optimal thing to do. And I mean, I'm not even sure. They definitely like, I think they'll be changing their minds, second guessing themselves, and each time they lose a fight, like the doubts increase.
Na'Vi definitely probably having doubts that this game is won anymore, despite the Mega Creep situation. I love looking at buyback tab in games like this. 9 of the 10 heroes with buybacks ready. Pudge, the lone black sheep here on the side of Na'Vi. And a pause! Oh, 63 minutes in. Oh, I want to say first pause of the game. We had a pause after the loadout from the draft, but this game has had no downtime. It's been go, go, go. This entire series has seen a lot of action, a lot of good Dota, and we still have a bit of Dota left in us here, I feel. The story has not fully been told just yet.
Yeah, I like, part of me thinks that what it really takes is for Na'Vi to start landing hooks again. Like, we spoke about that so much earlier in the game, and it's such a different dynamic if Na'Vi all go to Vega's base and then start the fight by hooking someone away, such that now, like, either you need to, like, all jump forward into Na'Vi or just accept that someone gets picked off. I don't think we've seen any of the fights start that way since they were mega creeps, and I think that that's maybe the one difference maker for Na'Vi. If they can maybe blink in, hook someone, burst them down, and then Vega are actually on the back foot.
Alright, well, for Vega, options are very much limited to hoping that Na'Vi come at them and kind of give away a life too. Because I feel like Vega, they are also themselves now peeking out. There's not really much room for them to grow. Jug's where he's going to be. Zeus could theoretically upgrade to like an Ethereal Blade, possibly throw in a Refresher to replace the Aether Lens. Aether Lens is so good on Zeus in the late game. Even his static field, this is all magic damage. Everything gets amplified up by 8%. I don't even think you want to replace the Aether Lens, is how crazy this item is on Zeus. So for Vega, it's not like they're getting a whole lot stronger. Theoretically, some of this buyback money could be spent on the supports, Shadow Shaman, Tusk, but what is it? It still feels like this game needs like a Na'Vi overextension for Vega to truly win it.
Yeah, I think I probably agree with that. There's not very much that Vega could do right now by way of taking initiative. Like, early on, they got a lot of space in the game, and they fought their way back many times by actually, smoking out, catching out Dandy, something like that. Right now, I feel like it's probably quite obvious if there's heroes missing from their base, which heroes they are, where they're going, what they're doing, and maybe the item that's maybe big is if Shadow Shaman gets to an Ags, especially if he gets to like Ags Refresher, because then suddenly you're in a position where if Na'Vi have a big hero die without buyback, there's like that much more speed of killing the throne if Vega one just goes straight for the throne. And that's usually what you see solo with at this stage in the game. It usually just like gets farm out of nowhere and has all those items. But yeah, in terms of how they're gonna get to Na'Vi base, it probably requires Na'Vi first coming to their base, and what that actually does mean is if Na'Vi decide to like take it slow and just kind of sit and farm up the map, the game could stall out quite substantially.
Alright, well here we go. Level 2 Travel's going to be the pickup for the Zeus, so not thinking of any major upgrades to an Ethereal Blade or a Refresh or anything. Just wants that pick-off potential. That's one of those like niche plays in the ultra late game. You can have like one hero like a Shadow Shaman trying to find a pick-off, and then you level 2 Boots to Travel in as a follow-up method. And both Zeus as well as Juggernaut can look for that option. Similarly, the Tusk, he can just roam around, maybe go for a smoke play, and if he finds someone alone, he's not going to be there by himself. He'll have those TP to hero kind of effect. It feels like level 2 Boots of Travel is very much like an ultra late game item for very kind of special situations.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And look at that solo actually picking up the Shadow Blade. So screw Aghanim's Refresher. This is like maybe just like a trick up his sleeve, because that's not something that Na'Vi are likely to expect. In fact, yeah, Bane has a gem, they've got some Necros, but it's kind of incidental. Like, I don't think they're expecting anyone to initiate on them via invisibility, and I don't know, maybe we'll see. Maybe that's where the pickoff comes from, where it sort of surprises them.
And even if he doesn't surprise them, like, it's kind of like the same as the Earthshaker Shadowblade. Despite Vega having a Zeus, despite Vega possibly buying a gem, and they've got a gem, it's still a useful item, because heroes are sometimes going to be alone. Sometimes it's going to be a hero who may not have detection, and often, like, if you look at Vega initiating on the Na'Vi frontline, Bane is not in the frontline. He wants to be as far away as possible. That's why he's got an Aether Lens. So this gem is unlikely to be in a position where he can scout out a Shadow Shaman initiation.
Yeah, and the Shadow Shaman's holding a gem himself to scout for wards and sentries. He Shadowbladed himself up into the trees, and he might go a bit further up now, or...
Yep.
And it's exactly what you described. I'm completely sure if he finds a hero, suddenly someone TPs onto him and they
imagine
make a kill.
the Jug, but Jug's probably a bit better than the Zeus. You can commit an Omni Slash or even just an Abyssal Manta, and Zeus is maybe not quite as... I mean, Zeus is also very bursty, but we'll see. So far, not finding anything. You'd love to probably get out some lane wards here to give him a bit of vision, and unfortunately for Vega, they don't really have much in the way of wards. Just the one on the Tusk, and it looks like Shioma is headed towards top, possibly with that idea in mind. There we go, gets one ward there, but Na'Vi avoiding the Shadow Shaman for now. Solo's still fishing here. They throw the Zeus ultimate. Oh, he's seen one. He's seen the Pudge. Okay, not really the ideal pick-off. And I think he's saying, is revealing my Shadow Blade for a Pudge kill really worth it? Maybe not. He actually backs off back to base now.
And I think it's pretty intelligence of Na'Vi. It shows some restraint, which, like, all of the Virtus.pro and Vega, the best CIS teams of late, have really shown that, like, they can they don't conform to the stereotype people have about CIS.Dota just being all-out aggression. And I think that that's something important that Na'Vi's showing here, that, like, okay, fine, things haven't been working. We're okay, we'll sit back, we'll wait for another rush, maybe we'll farm a bit. I can't tell you what their plan is, what...
Teacher Ra, he's been caught, the Shackles is there, the burst damage is there, that's one Rapier gone. Jug, charging forward. Who takes it, though? It's going to be the Jug, of course. Has to drop his Man Style. And that's one of those things, like, as many Rapiers as Dichara can buy, Vega can't really actually use them beyond perhaps one Rapier on Juggernaut. I don't really feel like Vega getting 2 or 3 Rapiers is that big a deal. So as long as he's got the money, he can just keep buying Rapiers and keep having backup Rapiers. The bigger worry is if he dies, doesn't have buyback, or he gets forced to use his buyback.
I actually think it's right now, while he's not buying back, they're still getting rushed. It's completely insignificant. I mean, Juggernaut could easily have bought himself a Rapier if he really wanted one. It's like, there's nothing stopping that, so...
This is, like, going from the Manta to a Rapier. Like, yeah, you're doing more single target damage, but the Manta is a very kind of useful item from time to time, so... Even just the scouting it gives at this stage of the game. So by no means is this a big issue for Na'Vi, unless he gets forced to buy back, and that seems to be what they have in mind with this charge down the mid lane. They kill Ember again, then you're looking at possible game, and they've caught Dendi here. The Omni Slash will follow the meat hook. Dendi getting locked in place, and he's done for. Well, now you've got to consider buybacks, and possibly 2 of them. Do they go for the throne? Do they go for the racks? They want to play it safe for now. Glyph gets used, and it looks like Jug says, let's just go for racks for now. Ember trying to hold on to buyback. They'll throw away a racks or 2 in exchange for Ember not using his buyback, it seems. Jug's even just hitting some of these moon wells. Farm the huts, and then they're going to back off. I think recognizing that TA can force them back. Tier 4 towers both very low. It's still a TA buyback, though, and Na'Vi, really? They're slowly crumbling a bit here.
Well, the one plus side, their creeps finally killed one of the throne towers. Now there's only one tower defending Vega's base, and it really does matter, because once there's no towers, it's just that much quicker. As soon as you do get, like, some opportunity on the throne, that you take it down.
Zeus just continuing to throw out that ultimate willy-nilly, just trying to keep vision of Na'Vi, make sure they don't make any aggressive smoke plays of their own. But Vega do have 5 buybacks to fall back on, making sure every single one is available. Tusk has the money for a Scythe of Vice, but he's not even buying it, it seems. He could buy, oh no, he's going to sell his energy booster. Now he's got the surplus he needs. He can buy the Hex and still buy back. I mean, this is just as safe a play as it gets coming out from Vega. A true sight to see, and very much goes back to what you were saying. This is no longer the CIS over-aggression that we're seeing from teams like Vega Squadron.
Yeah, definitely not. It's a calculated approach, the intelligence and how they play the game, and I'm just still looking at Dendi, and I feel like, I don't know, like, you can make the argument for the Diffusal Blade definitely when he bought it, and for a long time keeping it, but most recently, in the last, like, 15 minutes or so, has it been the case that, like, the reason that Navi's not winning is because of Ghost Scepter? It really hasn't. I really don't think that the item is doing
Solo,
anything.
Shadow Blade in. Is he going to get a catch here? You betcha. Axmo. He gets found. Surfmords gets dropped. And Na'Vi, are they going to sack him? They've got Pudge nearby. Zeus ultis to try and find additional pickups. They're not going to do so. I think the best, I mean, to just justify your point, Dendi has been sitting on 8 Diffusal charges for as long as I can remember. It's been probably 20 minutes, maybe 15 minutes, where he's not used a Diffusal charge, so that could just be a different item and he'd be better off.
Yeah, I mean, like, there's so many ways to think about it. Like, if he could just buy a Hex or, like, an Abyssal Blade, it's sort of similar, because then if he catches someone, blinks on them, they're not going to Ghost Scepter, but it actually has other uses too. Whereas the Diffusal Blade here feels like it's just to take off Ghost Scepter, and I can't remember the last time he got into a position to attack enemy heroes. Never mind purge off their Ghost Scepters.
So much still goes back to, like, you get to this stage of the game, you've got Mega Creeps who are you're feeling the heat, the pressure. Like, Na'Vi have got to be second-guessing themselves and just not entirely sure what they need to do to win this game, and they're probably thinking, like, how long ago did we get Mega Creeps? How did we get Mega Creeps? Because whatever got us Mega Creeps, we need to do that again. That's how we're going to win this game, but for Na'Vi, they've just lost their rhythm. Solo's possibly close to finding another pick-off here. Artcell's nearby, he's got the gem, and this could be problems for Solo. There we go, he's been caught out. The Jug TP will not go through, and Solo's been picked off with a gem. That's a handy one for Na'Vi. Artstyle has made some serious plays and been in some very important positions for Na'Vi throughout this game. His score does not tell the whole story. Some of these defensive nightmare saves have been instrumental for Na'Vi being in this game. Refresher on Zeus sitting in his stash right now, and oh, Jug, Necro 3, we've got money, we've got items. Necro 3 and Refresher at that. Okay, I didn't even see the Refresher orb in his stash. He is absolutely massive. He's got a Manta Cell. This Jug actually has 9 items right now. This Ember, I believe, just bought another Rapier too, so items galore.
The impact of the Necros is probably very small, but it's just kind of like you have the gold, so why the hell not? Just buy the Necros, summon them, throw them out every now and then.
And against a Mega Creep lane, you can at least have a little bit of extra push power to help negate it, but the Refresher definitely can matter. If he has to buy back and defend again, he can refresh and get a second Omni Slash, a second Abyssal Blade, so I definitely agree with the Refresher sitting in his stash.
I mean, the way the game's moving, the trajectory it's been following, I do feel like we're moving closer and closer to actually a Vega win, a turnaround. I mean, every hero except Undying has a Hex or an Abyssal Blade. I mean, Shadow Shaman's got his own natural Hex, and there's 2 Scythe of Ice, there's the Abyssal Blade. There's just so many heroes that can, like, catch out someone like Dandy or Ditchera, and just, they die before they can do anything. And we don't actually see... I mean, maybe that's the big difference. We don't see any of that in the enemy team. It looks like Aximo's finally moving into a Hex, but that will be their first Hex. They don't have any Abyssal Blades. They've got none of those, like, this one thing catches you and that's you.
Even something like Artstyle having a BKB on Bane could mean that he can Fiend Script and there's nothing... I guess the Snowball can still save, but it makes it that much harder to cancel a Fiend Script coming out from Na'Vi, but... it does feel like Na'Vi, like you say, finally starting to transition some much-needed late-game items. Something, not that it's of any significance at this stage, but the numbers everyone loves to see, but is being almost a 30,000 gold lead, or net worth lead for Na'Vi that's been turned around. Vega are back to even. None of that really matters or decides the outcome of this game at this stage, but very much like you say, kind of talks about the trajectory of this game going in Vega's favor, and for Na'Vi, this would be such a crippling loss for them.
I'm looking at Dandy. Every time he goes past the shop, I look at him like, maybe he'll sell the Diffusal Blade now. I mean, like, what do I know? I could be completely wrong.
Well, that was the Refresher Zeus ultimate. He used in quick succession. Na'Vi trying to find a catch, but they've been spotted here. Axmo blinks in. Na'Vi thought they had something, but not the case. That Refresher Zeus ultimate just gave him a second scouting tool there, and very casual use of a Refresher, but it's not even an item that Zeus is really counting on for a fight, and he's just having it sit back in his stash.
Here goes Solo again. I don't know if he finds anyone here.
He's got another gem. Yeah, he's picked up another gem, so he's got Artstyle's old gem. Do they see the Bane here? They do see the Bane here, it looks like, but Solo is...
Solo's gonna find the whole team again.
Oh god, he's in so much trouble here. He's got... has he got an escape? Bane's off to the side. Does Artstyle commit this one? The meat hook back. Solo. He's gonna go down. Fiend's Grip off to the side. It's gonna get cancelled by the Sheepstick, and Na'Vi, Solo, he's still here. He's still alive. He blinks, he TPs. How does he do it?
They didn't have any reveal. He just used his Shadow Blade, and then they were like...
And the Bane was distracted, Fiend Scripting, I believe, the backlines. That was someone like the Undying, I think I was not entirely sure who was Fiend Scripting, but that was not the outcome. That's where these late game Shadow Blade is actually ridiculously good, because of how, like, the heroes that can carry gem in the late game are the heroes that will instantly die in a fight, and then suddenly there's no answer to a Shadow Blade.
Yeah, I completely agree, and it's also something that gives extra value to a hero like Zeus, where you just casually throw out your ulti, and at least that's a way to deal with the problem of not having space for the gem on the right heroes.
We talked about it. That's exactly what's going to continue to happen. Buyback status about to be 10 heroes in the game once Tusk farms up a little more gold. Struggling to get that last little smidgen of farm. Solo, whoa, he's gone way aggressive here. He's got a ward on the other side of the map, and very much not going to hit this trap. He does not want to reveal his position, but very much looking for any pick-off he can. The way Solo's playing has... Again, it looks like it's kind of like Artstyle. Like, you look at his scoreline, and it does not tell the whole picture. He's 4-13 on Shadow Shaman, but really he's just creating so much space and getting so much done for his team. Na'Vi have managed to take, it looks like, the last tier 4 tower at mid. Matters a little bit, but that tower has been sitting on about 200 HP for a long time, so it's going to be all about the throne right now.
I saw something pretty sneaky. I don't know if you noticed, but Mag has bought a Helm of a Dominator, and he has, look up here, he's got a creep hiding in the enemy jungle, just waiting for like mass TPs or some kind of like run to the throne or flank people.
Okay. Oh, and that's right by... Well, now with that creep, it means if like Solo's there, you could TP in 2 heroes. Like one can TP to the creep, the other can TP onto the Shadow Shaman. So just means they can get that quicker rotation in, perhaps. Late game Helm of the Dominator. What an item.
Yeah, I guess if Navi are paying attention, they should know that something like that might be up, because you definitely didn't buy the Helm of Dom for like attacking things with it.
Rejoice! Rejoice, Scant! He's done it!
He's done it, he saw his oh, and he bought a Hex. That's amazing.
They're gonna have
I'm so
double
happy.
Hex, I believe? Yeah, Earthshaker's Hex coming soon. He's got the money for a bottom lane. There's going to be a catch Fiend's Grip onto the Jug, but this is going to be turned around. There's the Zeus, the Omnisage coming through as well. Dendi trying to take up, he goes in the melt, but there's vision for him, and Dendi, he's caught out. Blink forward from the Jug, does not find any follow-up kills, and already Sneaker's like, oh crap, I got to split push. Let's apply some pressure up here. Let's make sure that Vega can't just go barreling down mid lane without worrying about some of these side lanes. That's the thing, if Vega ever commit for... I feel there's such a big problem for Vega to win this game. Even if they kill 3 or 4 heroes, if there's a Pudge split pushing top lane while they go 5 mid for throne, all Na'Vi have to do is buy back and TP in and go for a throne race. They need like all the lanes pushed out.
Honestly, I feel like what's been working for Vega actually is a lot to do with the fact that they were the team just to stop. Oh, that's actually Zeus getting caught out at the top
Echo
lane.
Slam and everything. They'll catch him, and now they're going to get the buyback immediately onto the Zeus. Pudge is caught and bailing his Axmo. The Zeus ultimate will catch vision of him. He gets hexed up now. The chase is on. Axmo has a full staff available. He won't get away from the Juggernaut, though. He gets sliced up, but Na'Vi, 4 heroes dead. Talk about the split push. It's going to come from Deecher out bottom. They all have buyback, and that's where Vega can commit and force out those buybacks, but Na'Vi can still hold on a little bit. This game, you know, I was kind of sad, you know, when Cloud9 split ways, but it really feels like this is a Cloud9 game. Cloud9 are back in Dota 2. It's just under a different name.
Yeah, Bone7's watching proudly from afar. Like, yes, they've continued my legacy. But I think that like a lot of what's kept Vega around, other than just better decision making, is that they recognize those big catch items were significant. Like, Vega had the Abyssal Blade and the Hexes and stuff like that a lot earlier on. Navi's starting to kind of get with the program. They got one on Dendi, they've got one on Axmo. I feel like it's not out of the question they could build another Hex on the Pudge, maybe. And if they have the same kind of catching power, and they start being the ones to make the pickoffs, that makes it way hard.
Speaking of pickoffs, they'll get another one on Outsell. The Zeus ultimate just being the key to success for Vega. Na'Vi themselves got very close to catching out the Undying there at top lane. Unfortunately, again, no detection. This wasn't a Shadow Blade. This was just a straight up Glimmer Cape away. Invis in late game, perhaps a little bit too strong, but this is very much a special situation that we're seeing here.
And this is also not... I mean, I want to say that the peak of Artstyle's career, when he's captain teams and like been shot caller, has never been in like a meta game where Dota works this way. He's probably like, you know, I come from a simpler time, guys. I don't know what we're supposed to do. And like, if you look, it really does look like Vega have like a much better idea of how to approach the game from the position they're in.
No, absolutely. Na'Vi will get themselves another Roshan Aegis, will actually be picked up by Deecher. Again, not exactly expecting him to take it, considering he's got buyback, and we'll see it nonetheless on the Ember. Bano. Na'Vi did not have to commit a single buyback, by the way. They lose 4 heroes, ultimately does not cost them anything at all. Like, it doesn't actually hurt them. They've got all the items they need. Maybe gives Vega a little bit of cash to spend on some of their supports, but it doesn't actually change the state of the game when Na'Vi lose 4 heroes there. It put Zeus's buyback on cooldown. So if anything, Vega killing 4 heroes and losing Zeus hurt Vega more than Na'Vi, you could argue.
Yeah, it's messed up, but it's kind of true. And it's like Vega just playing it safe, right? Because as you said, like, Na'Vi's heroes could buy... If they go for all in a push, Na'Vi's heroes buy back TP in and just kill the throne, and that's possible even if the whole Na'Vi team's dead. So you're in a very awkward position as Vega here, despite the fact that you like keep winning the fights.
And I don't think you can really stop them throning you too well if they just commit all 5 heroes with BKB on TA, Ember with a BKB. Triple Rapier now on the Ember, by the way. He says, screw Cleaves, I just want the triple Rapier crits. He's hitting for over 1,000 damage. And Na'Vi looking to have another go. Triple Rapier, Aegis. He's got a couple of lives here. Artsal on the front lines. He's got a gem now. A much needed gem at that. Double gem on the side of Vega. I'm making sure they've got their bases covered. And here we go. From the side comes the Jug. He's being gripped up here. The Snowball will pull him in. May allow him to go for Nomni Slash. And he does just that. There's the Zeus ultimate. Dendy getting chopped to pieces. He's going to go down. It looks like Willy. The Serpent Wards will finish him off. Dendy. He's dead. Jug will buy back. He's got a refresher orb, I believe, as well. So he can get a second Omni Slash out of this. Find your refresher orb, Jug. Where is it? Doesn't look like he's going to use it. Okay, there we go. Nope, he's back. No refresher orb for you, apparently. And a pause comes out from Saniko. Where is that Jug refresher?
It's on the courier.
Oh, he didn't actually...
They have 2 couriers.
Okay, so perhaps just getting them a bit fumbled there, but turns out he probably won't need it. Ember actually DCing.
Yeah, the one courier seems to be just for his refresher and his necros.
You know,
but he might have had the...
It's just insane that Vega are the ones kind of coming out on top / winning most of the fights, but you look at where things stand, it's 2 Vega carries with no buyback right now, and Na'Vi, 5 buybacks, 4 heroes alive. TA can buy back. TA may just wait for the respawn and then they go push while those buybacks are still on cooldown. This is actually a really dangerous time for Vega.
Yeah, it really takes it to extreme, like, you know those drafts where teams just like throw themselves at buildings over and over and eventually win despite the fact that they're like 20 kills behind? That's like, something like that is happening for Na'Vi. It feels like every time they lose a fight, they get closer to winning the game. It's like, Dota's broken, man.
Well, Na'Vi are back into the game. Dichoraz reconnected and ready to go once more. Oh boy. Oh boy.
Maybe we need a special comeback mechanic added to the game for like, if you wipe the enemy team while they've megaed you, you get like some kind of special bonus.
Watching this game, explodes. I mean, speaking of special, like, I don't know, comeback mechanics, special late game mechanics, I feel like there needs to be an item you can buy to give you like detection around a carry hero. Like you pop an item and you have detection around a certain AoE from your hero for like a certain period of time, because these Shadow Blades and Glimmer Capes allowing heroes to like get away with murder, like Solo living in that mid lane with his Shadow Blade when there was 4 heroes around him as a support at 70 plus minutes in the game just seems absurd. Not to say it's like broken, like this is very much a special situation, so this is not everyday Dota, but oh.
You think Alchemist should be able to feed people gems?
Like give it, like it's just like the Aghanim Scepter where it doesn't take an item slot?
Yeah.
Who knows?
Put a gem inside people.
Yep.
I don't know. I mean, I don't actually think that should be the case. That was just like, that's what you made me think of, so I said it.
Something that used to be possible, I think couriers when they were carrying gems actually gave you the true sight. Maybe you return that and you just have a courier flying around with a gem on it. I don't know. That would be perhaps my slight solution that's not really exactly a entire solution.
Yeah, I mean, that might be it. That's definitely a better solution than Alchemist feeding.
I mean, you've got to have an Alchemist for one thing. Oh, it's 80 minutes in the game. Let's use our 10k gold to buy an Alchemist. Like in certain custom games in the past, you could. You get enough money, you just buy a new hero. Oh, Bane, by the way, has a rape.
Thing that
Whoa, what's his Bane doing? He's got a rapier. He must have recovered. Oh, he's recovered the Jug rapier, of course. We didn't actually talk about that. The Jug actually lost the rapier he was holding, and Artstyle now actually hitting, I guess. Is this?
And for the first time in the game, he's not the bottom net worth as a result.
Oh yeah. Oh my god. He's also got no points in Feeble. That seems a bit odd. I guess minus 120 damage is not great, like amazing at this stage, but it still seems like a spell you'd want to get at some point. I don't know.
Yeah, I think I agree. Hey, Versus Orb is that's a pretty cool pickup, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Hex, the Abyssal, the Omni Slash even. I like that.
Even something I feel Axmo could consider for himself. It's all coming down to item slots. Like, what is the optimal 6 item slots? Because everyone can pretty much buy whatever they want right now. And looking back to the buybacks, it's still Zeus and Jug without buyback. More than Roshan time is, this is where buyback time is what you've got to keep track of. And I think now they definitely know Jug has no buyback. They may be slightly uncertain of the Zeus, depending if they wrote it down or not. But this is the time to strike. 2 core heroes, no buybacks.
Do you know what happened to Pudge's Necro 3? I feel like he just sold it. I can't find it anywhere.
I must have sold it. upgraded to some other items. We'll see a Nightmare come out. There's going to be a blink forward from the Zeus. In goes the Pudge. BKB Dismember taking the Tusk out of the fight. What's Artstar going to do? He's not found the Fiend Script just yet. They take the Jug out though, and without the Jug, can you defend? It all comes down to the Zeus. He's throwing spells left, right, and center, but it doesn't feel like Vega have the damage they need. They've not killed anything. And you're calling it. They've lost. It looks like this is the end for Vega. They held on. 83 minutes. Zeus is still in the fight here. He's got a refresh roll, but it's on cooldown in the stats. The cheese is going to be consumed. Nom 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 nom. Saniko going to chomp down on the Tusk. It's a dead Shadow Shaman. He's got no buyback. And Vega, they're down to just 3. GG is called. Navi. They've done it somehow in one of the craziest Dota 2 games you can kind of imagine.
Saniko won the game. I mean, it's so fitting because he was like definitely MVP game 1. I don't know if it was his decision, but jumping in and eating that Tusk was like the difference maker, because we'd seen time and time again, if Navi try go in, Tusk blinks in and just puts people in snowball, but he just ran straight through to the back lines, blinked onto Tusk, dismembered him, and then the rest of his team could actually make kills.
Yep. Well, they finally found it. It's funny because it took them so long to figure out an answer. Like, we kind of talked about like not having the lockdown items, the Abyssal Blades, the Hexes, and in this case, it was just a BKB to allow them to get Dismember off. I feel, even looking back, you could say a Bane with a BKB, because similarly, like if you get a lockdown with a Fiend Script or a Dismember, Navi just win those fights. Taking out the Tusk, the Shadow Shaman, these heroes that keep heroes in place just worked wonders for them. And we're going to say a hell of a best of 3 series, Scant. This was some of the most entertaining Dota I've ever seen.
Yeah, absolutely, me too. And I gotta say kudos to Vega Squadron, who like, I really feel like this is a team that is like time and time again just super unlucky. Like they're unlucky to not top 8 to the major. They're unlucky that they couldn't get into TI because like 2 of the top 8 teams knocked them out of the play-in series. This is pretty damn unlucky right here. They played, I mean, I'm not saying luck decides the series, but they played extremely well. They played well enough to win, like without a doubt. Like, I don't know if I've ever seen a team play so well from being Mega'd. And I've seen teams win against Megas, but I think that Vega played, like, even better than the average team that wins against Megas, and still just wasn't enough. Like, they couldn't get out of their base.
Well, that does it, guys. We're going to call it because there's plenty more Dota 2 action coming on. There's another semi-finals that's going to be over on the Beyond the Summit 2 channel. The Fantastic Five, as well as No Logic Gaming, going to be fighting over the right to verse Navi in the grand finals. And also here on the Beyond the Summit stream, we've got Mafia. We've got plenty of fun non-Dota 2 action coming your way with Dota personalities. Check it all out. We're going to say goodbye to you guys now. You guys can follow Scant on Twitter at ScantZor. You can follow myself at BTS Gods. I hope you guys have enjoyed. BTS Europe continues over on the Beyond the Summit 2 channel, so head on over there if you want to watch Dota. If you want to watch some Mafia fun, stay right here. We'll take a quick break, and when we come back, Mafia action coming your way.
This is enough now. Sense the shape of your brow, the salt on your cheeks, and the way that you're looking down. I know that you know why you were not the first. Depths of my heart, I really hope that you're the love, that you're the love.